yeah. Oh, the notification just went across my screen. And as I tell you all the time, when the notification goes across my screen, it usually only means one single solitary thing. It means that we are live. Yes. Give me a second. I need to go over to my channel page here so I can rock out in real time with you guys, because that's the best way to rock out. So we're gonna do that real quick, and then we'll get to business up in here. Okay, where we at? All right, videos. All right, there we go. All right, we in there. All right. Oh, we already got 19 people watching. Whoa! Oh my God, y'all not wasting no time tonight. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you all. Oh my God, 19 people already. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be good. I'm glad y'all here tonight, because this is gonna be good. Oh, this is gonna be real good. Might be some shade thrown. Might be some people put on notice. I don't know. It just depends on how I feel as this live stream progresses. But we got to talk. I'm going to talk to people tonight. Some people need to be talked to tonight, man. People need to understand how the game works. Some people got the game all twisted. They got the game messed up. But as long as I'm here on these YouTube airwaves, I got to set people straight. I got to let people know how the game works. So, okay, we're good to go there. All right. So, not wasting no time tonight. Current time, 6:34 p.m. Central Standard Time, which means you are in the right place. You are on the right YouTube channel, baby. And you know what's about to happen next, dog. Y'all know, if you're Friday Night veterans, do you know where I'm going? You know what happens next. You know what you need to do. So, the usual Friday night disclaimer. This is the part of your Friday night where I'm going to need you to turn your volume down, so you can be mindful of the people in your immediate surroundings, because I cannot be held liable. I refuse. I do not accept. What could happen if you guys don't turn the volume down when this intro hits peep pop? Because y'all know the decibel levels are about to go way up real quick. So, time for you to turn your volume down a little bit. Let me do what I do, and then you can turn the volume back up. Now, with that out of the way, I can get into the most electrifying live stream introduction in YouTube today, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Mic is working. Looks like the videos are go. Looks like all systems are ready to launch here on Friday night. And we got 25 people watching already, so they know it's about to get lit right here on this show. So, without further ado, let me go to work. What's up, people? This your boy Viper, the man about tech, and we are live! Welcome to Friday Night Vyp, baby! Woo! Oh, yes! It is that day again. We are back. We are live on YouTube. And I just avoided disaster because the Apple Watch thought I failed. So it almost alerted authorities. The introduction was so lit that the authorities were almost called because the Apple Watch thought I was in peril. Oh, you know it's gonna be a good night when the Apple Watch is trying to save me from myself. But not even the Apple Watch can stop the most electrifying introduction in YouTube live stream entertainment. But let me go on. That was funny. That was hilarious. So, okay. Let me take a drink real quick. Damn, that was funny. That was hilarious. My watch is like, yo, you need to calm down. So, before I get started on tonight's festivities, let me see who I got in the chat tonight. Yes. All right. Let me go up here. So, I see we got Alex Jackson, the Apple jockey, is on deck. But hold on, let me go back here. But before that, sometime earlier today, like around 3 o'clock Central Time, I saw my head of security, El Jefe Reviews, roaming the chat. My man was on patrol before the live stream was ever even a thing. So shout out to my head of security, El Jefe Reviews, for roaming it around like, 3 hours before showtime. El Jefe, I saw you, bro. I saw you. So, Alex Jackson, the Apple jockey's out there with us, bro. How you doing? We got my man, Zach Talk Tech, who will be joining me here in a few minutes. What's up, Zach? How you doing, bro? We got Jason Chin Solo. Jason C. What's up, Jason? How you doing, bro? We got CDF, man. What's up, bro? What's up? How you doing? 504's in the cut. What's up, 504? Oh, we got Bender, too. What's up, Bender? How you doing, bro? We got Genosis is out there. What's up, Genosis? How you doing, man? We got, who else we got? We got Evid A in the cut. What's up, Evid? How you doing, man? Who else we got? We got Juan Contreras. What's up, Juan? What's up, man? We got Modern Day Tech. What's up, bro? How you doing? Photo Fins in the cut. What's up, Photo? What's up, bro? We got James Kirkchavel. What's up, James? How you doing, man? And we got Techno Minute. What's up, Techno Minute? How you doing? And apparently, Alan Osborne is in the cut like shadow banning people. I don't know what's going on with that. Alan Osborne, I'm going to need you to calm down, bro. Calm down, Alan. Calm down, Alan. Calm down. Oh, and we got one of the funniest dudes, one of the funniest up-and-coming creators in the tech space. We got Tech King Mike in the cut. What's up, Mike? How you doing, bro? We got F. Nick. What's up, F. Nick? How you doing? What's up? What's up? And we got, I think that, we got Jay Boogie. What's up, Jay? How you doing? How you doing? Why are we deleting Luke tweets? I'm gonna need y'all to stop deleting Luke Techno Minute. What's happening here? I don't understand. What is going on? Oh, we got Orlando Theme Park 360. What's up, Orlando? How you doing, bro? Phone tech at work. What's up, bro? How you doing? Oh, we got, and there he is, my head of security. LFA reviews in real time. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, bro? How you doing? Rain G4 is out there. Oh my God, we got a lot of people watching tonight. Woo! I am down for this. I'm here for all of this. And we got Jillian. Hey, Jillian, how you doing? We got Bombard the Hobbit. What's up, Bombard? How you doing, bro? How you doing? Woo! Okay. So I think I caught everybody. All right, we are caught up with the chat. All right, so let me I'm not even playing around. We send out links immediately. I invited Zach and Travis. I don't know where they're at or what they're doing, but we're gonna drop some tweets to their link to their DMs, and we're gonna talk about respect tonight because some people don't understand how respect works. So I need to talk about respect. All right, so I'm gonna hit this paste. All right. So my man Zach has his link, and let me go find the B-roll himself, Mr. Travis MCP. Where is he? Where is it? There he is. The B-roll, Mr. Travis MCP. There he is. All right, Travis. If you're listening to the live stream, I don't know what you're doing, but link is in your Twitter DMs if you can join. I don't know if you can or not, but we'll see what happens with that. So let's talk about respect tonight. We need to talk about respect. So it's interesting. It's a funny thing when you're dealing with YouTubers and you're dealing with the mainstream media, tech blogs, tech websites, things like that. Sometimes there's this like clash between YouTubers and mainstream media or old school media. Basically, it's old versus new media, more or less. YouTube is a representation of new media, the tech websites and things like that. Even though they're partaking in new media, they're more of a representation of old media. But, I think that with the way YouTubers move and things like that, that a lot of the old media do not respect YouTubers because they didn't get the credentials, they didn't get a degree, they didn't put the years under the pound in the pavement and things like that. But times have changed. Technology has changed everything. Technology has changed the way we move out. YouTube has allowed for so many new possibilities in today's market, in today's world, the climate. YouTube has changed a lot of things, just like the iPhone and the Apple App Store changed industry. It practically Apple saved music back in the day. YouTube is creating a lot of new opportunities for go-getters, for entrepreneurial people with spirit that want to start their own businesses or just have a voice to be heard. So with this change in the way things are going, you got this clash of old media versus new media. So sometimes, like I was alluding to earlier, sometimes the old hats don't respect the YouTubers. But you got to understand that some of these YouTubers got more influence than your whole damn publication. Like some of these YouTubers can pretty much end you in one video. So you got to have some respect. You got to put some respect on their name. You just can't be running around talking recklessly without consequence anymore. That doesn't work. This is new school. This is social media digital age. You cannot run your mouth on social media about YouTubers and not expect consequences. Things have happen. And not only do things happen, they happen pretty damn quickly. It doesn't take long for a YouTuber to be notified when you're talking that garbage. It takes even less time for them to respond and put you on overblast and then pretty much end your whole social media presence. Now, some of y'all know what I'm about to talk about tonight, but those of y'all that don't know what I'm talking about, just sit back, relax, grab your popcorn, like my boy Easy Computer Solution say, get your popcorn ready and follow me on this journey, baby. Oh, yeah. So, where does this story begin? I think it began about like a week ago or something like that, right? It all started with this new company called Figures Wireless, right? Apparently, this young entrepreneur dude started a company called Figures Wireless. He was trying to get a company out there in the mainstream, try to get some people to back his product. You know, he was trying to make moves. You know, because when you're up and coming startup business or whatever, the main thing that you want to do is bring attention to your product or service. You want to get your name out there. A lot like us YouTubers want. We want to get our name out there. So this dude from Figures, he was trying to get his name out there. He reached out to some of the big head honchos, you know, in media and things like that to get his product out there. So one of the head honchos that he reached out to, and why the hell wouldn't he? The dude is only the most respected tech reviewer in the whole YouTube space. He reached out to Flossie Carter. So the man reached out to Flossie Carter. He wanted Flossie Carter to talk about his phone on his channel, right? So, you know, Floss is a supporter. Floss is down for the cause. You know, Floss understands how this works. So the homie Floss was like, all right, send me the phone. I'll talk about it. But I think they wanted to offer Floss money, but Floss explicitly said he does not take money for reviews. Like, he takes money for ads. So if you want him to showcase your phone, then you can pay him. But if you want Floss to review your phone, just send him the unit and he will do the review for free. Because when Floss does a review, as many of you all know, Floss is going to give you his real hardcore, honest opinion of your product. He's not pulling no punches. He's not treading lightly. He's not sugarcoating a damn thing. When he puts a product review on his channel, you better believe it's an authentic product review, nuts and bolts, front to back, cover to cover of the entire product. That's what Floss does. What's up, Zach? How you doing?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. So, Floss puts a review out of the Figures. I think it was F3 or whatever the case may be. And actually, you know, let me rewind back even further, because Floss was trying to get the specs of this device from these people, but because the specs on their website were kind of vague, so Floss was like, yo, can I get some actual specs that I can go over in my video? So whatever specs they sent Floss weren't really up to Floss's standard. So, but he just took it and ran with it or whatever. But once Floss got the device and did the video, he started noticing that some of the specs that were presented to him didn't match up with what the device was actually capable of, right? So, as Floss, I guess as he was doing the video, he realized that the phone isn't what they're advertising it to be. So Floss said as much in the video. Now, obviously, Floss wasn't aware of all the mistakes when he was doing his video because he wasn't aware. So he ended up ultimately taking that video down because the specs that were advertised to him were not what the device would bring it to the table. So, you know, Floss took the video down because, you know, Floss, like I said, he is probably the most respected tech reviewer in the entire YouTube space. That's more than Marquez, more than Lou. I don't really care. Like, they have bigger sub count, but if you ask the general YouTube population of tech, who's the most respected tech reviewer, they're probably going to say Flossie Carter.
It's a different level. It's a whole different level. It's
a different level. Like that. It is what it is. That's no disrespect to Marquez or Lou. They doing their thing. But when you want a hardcore product review, the first name that usually come out of people's mouths is Flossie Carter. So with that being said, the man took the video down because he felt like the specs didn't match up to what were presented to him and what he presented in his video. So while all this was going on, apparently, this is where old media comes in, right? So apparently some dude from Android Police named David Rudder was talking all types of garbage about Floss on Twitter as it relates to this video. And apparently this David Rudder dude had an issue with Floss before this Figure situation, but for whatever
he's
reason,
the editor-in-chief.
Wow. So he's
PIC. That's his profile says Android Police Editor-in-Chief, Beer Geek writer, and periodic census David at androidpolice.com. And our friend Brandon from This Is Tech Today has worked with him in the past and can actually back up a lot of what you're going to go into. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to throw that in there. No,
I appreciate that. I appreciate the backstory. So this dude is he's one of the head honchos at Android Police, talking all sorts of reckless nonsense about Floss on Twitter. Now, I didn't see the tweet that Floss got mad about because David Rudders actually ended up deleting the tweet. But you know it was serious because Floss actually addressed this cat by name in a live stream. Like, came out flat, said, this dude is talking reckless. I'm going to need him to calm down or I'm going to come to his office. Like, Floss said this in a live stream. Now, you know it's serious when Floss gets hood with it and he's ready to come to the office, bro. So, I didn't even know what David Rudders said because, like I said, he deleted his original tweet. So I went back on Twitter today to see, like, just to get a recap of what was going on. And lo and behold, what did I see on Twitter? I went to David Rudders' Twitter account, and holy shit, this dude is backtracking harder than an NFL quarterback covering a deep route. The backpedal was real. The man, actually, let me see if I can find the tweet. This dude like apologizing to Floss, talking about how he was reckless and things like that. Mind you, the damage is already done because Floss already put you on blast, so the damage is already done. But the backpedaling on Twitter from this David Rucker dude it's incredible to me. Now, if I can find a tweet, which I should be able to find them here pretty quickly, I will let y'all read these out loud to see, just so y'all can see the backpedaling that happened. Because, my God, it was real. Like, it's hilarious how this dude backpedaled so quick. But my thing is, he should have never came out of his mouth in the first place.
So, Brandon at This Is Tech Today, he actually screenshotted everything because 4 days ago, this is, you know what I should do? I should actually, you know what I'm going to do? You keep on going. I'm going to find Brandon's tweet because David actually ended up blocking him.
Yeah, I thought it. Yeah, Brandon said that. And he said David ended up actually blocking him.
And they used to work together. Like, because Brandon's done stuff for Android Police in the past.
Right. David used to be his employer, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I got the tweet. Let me read the tweet. Let me read the backpedaling, y'all, because the backpedaling is real. So David Rudder on Twitter says, I apologize to Flossie Carter, both for the things I recently said about him and one of his recent videos. It's easy to forget that when you're on the internet, another human being is at the other end of that conversation. I was wrong to suggest the things that I did. He goes on to say, I don't know Flossie, but I know many in the YouTube community, many of whom I consider friends do. Nobody has a bad word to say about him, and I'm sure he's earned that reputation. It was a dick move on my part to speculate in a way that could have damaged his reputation. I think one of the main things that David said originally was that Floss was paid off by Figure for the video, and he was critical of Floss because of that. And I guess he must have said a bunch of other stuff that got Floss mad, but I think what the gist of it was David accused Floss of being paid off, brought off, basically. So this is what I say when you got that clash between old media and new media, right? Because old media don't want to see new media come up because they feel like their job security is in jeopardy. But how can you be a part of Android Police? No, moreover, how can you be the editor-in-chief of an Android tech blog and not know who the hell Flossie Carter is? Like, are you serious? Like, how does that happen?
Do you want me to? Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you, man. Because I have David's tweets right here, and I have it via Brandon's tweet where he screenshotted it. Now I'm gonna share my screen here, but I think it might be too small for people to see. So just give me a minute here. All right, let's share this. Now, hopefully you guys can see that. I'm going to close this off. And here's the tweet from Brandon. Wow, my old manager, David from Android Police, blocked me because I agreed that it was unwarranted for him to tweet character attacks against Flossie Carter. Really classy, David. Might want to have a talk with him. Artem R. I don't know who that is. I'll have to check because this is bad luck for all of them. So basically, Brandon screenshotted this right here, which I imagine a lot of you can't read right now. But I'm going to read from the top down, okay? So David's initial tweet was quote, wow, you're telling me a guy who basically yells 45-minute streams of consciousness phone reviews from his backyard might promote a con artist? I am shocked, I say. He follows up with Flossie Carter is one of the weirdest embodiments of how a YouTube algorithm works because the videos are insanely long and have long watch time. YouTube conflates that with quality. More likely, people just have them on their background noise and barely pay attention. Anyway, his numbers are good enough that he could easily charge low five figures for a shitty shill video like this. And I'm guessing he's got some kind of deal on the back end with shady ass companies. It goes on like that, right? Like it's there. If you guys want to read it, go to This Is Tech Today, go click on his media and scroll down, you'll see it. And then Brandon basically posted 3 screenshots. This one with all the tweets from David, then the one where David basically apologizes and pedals back, as you say, Viper, and then one showing David having him blocked. I used to follow David for the longest time. I stopped following him just before this happened because he's insanely negative on Twitter. It's crazy. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I think you froze up.
Yeah, no, the camera just turned itself off.
Okay. But anyway, I would suggest people go through this. He says here, there are plenty of creators who take being honest and quote unquote legit with viewers seriously, even if that doesn't mean you sponsor plugs and placement occasionally. Yeah, it's everything you said. It's good. It's insulting. It's disrespectful. But I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm just gonna turn off my. How do I turn off my screen share? How do I turn this off? Stop sharing. I'm gonna play devil's advocate for just like a second, and just at least he did come out and apologize. But like you say, in today's the way social media and everything moves so quickly, like you can crash and burn. And I'm guilty of this too, because I've had it out with a few people in the past. Not nearly to that extent too. But yeah, man, respect. None there at all.
So I didn't see those original tweets until just now. So let me get this straight. He had the audacity to accuse Flossie Carter getting large amounts of watch time as noise and people putting it on in the background. David, bruh, yeah. That's a hell of a lot of noise over the past 10 years because Flossie Carter has been on YouTube for 10 years. He's managed to stay relevant in the tech space on YouTube for a decade, bro. He just reached 1 million subscribers on YouTube. That is not an easy thing to do in the tech space, which is oversaturated as it is. But somehow Flossie managed to stay relevant for 10 years, amass over 1 million subscribers, and as you say, get crazy amount of watch time on his live stream because they're entertaining, they're informative, and people just like to relax and chill with Floss.
That's the audience he's built. People that want to know the specs. They're used to seeing that that table is iconic, right?
Right.
They're used to, white shoes in the background or whatever she's doing, right? That's what he's built, right? So yeah.
And I'm glad that Zach is on with me tonight because I met Zach in a Flossie Carter live stream years ago. And so Zach can attest to when I tell you all that Flossie Carter is one of the most respected, if not the most respected tech reviewer in the entire space.
Did I ever tell you the time he called me out? I was watching a video of his. It was like his second time reviewing a Huawei phone, and he didn't know how to pronounce it. He called it Hawaii.
Right.
And I grilled him in the comments. And he's like, shut the fuck. he basically told me over to go sit, right? It was pretty funny. I still have a screenshot of that back in the day.
Oh, yeah. No. That is not to say that Flossie Carter's an angel because we all know that Flossie Carter is not an angel. Like, he's had his shortcomings too. But
yeah,
like I said, as it relates to tech and knowing tech and being able to talk tech and being relevant, he's at the top of the tech game on YouTube. So for David Rudder to be the editor-in-chief of an Android blog to just disrespect that man so blatantly, what did he expect to happen? Like, did you expect that you were going to like put dirt on Floss's name? Nothing was going to happen to you? You want to know why he apologized, Zach? I can tell you why he apologized. Because once Floss put him on blast in that live stream, you better believe the stream gangsters went to David's Twitter and they lit his ass up. That's why he apologized.
I wish I still had the links, but there was a couple Reddit links, both in regards to the original Figures video. Because Floss was replying to people, because that's why he had to take it down, right? Because he was constantly replying to people, and people are saying, no, it's this, and he's saying, no, it's that, and he kind of went off the handle here a little bit. And then there was another thread in regards to what we're talking about today on Reddit and everything. I don't pay attention a lot to Reddit at all because it's just I don't like the format and everything. But yeah, it's interesting how it all kind of just blew up so quickly. You really got to kind of watch and do your research. And I don't know, like
whoa. Repeat what you just said. Repeat that, please.
you gotta watch what you say and do your research.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Do your research. Before you ever come out to open your mouth about anybody on YouTube, you better do your research.
I do more research now at 39 than I did in school.
No,
because the consequences are real.
Seriously, if you don't do your research, you will end up looking like a fool, like this David cat, embarrassing yourself and just getting probably flame bored on the Twitter, which is why he came out and apologized. Because, like I said, he didn't just apologize out of the goodness of his heart. He apologized because I'm pretty sure he got lit the hell up.
It's not the first time that I've seen David say things about YouTubers in the tech space and then go back and delete stuff. He's notorious for it, apparently. I really wish we had Brandon on here. He's probably still working right now. It's about 5 o'clock in California, so he might still be working or commuting right now. But because him and I have talked back and forth about his dealings with Android police, and for the most part, it's been positive from what he told me. But David is definitely cut from the old cloth. It's interesting when you say old media, new media, because in my view, Android police is kind of like in between.
Right.
Verge is more like old media because they really present themselves like that, in my opinion. Like Washington Post, New York, whatever, right? But Android police to me kind of seems like it's supposed to be like middle ground because they do videos, they do articles and everything like that. But then to have your editor in chief come out like that, how do you not know who Flossy Carter is? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't get it.
It's asinine to me that he didn't do enough research to realize that Flossy Carter is one of the most legit tech people in the YouTube space. But there's this thing among like old media, especially about how they don't like when YouTube creators put people on blast. Like they put like negative Nancy's, like haters on blast, because then their fan base will go attack them. See, I'm not that way. I don't give a damn. If somebody wants to run their mouth in public about me, then I got every right to put them on blast because their comment is public. Once you make a public comment, you better be prepared to reap the consequences of your comment. I'm not with this whole, oh my God, we can't put these haters on blast. Don't do that because your fan base is gonna attack. No. Our YouTube channels are not a damn safe space for haters. If you got the balls to make your comment public and you want to comment some shit out your ass, then I got every right to send the army after you.
So we're coming very close to the subject of cancel culture, right? Okay, that's basically what we're kind of on the edge of that right now, right? Okay, so David fucked up. We can all acknowledge that. Okay, like he really didn't. He kind of ran his mouth a little too. I mean, he could have been critical of the situation and asked some questions without being full on dick like he did. But okay, so he messed up. We've all messed up. We've all made mistakes in the past. We're all human. He's come out and he's apologized. Is that like, I'm not saying that how do I phrase this? At least he acknowledged that he made the error and everything like that. Do we give him a pass and everything like that? Or we just say, okay, great, he apologized? I mean, do you know what I mean? Or is it just too much to the extent of can't take the apology? Like, how do you feel?
I think the apology is half baked because, like I said, I know why he apologized. Like, he didn't apologize out of the goodness of his heart. I am pretty sure he apologized because he got roasted. He was tired of getting roasted, so he had to come out with an apology tweet to calm the people down because you know how flawed people will ride, Zach. They don't mess around. If you badmouth Flossy Carter, they are coming after you. Our good friend, Jason from Painfully Honest Tech, made a Can You Trust Flossy Carter video. Zach, and God is my witness, Zach. Let me tell you what would have happened. Right now, Jason is a full-time YouTuber. Now, the video that he made about Flossy Carter, the Can You Trust, was a positive video about Flossy Carter. Zach, I promise you, and God is my witness, if Jason would have made a negative Can You Trust on Flossy Carter, he would not be a full-time YouTuber today.
Well, yeah, no, totally.
It would have been over with. It would have been done. That's how serious it is when you mess with Flossy Carter. So it's not surprising that David issued the apology because I'm pretty sure he got roasted. Like everybody, like I was reading the comments of that Jason video, and people were ready to ride on Jason if he said something negative about Floss. They were ready, bro. They were ready to go after him, but he didn't, and it was all good. But you got people like this David guy who's talking all reckless and stuff, and he probably got the end of it. He probably got the bad end of it. So it is what it is.
Yeah. It's interesting because the day that I saw things kind of blow. I didn't quite understand what was going on. I heard the words figure wireless being thrown around. I'm like, what is that? And I'm, I wasn't quite paying attention. I did a search. You could do a search on Twitter at David's Twitter handle, which is RV something rather. I did a search and at RDRV3. That's his Twitter handle. And yeah, like you said, the people were going off on him. Like,
yo, I'm pretty sure
yeah.
There's a few things that like you just don't do.
Yeah.
Talk bad about Flossie Carter with them. That's not going to end well for anybody.
Yeah. No, we always talk about how the comments are always pretty toxic in our comment areas. Like, yep. It was rough that day, right? And I'm glad that Floss finally it's so sad that he had to do this while he was in Paris on his vacation, which sounds like he had a great time. I've been following along on Instagram. Totally jealous. I'm glad he finally addressed it. I watched that whole 45-minute, however long it was, video that he did. And again, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Figures sent him sent him the product and apparent spec sheet and everything like that. But only because I've been burned like this, and I think Floss will probably be a little bit more careful in the future. Maybe not so much with companies like Samsung or Sony or Huawei or anything like that, because everything you get from them is usually pretty legit. But I think he'll probably do a little more research in the future, like if newer companies like this. It's also kind of, have you taken a closer look at this Figure wireless company?
No, not at all.
I don't want to use the word shady, but Floss addressed this in his video about how the company's representing themselves as an up-and-coming, young black man, came from basically nothing to Figures Wireless, where they are now, kind of thing, and kind of playing that kind of mentality, that kind of tone. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
To get the black community, I guess, more on the side of it. Do you know where I'm coming? You know where I'm coming from with this? I want to make sure I word this because I don't want to sound like I'm just trying to basically repeat what Floss said here. So it's been kind of interesting to see how they've positioned themselves, and you have to wonder how legit that is, considering they sent Floss out product that is not what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and it come to find out that the Figures F3 is actually a rebranded old Alcatel phone from like 3 years ago. So
yeah,
the phone that they're touting out there is just a rebranded phone with like an outdated processor. The specs aren't even what Figures is advertising. The whole thing was just shady. But like I said, we're already past the whole Figures being shady part. I mean, that's already over and done with. Right? We understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, the part I want to talk about tonight, like I said, respect. Like David Rudder just completely went ass backwards with this, and it blew up in his face. Now
let's be real here, because the way today's outrage culture is and everything like that. Next week, no one's gonna be talking about this.
Oh no!
And a year from now, no one's gonna remember all this.
I don't know, man, because I think David Rudder didn't do himself any favors, bro. Like, there are people that rock with Floss are not going to forget this, bro. They're not going to forget it.
No, I get that. I mean, I still subscribe to Android Police on my Facebook for the articles. I'm still subscribed on their YouTube. I don't follow David anymore because, like I said, it was just constant negativity. And then I saw that kind of thing. I'm like, I'm done with this guy, right? So it just should be interesting. I don't think there'll be any follow-up for David at all. I don't see him getting demoted or anything like that. Honestly, because of his history like this. If you look back far enough, yeah.
No, I mean, as far as his position with Android Police, I mean, nothing's gonna happen to him. They don't care. Like, they can care less. But for his reputation in the tech space, oh yes, they're gonna be followed. They're gonna take a few hits because they people not rocking out with that. People not doing that. People not rocking out with that. And this reminds me of something that happened to me a few months ago. Some dude made a video making fun of me, and he ended up calling me a rapist in the video. Now, at the time, I wasn't really too upset about the video because I thought it was kind of comedic, but it was kind of bogus. Like, painted me like he called me a rapist in the video. So I put a post on Twitter about it, about how the dude called me a rapist in the video, this, that, and the other. And not even 3 hours later, his YouTube channel was gone, disappeared. So even though I didn't take the video that seriously, people rock with me didn't appreciate that, and they went after him, and his YouTube channel got gone. It's out of there. So you really gotta watch what you do on social media, like, especially when you're messing with people that have a lot of influence. I don't even have a lot of influence, but like I said, somebody made a video making fun of me and their YouTube channel got out. So if I can do that, even though I didn't even attempt to do that, if I can do that, think of what a guy like Frosty Carter can do to you if he wanted to. So you really got to be careful about how reckless you are on social media because like Brandon did, everything could be screenshotted. There's always receipts. Nobody forgets anything. The internet is forever. You can't delete anything off the internet because by the time you posted it, somebody done saved it and screenshotted it and did everything they need to do with it. So there's always receipts. There's always records. You cannot be reckless on social media and expect it not to come back to bite you in the ass. You can't do it.
Completely agree, and especially with how quickly things move now, how quickly brands are to, I guess, take like the PC side or whatever's going to appease the mass audience kind of thing. Yeah, it's different. I mean, it's the internet's not pencil; it's written in ink, right? So
yeah, permanent ink. you can't erase it.
Yeah, it's like that dry erase. I have a dry erase board in the house, and my kids used a permanent marker on it. It's not going away now.
So basically, the premise of this live stream is just for anybody that's an up and coming content creator or anybody that's in the social media eye, or if you use social media, or if you're pursuing YouTube or any type of career that is going to put you in the public eye, you got to be careful about what you say, who you talk about, and how you talk about them. If you're going to talk about another creator, another artist, or whatever, you better be sure to do your research when you put somebody else's name in your mouth. Do your research. Don't be reckless like this David cat, because like I said, recklessness can come back to bite you hard on the internet. Like you can't do it. Like there are immediate consequences. Not immediate consequences on the internet where you being reckless. So you gotta do your research and be careful about what you put on social media because it is not a game out here. People will come get you. Any follow up, Zach?
I don't know. I think you nailed everything on the head there. I encourage people to just go see the tweets and make up their own mind, but just keep in mind that David did apologize. You can weigh that however you want. It's up to you, and go from there. Hopefully, we see an improvement in the future, but I doubt it. I just say that because I know the guy's history based on his tweets and everything. So we all mess up, but yeah, we'll see what happens, I guess, right?
Orlando theme park, it's easy to get permanent marker off.
You see that? Actually, I made a note here for myself. So.
That's funny. So what else is going on in the tech space? I know there's a lot of noise going on about the Galaxy Note 10 these days, man. Have you been looking at any of this at all?
I'm actually on the fence about getting the Note 10. And the only reason I'm on the fence is because apparently, according to the leaks or the information that's out now, starting with the Galaxy 11, so next year, March or April, whatever, that's when Samsung's going to use a different sensor in the camera, which is like when I think of the top 5 features for a phone that I try to look for, camera's like number 1 for me. Or number 2, and it's looking like the Note 10 or 10 Plus, or they're going to call it, is basically just going to be, just like the 10 Plus here, Galaxy with a stylus, right? And the camera module apparently is supposed to be exactly the same, apparently. So I don't know for myself personally if it's worth upgrading from the 10 Plus to the Note. Now, keep in mind that last year, the Note 9 was my very first Note, and I absolutely love this phone. If you can get the Note 9 right now, I think you can get the Note 9 like a steal right now for like $500. This is a great phone to get. Don't talk to me about bezels because there's nothing wrong with some bezels on this.
Oh no, the Note 9 is legit, no doubt.
Yeah. So
it's funny that you say that because our buddy Technically T have been tweeting for the last month that the Note 10 is not gonna be all that in the bag of chips. There are better phones out there or better value propositions out there because the Note 10 is going to be like $1,000 and more, which it probably is. I can't imagine the Note being less than $1,000.
It's going to be like $1,200.
Yeah.
US.
Right. But Technically T has been on it. He's like, bruh, I don't know why everybody hyped about this Note. It's not going to be the the second coming of Jesus Christ. It ain't gonna be all that. And the dude off the point, like
I think he's right. I think he's completely right.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal either. I mean, yeah, like usually, like it's interesting because like it wasn't that long ago that the Galaxy Note line of phones were like markedly different than the S line. Mm-hmm. But for whatever reason, like in the past 3 or 4 years, Samsung has kind of like brought them more closer to each other. So nowadays, the Galaxy Note is just a slightly upgraded S series phone with an S Pen. So I don't know why they changed their philosophy because, like I said, the Note phones used to be absolute beef compared to the F phones, but now it's just not much of a difference anymore. And I'm kind of agree with technically T. I don't think it's going to be much different from the S10, like you just said that, to the Note 10. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, I've been reading the leaks and everything like that from a lot of legitimate sources like IC Universe and everything, and it's like I said, the camera module apparently is supposed to be exactly the same. I just finished getting night mode on here through a software upgrade, and it's good. It's not as good as some other companies' night modes, and it's just based on what we know right now. It just sounds like it's going to just be a bigger version of this with a stylus. Obviously, there's going to be some some software tweaks because of the stylus port, but I don't know if there's going to be a big enough, difference there to make me spend the money to go to a Note.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, because with these other phones coming out, like the Pixel 3a XL and then the OnePlus 7 Pro, and then all these other phones that are around the $400, $500, $600 price range, and they are bringing the heat. It makes the Note a little bit harder to swallow than in years past when you got all these other good buys and good value propositions out there that run just as good as the Note. That the only thing that they don't have, maybe they don't have wireless charging, or they don't have an S Pen or something like that. They're not too far off the flagship, and they're like half the price, sometimes more than half the price. I mean, or less than half the price. Yeah. Yeah,
OnePlus 7 Pro recently had they had some price slashes up here in Canada, I think down in the United States as well for outright. I'm not sure it is with carriers. For the price point that this comes at, it's perfectly balanced for the price point. Okay, yes, you could spend another $150, $200 and get everything, but for the price point that it's currently available at, this is a really good buy. Okay, the camera may not be a Pixel level type camera. Is it a bad camera? No. Is it an awesome camera? No. Is it a good camera? Yes. Right. I think you just need to properly. There's just so many options out there. I think you just need to properly weigh what matters to you and stuff like that. If wireless charging matters to you, then don't even look at this. Right. As an example. But I'll tell you this: I really miss the full screen, like no cutouts or anything on the OnePlus 7 Pro, especially when I'm watching Netflix on the 10 Plus, because on Netflix on here it takes up the entire screen and it looks amazing. I watched all season 3 of Stranger Things on here. It was awesome. Wow. It was awesome.
Yes, so it was. I didn't watch it on the phone, but I can imagine on that OnePlus display, it was awesome.
It was fun, man. I put the Bullets wireless in their Bluetooth, and it was awesome. It was great. I'm glad Billy died.
Wow. Zach, some people might not have seen it, so you might want to be quiet.
Oops.
I want to bring it down. Bro. Oops. But okay, so we're in July of 2019. Samsung is continuously teasing that the Fold has been reborn, but we haven't seen any proof. We know the Note 10 is launching in a few weeks. Then right behind the Note 10 is the iPhone, and then the Pixel 4 is right behind that, and then whatever else happens after the Pixel 4. So, Zach, out of all the phones that are remaining here to come out in 2019, what are you looking forward to the most, if anything?
John Prosser. Oops.
Oh, you messed up, Zach. Oh, you messed up.
Sorry, John. What am I looking forward to? Pixel 4. Only not for the phone, but for the marketing behind it. Because they've already come up this year and said, yeah, you know what? Here, this is it. Right? They've already started playing that game. I'm looking forward to the marketing and to seeing what they do. I think we will see the Fold. this year. Will we see it unveiled at the Note thing? No, but I can see Samsung unveiling it like a week before, a few days before the new iPhone. I can see Samsung doing something like that, trying to steal from some thunder.
Now I'm gonna go against you real quick here because I was just on a live stream with my man Eric from Easy Computer Solutions, and Eric has all the connections, and he's been told by a source close to Samsung that we will indeed get an update about the Fold at the Note event. Apparently, so
an update or really like they're gonna
I don't know, but apparently we are gonna get some Galaxy Fold information at this Note event. Apparently,
okay. So our friend Jason, Painfully Honest Tech.
Yep.
I've already told him that he needs to steal one. Okay, so because he's going to the thing, right? I'm like, Jason, steal one, man.
I don't know if they're gonna let him that close, Zach. I don't know if they're gonna let him that close.
Crash the stage and grab it from the guy that's doing the video. I have a hard time seeing Samsung giving an update or even talking about the Fold at the Note thing, because the Note is not like so. Samsung has two big presentations throughout the year: the Galaxy at the start of the year, and the Note, which is usually their big iPhone competitor at the end of the year, right? October, or this case, August-ish, right? And if they introduce the Fold with this, or even talk about the Fold over there, it kind of overshadows it. So that's the only reason I kind of question that. But Eric has more connections than I do, so.
I mean, but does it overshadow it though? Because we've already got the grand unveiling of the Fold at the S10 event.
Well, of course it will, because everybody's going to be doing you're going to see the comparison videos. I guarantee there's already creators out there that have already done their comparison videos, and all they have to do is slot in, whatever footage they can get from Samsung of what it looks like now. So they'll be doing, they put the screen thing up here and they moved this here and right? You're going to have tons of those videos, right?
I know the comparison videos are going to happen, but
yeah, I
don't know if you can really compare the Note to the Fold, or it's like two different.
No. I'm talking about the old Fold to the new Fold. That's what I'm talking about. I see that kind of comparison thing within the community kind of overshadowing. But yeah, I that's just my opinion. I don't, because the Note thing is usually their big thing. So I have a hard time seeing them. But if Eric says it's going to happen, then I would definitely side with Eric, because.
And our good friend Mr. Faith App, the Mr. Bible, the Faith App earlier today, Mr. John Prosser out there chilling, and he said that it would be smarter of them to unveil it at the Note event. I mean, there's no other chance for them to unveil it, so they might as well talk about it at the Note event at their last big event of the year. So if they are going to bring out some more news about the Fold, then it would have to be at the Note event almost. I mean, you're not going to have a separate event about this, because that would just be bad. Don't do that.
Yeah. I don't know. It should be. If it's not there, if they don't mention it at the Note thing, I can see it happening closer to when iPhone is going to be announced or whatever kind of thing, when we know the date is. By the way, I forwarded John's video about the Face app thing to my mom and dad, because my mom's been calling me. Do you use that app? The Russians use it. I'm like, Mom, like. So. Yeah, people are so worried. Meanwhile, you've got Google, who can see all your dick pics. Do you know what I mean? Right? Come on, man. Right? So
our good buddy John said that they unveiled it at the Note event. Remember who told you first, John? I think it'll be hard for me to forget where we got the information from.
I'm in agreement. Like I said, I don't know. I feel as though that it would somewhat overshadow. Well, we'll see.
I mean, the man dialed me up on my iPhone during my live stream to talk to me about this, so I can't forget that, John. That was like a landmark live stream event, bro.
There you go.
That was crazy. Oh man. So I guess now we could talk about the iPhone, and
talk to the people. I'm gonna go get my things that came in.
Oh, get your things. Maybe Zach has an iPhone dummy. I don't know, but the iPhone 11 is coming in September. We know that. I made a video earlier this year telling you all how the iPhone 11, I don't really care about it, because what I care about more is iOS 13. And now that we've been through a few beta versions of iOS 13, and it's not bringing much new to the iPhone side of things, I'm really even now less excited about the iPhone 11 than I was at the beginning a few months ago when I made that video. So now I damn near don't even care about the iPhone 11. I mean, of course I'll get it because I have a new iPhone every year planned, so I'll get it. I mean, I better get it. I'm the captain of Team Apple, but still, I don't know if I've ever been less excited about an iPhone as I am this year. I am not excited about the iPhone 11 at all. There's practically damn near nothing new or remarkable coming to the table except a third camera. But hold on, where we at? I got an LG V50 here with 3 cameras. Then they're done that. I had a Galaxy S10 already with 3 cameras. I got a OnePlus 7 Pro around with 3 cameras. I mean, I got phones with 3 cameras. That's not nothing new. That doesn't excite me. Like, I mean, yeah, it'll be nice for an iPhone to have a ultra wide angle lens. I mean, that's cool, that's fine, but that's not exciting to me. I mean, I have phones with 3 camera lenses, so that doesn't excite me for the iPhone. So I'm really just not excited about iPhone 11 this year. I mean, hopefully Apple will find some way to like make me more excited when the event comes around and we start getting more and more leaks and maybe something that they're hiding that we don't know about now, which is kind of hard given the way that iPhone leaks come down. But from what we know right now about the iPhone 11 and what we expect to be unveiled in September, I am not excited about the iPhone 11. I don't care. Like, we're going to have another year where the iPhone 11 Max, the bigger iPhone, still doesn't have picture-in-picture. It still doesn't have multitasking like Android phones do. It's still going to be a big-ass waste of space because for whatever reason, Apple developing engineers don't want to make the iPhone productive like the Android side of things, and their phones are productive. They want to save all their productivity for the iPad. And that's cool. That's cuddly. I mean, that's all right. I have an iPad Pro. I'm okay. But I don't take my iPad Pro everywhere I go. I take my iPhone everywhere I go. And it would be nice to have that same level of productivity or something close to it on my iPhone. But for whatever reason, Apple refuses to add that level of productivity to the iPhone. So until they give me something to really get excited about in iPhone land, I just find it hard to get excited about iPhone 11. I'm not excited, but maybe they'll prove me wrong come September. I highly doubt it though, but I mean that's where I'm at with iPhone 11. I don't know. I'm not excited. I wonder how Zach is feeling about the iPhone 11 when he comes back in here in a minute. But right now I'm not excited about it.
Well, I'm an Android guy. You know that,
right? Yep.
But I'll be perfectly honest. I only turn on my iPhone maybe once or twice a week, because my main productivity device has always been my Android. But it's always fun when you get a wrong number calling through, right? So that was funny, man. So I'm intrigued what they're going to be able to do with this third camera and how they kind of hype it up and everything, and what marketing, wording they use and this and that at the presentation and everything like that. So what I have here is, it's hard to tell the difference because I have to look for the fake camera. So this is the Plus, apparently. Okay. You guys have seen these. Everybody's been doing their videos lately, right? Mm-hmm. So I had my model sent to me. I received them a few days ago. Who knows if that module will be the same? I don't know if this will be the color. I don't know if that module is going to blend in. I've compared the 11R to my existing 11, and it's practically the same. Seems like the dimensions are the same and everything like that. But of course, now the R is going to have 2 cameras, and of course you've got the regular size here again with same module. With the 3 cameras, right? So I guess one of them is going to be a wide, and then of course you'll have the telephoto on the regular, right? So, but apparently there's been more talk lately in the leak space about the 2020 iPhone. You've seen those tweets and everything, right, Viper? So,
oh yeah, 5G,
in-display fingerprint, apparently, et cetera. People have the option, kind of thing. So, didn't I say it last year? 2020 will be the year that they do in-display. Should be interesting to see if it actually happens.
I don't think Apple's going to put an in-display fingerprint sensor on the iPhone. They are so far in on Face ID.
Well, I'm not saying that they would get rid of Face ID.
Right.
They would give people the option of, right? So,
and we know how much Apple is about giving people options. So, that's one of those things I'll believe when I see it.
Things could change now with Mr. I've gone. Who knows, right? So, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll find out. I think we got my man Jay Will in the chat. What's up, Jay? How you doing, man? Let me address Jay Will for a second here. So I'm sitting back watching the video, right? I'm watching the Jay Will video. He does these premieres on YouTube, and he likes to chill in the live stream with the folks while one of his videos is going on. I respect that. So he's talking about creators that he thanking creators for creating, and I'm sitting back watching, and he going through different creators that like he watches and he rocks out with, and he's mentioning cats like MKBHD, Flossie Carter, things like that, and then he just casually drops a Viper in there. Now I know Jay Will watches me. I mean, we've established that, so I'm okay with that. I'm good with that. But when the dude starts mentioning me with people like Flossie and MKBHD, I'm like, whoa, bro, like whoa. So shout out to my man Jay Will, man. I appreciate the fact that you rock with me, man. I mean, like I said on Twitter the other day, like I don't have the biggest sub count on YouTube and things like that, but the one thing that I do have that I will never like be down about is I know I have the respect of my fellow creators. Like there are a lot of creators that rock with me, and I know this because they've been on my live streams, they watch my videos, even if they don't comment. I know they watch my videos because of what they say to me when they come on my live streams, and it's just the fact that they do come on the live. So I know I have a lot of creators that watch my content and support what I do, even though I'm not the typical YouTube techie. I'm not the slow talking, monotone, professional YouTube presenter and all that stuff. But a lot of people rock with me, even though my sub numbers aren't the highest of the high. A lot of people rock with me. So I will always take solace knowing that my creative peers support me. And I think that as long as that continues to happen, then I know I'm on the right path. So shout out to Jay Will. Shout out to the other creators like you, Zach, and John that rock out with me and support me. Thank all of you all, because it doesn't go unnoticed, man. I try to watch and comment on pretty much everybody's video because I want to show that support for you guys that you show for me. So thank you all. I appreciate it, man. No doubt.
His channel's been around since 2006. I didn't realize he'd been around that long, but he recently hit over 100,000. So
he did.
Good for him, man.
Yeah, he's been rocking out for a long time.
I wonder if he got his plaque yet. I haven't really.
I think he just hit it like about a week or so ago, but probably not. But yeah, he's been doing the thing for a while. So shout out to Jay Williams, man. And he also has a second channel about cars, I think called Silverback 392 or something like that. So
everybody's doing car channels now.
Everybody,
I know it's on Twitter. I'm like, maybe I should do one about my Hyundai Santa Fe.
hey,
nobody cares.
Come on, Zach. Go exhibit and pimp your ride, baby. Pimp your ride.
I'm getting the Escalade next month.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, I'm getting an Escalade next month.
What year?
2019.
Oh, he did fancy.
I had to special order. And yeah, it's coming in. I'll put some pictures on Twitter and Instagram. So yeah, it'll be fun.
Ooh.
It'll be fun.
I need pictures. You getting a 2019 Escalade? I need pictures, bro. I need pictures.
It's gonna be sick. Like my wife was completely against it, and I'm like, just come sit in this. So you went to the dealership, and she's like, "You're gonna drive me in this?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "I'm gonna feel like a princess." And I'm like, "All right, sold."
Bam! right. You know, when they say no initially, but then you give them the come in there, baby. Come in there.
she's like, it smells so good in here.
You know,
it better smell good.
What is that thing Flossie Carter says? Smells like.
Exactly. Yep. No, it's gonna. I'm so paranoid. I'm paranoid about vandalism, but we'll see what happens. I guess that's why you get insurance. So, my
man, that the Escalade took one whiff of the smells like take my money.
I only had to give up one kidney. Only one kidney.
So while I got you all here, wait a minute, hold on. Nope, that's wrong. I was gonna say while I got you all here, the channel has still not reached monetization eligibility yet because I still don't have 1,000 subscribers. This is like the slowest of grind when it comes to doing a live stream channel. Trying to actually grow it because it's not really. I don't really run it the way I run my regular channel. But if you guys want to support monetarily, if you feel up to it, hit the Buy Me a Coffee link, which I just painted in the chat. It's not required. It just helps me out, helps me to possibly get more things to talk about and things like that. So if you guys are willing to donate, hit the link to Buy Me a Coffee. Like I said, not required, but every little bit helps. So if you want to and you feel inclined, the link is there for you. And technically, T is back. I wanted to know we were talking about him.
I'm talking in a good way.
Yeah, we were talking about. Technically, T, we were talking about you, bro. We were agreeing with your assessment of the Galaxy Note 10. Me and Zach agree with you that it's not going to be that big of a deal, man. People are making it out to be the second coming of Jesus Christ, and they're going to be sadly disappointed when it comes out.
I mean, they're gonna hype up, like, they're gonna hype up in the presentation like the smallest features, right? But honestly, when you compare it to the 10 Plus or even the 10, it's not going to be. I mean, physicality, obviously, battery might be a little bit bigger, right? But in terms of what it brings,
yeah, like T been saying, it's not gonna it's probably gonna be overhyped. It's not gonna bring much new to the table.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a big S10 Plus with an S Pen, pretty much.
Yeah. So when I read that leak earlier this week about how the Note 10 is going to have the same camera module and everything as the Galaxy 10, that just turned me off. I'm like, if that's true, then I'm out, because like that's a major feature for me, right? It's kind of like when you buy a house and your realtor will ask you what are the top 10 features you have, and you can usually get about half of those, right? Camera's like my top 1 or 2, right? Like I gotta have that killer camera, right? So, and if it's gonna be the same, I mean, what's the point, right? So, although I do miss having a stylus on the Note 9, I still have my Note 9. Hey, guess what? I sold the Mate 20 Pro.
You still haven't sold it yet? Oh,
no, I did sell it. I'm meeting with the guy tomorrow.
Oh, you sold it?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that though, because Huawei, they've recently been kind of allowed back into the good graces of the U.S. companies. Now they are still blacklisted.
Still not with the carriers officially, but yeah.
Right, but U.S. companies are now allowed to conduct business with Huawei again. So I think I asked this question a few weeks ago. A lot of people felt like it wouldn't happen, but I'll ask you, Zach. Do you feel like Huawei will ever be allowed, like, with U.S. carriers, like into the U.S. and being sold to carriers?
Well, okay, so the name like Huawei, like even up here in Canada, you could a lot of Bell and I think Telus carry them. No, Bell and Rogers do for sure. I'm not sure if Telus do, but up here in Canada, we sold them for years. But even then, I've talked to some of my friends that run carrier stores, and the name is just like it's like the plague when people walk in. Like, no, I don't want to look at a Huawei phone. I'll look at Samsung. I'll look at Alcatel. I'll look at LG. I'll look at Apple, right? So Huawei needs to definitely. It's amazing how just a few weeks of, or even a month of bad PR and this and that and the news and everything has kind of basically destroyed any good name they have. So Huawei's going to have to spend the next probably year or so, year and a half, building that back up. Now, do I think it's going to slow them down as a company? No, because they've been prepared for this. I don't see them in carrier stores till. I see them going back in carrier stores, but not next year, maybe the year after. And I don't mean like major. I mean maybe like a T-Mobile, but nothing major like an AT&T or Verizon or something like that.
But see, that's the thing, though. They were never in carrier stores in the U.S. to begin with. Oh.
No, they weren't. But it's going to have to be a slow. They have to build up the public trust again, and then kind of go from there. Who knows what will happen after the election? Kind of thing. The things could just turn around, but. Yeah, they're gonna they have to get that public perception, back from the negative over to the positive, and then they can go back to the carrier stores. So that's why you got these Twitter. That's why they made a Twitter account called Huawei Facts or something like that.
Yeah,
it's their own, right? Of course, it's going to be all positive propaganda here and there, but they need to be a little more transparent, I think, and definitely get U.S. governments and people writing positive articles about them and how they've. How they changed this, how they changed that, how they open the books this, how they, because right now they're still, I wouldn't say they're very secretive. They're very, the books are not as open as what they could be, like say with a Samsung or something like that, right? So.
All right, so I heard something about a Mortal Kombat movie coming, and apparently this new Mortal Kombat movie could actually have fatalities in it.
What? You mean they're gonna be true to the source material? Was this announced at Comic-Con?
No, it was announced like 8 days ago. It said Mortal Kombat movie will be R-rated and include fatality. Now this I want to see.
Yes,
because that would be epic.
It would be. Because remember how bad they were? They're terrible. They were terrible. Did you see the Top Gun teaser?
I did.
Oh my god.
Yeah, a lot of people were losing their ish over this, man.
Oh man. Like You know what? Honestly, anything with Tom Cruise, I'll watch.
I bet Tom Cruise does not age. I don't know what serum he's been drinking, but the dude literally does not age.
Scientology is what it does to you.
I guess.
I don't know.
I don't know, but the dude doesn't age. But I was thinking about the Mortal Kombat thing because I'm looking at your background there, Zach, and I see you got that Street Fighter running, man. How's that treating you?
My kids play it more than I do, and my son's kicking my ass at it. He always plays Blanca. I'm always Ryu. He just destroys me.
Yes, Jillian. There is a new Top Gun movie coming out with Tom Cruise.
It's called
2020.
I think it's called just Top Gun Maverick, or it might be Top Gun 2 Maverick. Or I don't know.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Top Gun 2 Maverick, and the trailer is out. So if you want to watch that trailer,
the
on YouTube, and you'll pull it up.
The visuals just in that, like, it just, yeah. I mean, if it's an excuse for Tom Cruise just to fly around on an F-16 for 2.5 hours, I'll watch that. I don't care, man. Guy does everything. So,
my man, I think it was Ed Harris in the movie. He was like, "Maverick, you should be dead."
Yeah.
And Tom Cruise goes like, "Maybe, sir, but not today."
What do we say to the god of death? Not today.
Not today. Right.
That's what I thought when I saw it. I'm like,
not today.
Now, did you hear about how D&D from the writers from Game of Thrones skipped out the last second on the panel at San Diego Comic-Con?
I wonder why.
Oh, I wonder what. Like, the entire cast is supposed to be there, and at the last second, we can't. We got scheduling. We can't, because they're gonna get roasted,
harassed, and everything else in between. Nobody wants to see them or hear from them. They better hide out forever.
Yeah, because these panels usually have like a half hour of like them all talking, people and then they have a lineup of fans that can ask questions and everything, right? And that's why they skipped out. My wife is going nuts because they just announced today that the fourth season of Veronica Mars is available for streaming as of today. It's supposed to come out.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
supposed to come out in 2 weeks. Now I watch it with her only because of Kristen Bell. Okay, I have no idea what's happening in the show, but she's so cute. So,
well, my girlfriend forced me to go see the new Lion King tomorrow.
Your what?
My girlfriend, yeah, I know, right?
Girlfriend,
I know, right? I gotta go to the damn Lion. I did not want to go see the Lion King. I only know one person that's really excited about the Lion King, John Crowley. He was like all giddy about it. I had no plans to go to see the damn Lion King, but apparently that's what's happening tomorrow. So anyway, what it is.
You're gonna go see the Lion King?
Apparently.
From what I've read in the reviews, if you've seen the cartoon, there's nothing new presented except some.
Yeah, I hear it's like a frame by frame, like a remake of the cartoon, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's the purpose of that? I don't understand the purpose. Whatever.
You know what it is? If you look at the last few live action they've done, Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast, whatever. Okay, you look at what they're redoing. They're remaking everything in live action from their golden era, from the years of all those. I mean, because we got the new Little Mermaid coming out, right?
Yep.
They're gonna be doing all sorts of stuff, and I think there's certain ones like Beauty and the Beast was pretty cool. My kids like that one. That was kind of cool to watch in live action. Lion King I won't be seeing. I'll definitely go see. I haven't seen Aladdin yet, only because nothing against Will Smith, but Robin Williams was just so funny in that. Just
can we get a live action Thundercats though? That's what I want.
Oh, that'd be cool. Live action Thundercats.
Thundercats. That's what I want, y'all. I want a live action Thundercats. Thunder.
Oh, by the way, I just found this out today. The actor that plays Billy in Stranger Things, Billy.
Yep.
He played the Red Ranger in the Mighty Morphin's Power Ranger movie that came out a couple years ago.
Oh, that is him.
That is him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. The more you know. Whew.
Talented guy. He's actually Australian, apparently.
Yeah. Isn't it crazy how they can change accents and things? It's wild.
Oh, and by the way, you've heard about Ghostbusters 2020, right? How they're redoing Ghostbusters again? It's going to be a direct sequel from Part 2. So it cuts out that remake they did. They're actually filming it here in Calgary and around Calgary. So there's been things in the article. They got the guy with the messy hair from Stranger Things, Mike or whatever. That actor he's in it. But there's been some sightings here and there of like Dan Aykroyd and stuff like that. So yeah, they're filming it in my hometown. So cool, right?
Yeah. So Zach, we got to talk about the Pixel 4, bro.
Mm-hmm. I hear the camera module looks like this.
It looks a lot like that, Zach. It is a carbon copy replica of the rumored iPhone 11. So what are your thoughts on the impending Pixel 4?
You know what? Like, so they wasn't there a leak the other day that showed that it has a bezel at the top?
Yeah.
And everybody went mental.
Yep.
I'm actually looking forward to it. I mean, despite the fact that my Pixel 3 burnt my hands.
Let's pause for a minute. Because if there's anybody that's had more problems with pixels, it's been you. You like if they really like if Google wants a real like live, like honest, genuine take of the pixel, just put it in your hand because if anybody can like run into bad luck with pixels, it's you. This dude Zach brought not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7 Pixel 2s because
2 XL.
Like 7 of them. And then he gets the Pixel 3 and he's playing hot potato with it on a live stream. He's on a live stream playing hot potato with the Pixel 3 because it's so hot he can't even touch it. Like, what is with you and Pixel, bro?
I don't know, and I'm a fan. I've always said this. I was always a fan of the Nexus line, and I like the Pixel line mainly because the camera is just so killer. Although vanilla Android, when you compare it to some things that Samsung and Huawei and this and OnePlus have done, is actually very boring. But if you look at the functionality, there's still great phones. The 3A is a complete steal.
Yeah,
I would say if anybody wants a killer camera and just simple, get that 3A. I've told a bunch of friends and family to get them. So I don't know what my luck is. I guess I'm just picky, and you know, I noticed these differences. It's kind of funny because whenever I got that blue screen on the 2XL, and I showed other people that had it, look how your screen does this. They couldn't unsee it. I always felt bad. I went to a couple of client meetings and like, hey, have you seen how your phone does this? Oh, why'd you have to show me that? Right. So I don't know. It's interesting how I wasn't sent a phone last year. Obviously not recently because I've been a little inactive and everything. But I'm looking forward to the 4, the Pixel 4. And like I said at the top when you started here, I'm looking forward to seeing how Google kind of presents themselves because they've already kind of come out and said, yeah, this is what it looks like. And, you know, they kind of trolled all of us last year. Right. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing that aspect of it and everything and kind of just sitting back and enjoying the ride. It should be, I'm hoping it'll be as fun as it was last year. Yeah.
Yeah. So Google sent me a Pixel 3a XL. Mm-hmm. I'm hoping they send me a Pixel 4. I have my doubts though, because I'm thinking they're going to send it to the big wigs. But then again, everybody had a Pixel 3 last year, so maybe I'll get lucky. I don't know, but I hope they send me the Pixel 4. But I just find it hilarious how they are really trying to follow in Apple's footsteps with the Pixel. The original Pixel looks a lot like an iPhone. Mm-hmm. The Pixel 2 found its courage and lost the headphone jack. The Pixel 3 had a grandma saggy titty notch.
Yeah.
And now the Pixel 4 is looking eerily similar to the rumored iPhone 11. So it's like, I don't know, it's like whatever Apple's doing with the iPhone, Google's like, we're going to try to do something similar with the Pixel. But they never really add like any standout features to the Pixel. I mean, the only standout feature is the camera. Other than that, it's just stock Android. So I wonder if they're finally going to take a chance with the Pixel 4 and bring something new to the table.
Well, I mean, with the Pixels, you get obviously the excellent camera. I think everybody can agree on that. But of course, you get the updates right away. Although I will say on my Galaxy here, I have been getting updates on a regular basis in terms of security and the new night mode. But again, my Galaxy phone is directly from Samsung, so with carriers that might be different. Again, that's a carrier issue, right? All carriers have always blocked stuff, except when it comes to Apple and Google. So you get the regular updates. You're going to get access to the AI, phone blocking features and stuff like that, right? So, I mean, that's kind of cool and everything. But I mean, for your quote unquote average user, are they really going to go for that? I don't know. When I talked to my carrier friends over the last couple of years with Pixel phones, the only way they were able to push Pixel phones was because they offered them on, $100 on a 2-year contract, or they had to compete on price basically, right? Because people they know the Google name, not necessarily the Pixel name. Although the marketing is pretty thick out there when they do announce the phones. So I don't know. I hope Google keeps with it. I understand I see what they're trying to do with the whole, accessories, this and that, and trying to build their own type of not proprietary ecosystem, but something similar, right? Kind of like Apple, right? But there's still room for improvement and everything like that. They have made a lot of strides since the first Pixel, in my opinion. So
yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, they've mirrored Apple in a lot of ways with the Pixel, but they really haven't had any standout features with the Pixel. But I did a video earlier this year talking about how the Pixel 4 could bring some new technology that will bring maybe possibly hand recognition, so you can like do motions with your hand and it might pick those up. Now I don't know how that's gonna fit in.
Are you talking about like gestures or different from that?
Kind of like what LG tried to do with the G8, but only more precise.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, I think they will call it Project Soli. So that they might bring that to the Pixel 4, but I mean I don't know if that's gonna even like stand out.
Which LG do you have right now? You have the G50?
I have the V50 ThinQ 5G. Yep, I have the V50 ThinQ 5G. Awesome phone. I just don't think it's worth $1,000, but awesome phone though. Not bad. But like I said, I don't know. I just need. I mean, I think Dave West did a video about the Pixel like a year or so ago, and I did a response video. And in that response video, I talked about how the fact that Google doesn't really care about the Pixel line of phones. They just see the Pixel as a gallery for stock Android. Like the only thing they care about with the Pixel is the way that stock Android is presented. Because there's all these different variations with Android as far as Samsung, LG, Huawei. They all have their Android skins. They alter the art in some way, shape, or form. So when Google gets a chance to bring out a Pixel phone, they're bringing out their ideal version of stock Android that they want to present, and they care about that more than they care about the actual Pixel phone. But I would really like to see Google like actually give a damn about the Pixel phone and do something to make it stand out, because up until now they really haven't.
Yeah, no, and we see kind of how kind of hokey Google can be with hardware and software. So, as an example, one of the apps that I love from Google, and they're going to discontinue updates for it as of August 1st, is Google Trips. So I could book a hotel or a flight or anything, and it would pull all that information from my Gmail into my Google Trips, and I just have to go into the app, click on my trip, and here's all my stuff, right? I know which hotel I'm going to, who my car rentals through, and everything. That they're going to discontinue service with that. We've seen Google do this over and over and again with different apps and this and that. Your Google Drive your photos in there no longer sync with Google Photos. I don't know why they did that. They said they discontinued that because of issues. And I think officially, as of a couple of weeks ago, Google is no longer supporting, or they're done with their tablets. Which I mean, the 3 people that bought them are going to be devastated.
Right, exactly.
So, it makes me wonder: are they just kind of saying, "Okay, let's focus on this," or are they just easily giving up? And it just, I don't know. That's the only thing that kind of worries me about when it comes to Pixel phones, is that is the support going to be there beyond 2 years?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Who knows? But I mean, if you want to get your update the quickest on Android, the Pixel is the way to go. And before I go any further, shout out to my man Evit, man, for the $20 donation, man. Thank you, sir.
Oh, that's nice.
Definitely appreciate you rocking with me, buying me a few coffees, man. Brought me a few coffees. So thank you, Evit, man. I appreciate it. So I want to talk about something that John Prosser put out on Twitter. He just tweeted that podcast is the superior form of content. Now, I don't know if he's talking about content consumption or just content in general, because if he's talking about content in general, I'm going to have to disagree. Like, I think video is superior to podcast as far as actual content. But if he's talking about content consumption, then I'll agree, because it's a lot easier to consume a podcast than it is to consume a video.
I think it depends. I think it depends on the person. So for myself, when I'm commuting from A to B or whatever, I'll either have the local radio news, like with news updates or traffic every 10 minutes kind of thing, or I'll have on one of my Sirius XM stations, or I'll have on one of my podcasts, either yours or somebody else within our space kind of thing, right? For those trips. Like I know, for example, El Jefe Reviews, Jeff, because his commute is so long, he usually listens. I think he listens to a lot of podcasts, I believe, or at least listens to YouTube audio. For myself personally, I'm a visual person, so I'm on YouTube all the time, to the point where lately I've had to take off my glasses. I think I have to get a new prescription. So, but I mean, the rise in popularity of podcasts in the last year, I don't think you can really deny it. So again, it's good to diversify yourself if you can kind of speak to that, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, and I even read a report about it day or so ago that's saying that Apple is actually investing into original podcasts. So it's serious that Apple is actually looking into it. So podcasts are definitely on the rise. I remember Roberto Blake telling me this earlier this year that 2019 is the year of the podcast. I mean, I started mine back in January.
Yep.
And then Spotify made that acquisition of my podcast platform, Anchor. So people
Spotify bought Anchor?
Yes.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yes. They brought Anchor and they brought another platform called Gimlet or something. But,
okay.
But yeah, Spotify acquired Anchor. So there's definitely something happening in the podcast space because a lot of people are like jockeying for a position with these podcasts. So definitely on the lookout. But as far as content itself, I think that video is still superior because I'm kind of like a visual person. I need to be able to see what's happening in order to learn the best.
Yeah, same here.
So I feel like video is better for me because I can see what's happening and I can mimic what I see, or I can at least I can follow along to try to learn what I need to learn or something like that. Or I can see how something is presented or how it fits into what I wanted to fit into via video.
Yep.
But the thing about podcasts is that podcasts allow for a longer form of content, and it's more easy to consume because you can pretty much consume a podcast anywhere and everywhere. Yep. Like you were saying earlier, you can like be driving to work and consume a podcast, or you could be doing something else and consuming a podcast. I mean, you could be in a variety of different situations and consume a podcast. You really can't do that with video. So as far as content consumption, yes, I definitely agree that podcast is the superior form of content consumption. But as far as getting actual content itself, I still feel like video is superior.
I think it depends on the type of content. So generally speaking, everything we've talked about tonight could be easily listened to and understood, right? Except for when I say, hey, look at this, right? That doesn't make any sense to somebody on a podcast, listening to a podcast, right? So yeah, I think as long as you present it properly and you can keep it engaging and exciting, everything like that, and you're not putting people to sleep while they're driving, you're good to go. It's interesting. I subscribe to a lot of dash cam video channels, just the ones that are like North America. And it's interesting. If I go back a year and a half, a lot of videos were either just the sound of the person driving, like the noise, like the audio pickup, or music. But lately, in the last 6 to 8 months, there's always like a podcast playing in the background, right? When people are driving and then, they get into an accident or they witness an accident on the dash cam. So it's kind of interesting going back and watching like a year ago and then seeing, I mean, that's just the people that are submitting their videos. Who knows, right? But it's kind of, the rise of the podcast, if you will, right? So
yeah, and
you know what I want to talk about? I want to ask your opinion because I only heard about this today. Some girl with a van has like a million subscribers now. Yeah. What?
She put out 2 videos and she has over 1 million subscribers. I guess she got it in like 3 weeks or something like 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, yep, that is true.
How does that happen?
Apparently, she had a large following on Instagram, and they just follow her over to YouTube. Apparently,
really,
that's what happens. Yeah. Wow. And I think somebody said something about her. She might have been on TV, or she might have made a TV appearance too. So that kind of helped a lot too. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, see, technically, he's listening to us while he walks the dog. That's awesome. See, that's great about the YouTube app because you can turn. I do that on a regular basis. Like I'll be listening to one of my. I don't know what I've been listening to lately or watching, but I can hit the power button, turns off the screen. I can keep on listening, right? So,
yeah, that's the cool thing about the background music feature on Android or with YouTube, and that you can do what T's doing and listen to it in the background.
Do you use the YouTube Music app?
No, not at all.
What's your go-to? Is it Spotify?
Apple Music.
Apple Music, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I flip between Google Play, and Spotify.
I've used Google Play in the past, but yeah, I'm an Apple Music guy.
Yeah. Good. I find that the Spotify, I like how Spotify makes those random lists for you. Like, hey, here's a new, based on your likes and everything. I'm like, all right, so turn it on.
Yeah, like technically, T said that the van girl has a crazy IG following, so that's how she has all those subscribers on YouTube.
Oh, and that other girl got recently canned from IG.
She got 86.
I don't know who she is. I just know that she has pink hair and she sold her bathwater. Like what?
Belle Delphine and Instagram said, "Get out of here." They gave her the boot.
Was she doing naughty stuff on there?
No, no. Like you said, she was selling her bathwater and things like that. She wasn't doing anything like naughty, but I think there was some type of report that said that they could prove that the bathwater wasn't hers or some stupid stuff. I don't know, but yeah, she got the act. She gone.
Who buys that?
Bruh, it sold out. The bathwater sold out. That why?
I'm in the wrong business.
You know, like I talked about this, I think a week or so ago, but it's all the dudes out there that get no buns, right? They sitting at home in their mama's basement, they get no buns, they looking at Pornhub or some porn magazine, and she's selling bathwater, and they want that type of visceral, imaginary relationship with her. And they buy bathwater, bro. They buy the bathwater like crazy out here.
I don't like that part of the internet. Stay away from me. Oh, Greg. Well, Greg, I'll buy your bathwater. Greg, I'll buy your bathwater.
Yo, you don't like the weirdo part of the net? It's a deep weirdo part of the net, bro.
I've been some weird places, but man.
What's up, Greg? How you doing, man? A rare Greg Gadget appearance. That's what's up. Ooh, we got everybody in the live stream tonight. I'm liking this. This is what's up.
Can you believe that already half of the year is gone?
Dude, I don't know where the year is gone. I don't know, man.
It's insane.
It is insane.
I have a question. I have a question for you.
What's up?
Are you planning or hoping to go to Vid Summit?
I would love to, but I don't see it happening. I just don't have the finances. I mean, even last year I got pretty lucky with being able to go. So yeah, I don't think so. Are you going?
I'm on the fence. I really want to go for the social aspect.
You're on the fence even after last year?
Yeah, like I really enjoyed my time and everything, but it's so damn expensive for a Canadian, man. Because you got to convert that to I mean, I think it's $7.95 US, and then you convert it to Canadian, it works out to $1,025 or something like that. And then plus flight, plus hotel, right? Like it ain't cheap. Like it's expensive for everybody, right? So
it's real quick, yep.
Yeah, and just because I'm in the middle of relaunching everything and how I want to do the channel and everything like that. So I don't know. It might. I mean, yeah. I'm gonna make a decision by the end of this month. I'll know by next week, basically. But as it stands right now, it's a no.
So Mr. Beast brought part of this summit. What the hell does that even mean?
I don't know, but it's kind of funny because I read the headline about it 24 hours before Daryl announced it, because it was on some sort of online website that announced it and everything like that. So I guess he just bought into part of it. Right. I don't know what percentage or anything like that. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means that Daryl's looking to offload it.
I doubt who knows? That's his baby. I don't think he's offloading it. But.
Yeah, it's amazing how things have changed though, because he was sitting in the crowd with us last year. Like,
we didn't even know. We didn't even know.
We didn't know he was there, but he was in the same crowd as you and I when we were at the talks, right?
Yep, he was there.
And then here we are. It's amazing how things have changed in a year, right?
And now he's gonna be speaking this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not to mention he's a part owner now. He's part owner and he's speaking.
Yeah. So I don't know what percentage or what that means or anything like that. Yeah, I guess. I mean, he'll be one of the speakers this year. So
yeah. I was in the same room with Mr. Beast last year and had no idea. Tell you how I swear how YouTube works, bro. Tell you, crazy.
It's crazy, man. Yeah, it's. I mean, you look at where, for example, where Jeff was last year, El Jefe Reviews, and how he's blowing up lately. Jeff is blowing up so much that people are faking to be him to get free product.
Yeah, what the hell is going on with that?
Yeah, some company reached out to another company, I think, using a fake email address that looks like Jeff's. Now, Jeff's recently changed it. And they had a toothbrush, like an electric toothbrush, delivered to them. Yeah. Wow. And so Jeff has changed everything like that. But again, it's up to the vendors to make sure they're validating and they're actually talking to the real people. So
why would a company impersonate a YouTube? Oh my God. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. But Jeff's got the address of where it was shipped to in Florida.
Wow.
And I just told him, I said, man, you should just get in touch with the authorities there and get them to pay a little visit and see what's going on. So, yeah, it's only been one vendor, but apparently, according to Mr. Mobile, you've made it now. Yeah.
Oh, he said it's not a company impersonating him; it's a scammer. Oh,
yeah. So I guess they reached out to the toothbrush company. They said, "Hey, I'm El Jefe Reviews. Here's my address. Ship it here. I'll do a Amazon or YouTube review or something like that." And then they reached out to Jeff. The toothbrush company reached out to Jeff via Facebook, Chinese company, saying, "Where's the review?" And Jeff's like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah.
See, and that's the thing that is another thing that pisses me off about brands. If you do your research, like we've been talking about tonight, they would have checked out Jeff's channel and realized that there is not a single damn toothbrush to be found on El Jefe Reviews audio review channel. But nobody did their research, and this is where we're at.
Yep. I mean, it's tech, but it's not. The dude does earphones. Come on, man. Right? So I can see Jeff like reviewing like a ear cleaner. That would make sense. Just kidding. Man.
I don't think
one of the things you put in your ear.
I mean, it's funny because me and Christian Taylor got an email a while back asking us to review a lunch bag. So I mean, I don't know.
A lunch bag?
A little lunch bag. Yes, it was stupid. I don't know what these companies be doing. I don't know what they be thinking, but a lunch bag, yeah.
Well, if we should all be starting to get spammed by emails between now and the mid-August because the quarter will be up, and they have budgets per quarter, and then going into October, November, December, that'll be the big push. So,
I really haven't got many. Well, I've gotten some emails this year, but I really haven't gotten many emails this year about reviewing stuff. Except for me, the Amazon people, which I won't even touch with a 10%.
Oh, I liked your Nomad, the watch band you got. That looks sick. It looks good, man.
Dude, don't even want to talk about that right now.
Oh no, what happened?
It bit the dust, bro.
Oh no, but it looked good in the pictures.
Oh man, it's amazing. I loved it, but it died.
I'm sure Chuck still loves you.
Oh yeah. I mean the video, dude. I made the video. The video's out, so that's good. But yeah, the watch band died.
It'll evergreen.
Oh, the video will be fine. I'm like, but that titanium watch band's legit. I love that thing.
Mm-hmm.
But Nomad in general, man, and the cable, like, what is up with they make cable with Kevlar? Like,
did you get one of the new ones, or is that one of the older ones?
This is the brand new Kevlar. Is
that the new one?
Cable. Yeah, this thing is legit.
Yeah, you could swing between houses with that.
You can pull a truck with this damn thing. You can pull a truck.
They're crazy.
With the cable. What is that?
Definitely worth the money. Yeah.
And a hell of a lot better than what Apple gives you in the box. Oh my God. Yeah.
So the question is with this year's that's what I'm wondering about. If this year's iPhone, if they're going to put a USB-C to Lightning,
that's the rumor.
With a faster block, obviously.
That is the rumor.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, I'm glad that Nomad gave me the cable because I'm just going to throw an Apple cable out and use the Nomad cable and be done with it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm using their wireless thing here to charge up the S10.
Oh yeah, I got mine underneath right here because we gotta have the wireless base on deck.
That's what I got here. Yeah.
Hey man, I got Nomad stuff all over the place. They're amazing. They're awesome.
Have you got their 3-in-1 cable or just 2-in-1?
I don't have any of that. What's that?
I have their 3. I can't. It's too short. I'm not going to unplug it here, but it's got Lightning, USB-C, and micro. So I can plug in my.
The base or the cable?
What's that?
Are you talking about the base or the cable?
No, the cable. The cable is a USB-A to Lightning, USB-C, and micro. It's like a different tips you have to change off.
Oh, yeah, I don't have that one. No.
Yeah, so I can plug in my mouse or plug in a phone that doesn't have wireless charging, like the OnePlus or something like that. Yeah, this totally convenient, and because this is a power delivery wireless charger, so that's why I think it's worth the money. So
yeah, Chuck and cool people. I didn't realize that he was on the Twitter. But yeah,
he runs the Twitter, I think, with somebody else and everything, and I think they have a different person that does their Instagram. But yeah, I like how they've kept their company small and everything like that. So
yeah, they're definitely legit, no doubt, no matter.
I've had drinks with the owners before, and that's some good times. I mean, I got pictures, but I can't show them. So
exactly, classified. We can't do it.
Yep. Let's just say we got Montreal.
We
got Montreal.
We got Buzz in the cut. What's up, Buzz? How you doing, man? So I've been alerted that my man Travis is going to be here pretty soon. So that's cool. That'll be an interesting conversation.
Have you checked out his new Instagram?
Yes.
I'm so savage.
Not only that, Zach. He got the whole new voice to go with it. Like, I'm so savage.
He's got the glasses and everything, right? I'm so savage.
Yeah, my man be like, I'm so savage. Cardi B drinks my bathwater. And then he does his face at the end like, I'm so savage. Cardi B drink my backwater.
So I want to backtrack to the whole iPhone thing and the whole module thing here right now. Okay. Yep. So you and we've seen this over the last couple of years, or at least by last year. Everybody always says, "Oh, it's so ugly," and this and that, but then they turn around when the phone's released and they're like, "You know what? That's no better." They keep track of the people, man. I'm telling you, keep track of the people.
John Proctor put out a tweet saying he thought that the back was ugly, and he was like, "Screenshot it. I'm not gonna change my mind."
Yeah,
I'm like, we know.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're so concerned about the back, I mean, I've said this before. I think it's kind of shallow, but that's just me.
It does. I mean, I've made fun of it before, but I mean, it's not going to affect how I use the phone, so I don't really care.
Yeah. I don't think people walk around going, "Look at the back of his phone. He's less than us." Like,
I'm more concerned about the fact that the damn thing is going to be wasting space again.
Yeah.
And it's just it irks me to no end, but where we're at, no.
I'm trying to decide if I want to go with the R again, or go with the Plus, or maybe just the regular. I think I'm just gonna go with the regular because I just like the way it fits in the hand.
Exactly. We have a mutual friend in the chat who says it's ugly. We are getting the painfully honest opinion in the chat here.
We should get Jason in here because
usually he asked me to jump in, but he has not requested. So I'm getting
Jason. You need to get in here because Jason brings on a lot of his own hurt. Unfortunately, I've told him this. I told him this, man. It's such a weird. Jason's a unique person. Let's just put it like that.
Jason is very opinionated, but but his opinion is why he is where he is today. He almost had 200,000 subscribers, so he's doing good.
True, he's killing it. He's
rocking the world. So shout out to Jason.
Mm-hmm.
But I meant what I said earlier tonight about him though. If he would have went the other way on his Frosty Carter video, he would not be where he's at today. I am not changing my mind. I'm telling y'all, it's the damn truth. Luckily, he went the right way with that and worked out, but can't do it, man. Can't be reckless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like going back to that whole figures wireless thing, I just think by next week, everybody will be forgotten about it, and I guess we'll see what happens, right? I don't think it's gonna hurt figures that much. And as for the guy at Android Police, I don't know. Whatever. I mean, he's gonna keep on doing this thing. So
yeah, he'll is this. He just won't be relevant in the tech space, but he'll is this. What else is going on in the world of tech? Zach?
So we got iPhones coming out. We were talking about that. We got the Note obviously coming out. Hopefully the Fold, Pixel. What else is coming out? Okay, there'll be a OnePlus 7T. We know that'll be coming out.
Yeah, apparently according to Ice Universe, there's going to be a OnePlus 7T Pro. Apparently,
there's I like the OnePlus 7 Pro. I think it's perfectly balanced for the price point it's at.
Every time you do that, it reminds me of Thanos.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's perfectly balanced. But there's nothing pro about this.
Not really, no.
Okay, and because I don't even know what the word pro means anymore because it's thrown around so much. Okay. Is it pro because it has a pop-up? Give me a break. Pop-up camera and everything? I don't think so. There's nothing pro about this. Yeah, I think that pro name is just thrown around a little too much. We've talked about this in the past. Is there a significant difference between a MacBook Air and a MacBook Pro? Yeah, there's a difference there in terms of pro, right? But for this, I think it's just a naming scheme. There's nothing pro about this. Now, does that make this a bad phone? No.
No, it's a good phone, but there's nothing pro about it.
There's nothing pro about it.
And apparently, Figures wants to talk to Technically T about reviewing their phone. I would tread lightly with that one, T. I mean, you can do what you want, bro. It's your world, but I would tread lightly with that one.
Figures wants to talk to me before reviewing their phone. Man, I would get that on audio. Just tell them that you're. That should be interesting.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. Now, answer me this: like, have you dug deep into Figures? Like, do you know much about them?
Nope.
Have they only been reaching out to? Let me just type in their name here. Have they only been reaching out to Black reviewers or African American?
I I think so because I know somebody Floss talking about how they reached out to Young Jeezy.
Yeah.
And yeah, he unboxed on a phone on his Instagram or something like that. So as far as I know, yeah. But I don't know. I haven't really been. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything they can do to bring some respect back on that product right now. And they need to lay low for a while after this.
Yeah, I don't know much about them, to tell you the truth, outside of what I've seen from Floss and on Twitter. Yeah, see if I scroll. Yeah, see now if I scroll through their Instagram, yeah, you can definitely see the angle they're trying to go for. Yep. Interesting, very interesting.
I want to lay low for a while. Exactly. Technically, they just said
there ain't a white person on here.
You said it. There it is.
There's nothing wrong with that, though. There's nothing wrong with that. I get it. Like it's marketing, right? I get it. But man, you got to be straight up with when you're sending out information to your influencers, I guess, right? So
yeah, like Boss said, if you're gonna send them a product, you got to give them all the details. You just can't like lie about it.
Yeah. But like I said, playing devil's advocate, Floss, he could have done a quick Google, like a GSM Arena check, and just to see. But at the same time, when someone sends you your stuff, and especially in the have you seen the presentation box that they send? It's like a big box, and it's got like
I heard it like
built-in monitor and this and that, and right? Yeah.
Oh, T said he reached out to them. Oh, you reached out to them? Okay.
It doesn't matter if they reached out to him or he reached out to them or whatever they reached out to him. I'd like to see technically do a review. It'd be very interesting.
Yeah, that would be interesting seeing T review one of their phones because we know how T does now. You don't mess around. T don't mess around, bro. You don't mess around.
So what else is coming out? What other phones should
I don't know, but the other big thing in the news recently is Tesla. I don't know if I've ever talked to you about that. Have we ever talked about Tesla?
Elon Musk is funny, man. That's a funny Twitter. That's a funny Twitter account to follow. I mean, I there's a few Teslas around here. Not nearly as much as what you see on the coast or anything like that. I think the hype is hype.
So you're not really into Teslas like that?
Not really, because I'm getting an Escalade. I mean, that's gonna be a gas guzzler. I can't wait. But I mean, I want to see a Tesla truck, and then you have my attention.
Supposedly they were working on one, but apparently for Simone Gertz, they didn't work fast enough, so she made her own Tesla truck.
I saw that. Yeah, like a Tesla pickup truck.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that. That looks cool.
Yeah, she shoot it up.
It just seems like it's a YouTuber thing to get a Tesla. You know who's getting a Tesla? Boogie's getting a Tesla.
Really?
Boogie 2988. Yeah, he's getting one.
You're right. It is such a YouTube thing to do to get a Tesla. It seems like that is the YouTube thing to do.
Yeah. You got a Mustang, right?
I got a 2005 Mustang. Yep.
2005?
Yep.
How many clicks you got on that?
Over 2,000.
Over 200. Over 200,000.
Over 200,000. Yep. It still runs like a champ.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Runs like a beauty. Runs like a beauty.
So you're a busy guy. I mean, you're publishing videos, you're doing the podcast, you're on the Twitter, and now there's a lady in the life.
We got the B-roll. We got the B-roll, y'all.
Perfect time.
Oh, no. What'd I miss? What happened?
Oh, you missed everything, man.
I was about to grill Viper about his new lady friend, but we won't go there.
Oh, look at that. It is perfect timing then.
We're not grilling. But yeah, a little busy. But we got Mr. I'm So Savage in here. What's up, bro?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
We got to talk about that because how did you come up with that? Why did you come up with that? Like, because it's blowing up apparently.
Yeah. So at VidCon last week, thanks, Jeff. So what happened last week? I was at VidCon, and at the end of one of the sessions, or one of the days, I was walking back to the hotel, talking to one of the guys from vidIQ, and I don't know, randomly we were talking about I don't know, just silly stuff, and I was like, it'd be funny if if everything was so savage and all this other stuff. And I said it would be so savage that like I left the toilet seat up and just dumb stuff, just really dumb stuff. But then we just kept going back and forth, and we were like crying. We were laughing so hard. And I said, well, I should probably do a YouTube channel for it. And I was like, that's silly. The next day came back. Someone said, oh, I heard you were doing something yesterday. And I go, so I broke into character, and they started laughing. And I go, this is interesting. Maybe I should do something. I realized that YouTube wasn't the right platform. So I was like, well, let me try Instagram. I don't really know much about Instagram. I've had Instagram for like probably 4 or 5 years, and I have like 450 followers, and most of that is from this past year being on YouTube. And I threw it on there and threw a couple of the things I said while I was at VidCon, and then since then, and it's crazy. It is absolutely insane what's happening over there. The amount of engagement is not like anything I've ever seen. My phone's battery is literally, I'm losing battery life on all the notifications I'm getting. And that sounds like, what are you talking about? I'm being 100% serious. I just checked it out. I have over an hour and a half of Instagram battery usage, but like 2 hours of like screen time. So that means that not all of that is Instagram, but enough of it is that my battery life used to be like, I was telling people I was taking my OnePlus 7. I'd charged up at like 9 p.m. at like 50%. I was at noon today and I was at like 43%. I'm like, I can't do that. I gotta have a separate phone just for Instagram. It's really
like
been
some
weird.
of your Instagram posts have gone over 1,000 views, bro. You are getting it done.
Almost half of them have. That's the weird thing. Like more than half of them have over 1,000 views. And then I was like, well, let me hook this up to TikTok. Well, Paul Grosclose told me I should be on TikTok too. He says it's like the perfect platform for that. So I said, all right, it is kind of the same thing. I don't really know anything about TikTok. I put a couple over there. One of those went to 7,400 views. And I'm like, I gotta be honest, I don't really know I'm in my head, I'm separating that it's a character, that character from me. And I have like guidelines for that character. That character can't respond to comments, can't follow anybody, can't go. I have so many DMs on that channel. I'm not responding to any of them. Like that character is a specific character, right?
Right.
And he has these guidelines, and I need to be separated from that. So I've never promoted my channel from him. I will never do that. And tomorrow's video is the last time I will promote from like my YouTube channel to him. Because as it goes further along, I'm going to continue to separate it out. I think that's going to be important because I don't necessarily think the crowds are the same.
This goes back to my tweet earlier this week. Which I was more the one where I said about moving people from create content on it, and I was more or less just repeating what Roberto Blake is basically.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be important also because I think the type of people that are watching both are not necessarily the same. There's a little bit of crossover of which I'm willing to promote a little bit, and tomorrow's the last time I'll do it, and then it's just going to be a separate thing. It's just I will never talk about the other thing ever again on either side. Because by this time next week, I'll have more than twice the amount of Instagram followers that I have on my real channel, my real one that I've had for years. Matter of fact, tomorrow, it's very likely I will beat how many Instagram followers I have by tomorrow. And I've had this thing for a week tomorrow.
That's awesome, man.
Funny how that works.
Yeah. So, and the thing that really flipped me out was when I did the roasting this morning, and I even tweeted about this, I was blown away how many people want me to roast them.
I thought mine was good. Mine was good.
Yeah.
Yo, the character, man, the character's legit, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So what's been going on? What did I miss in the Vyp Live?
The reason why I wanted you to come on here tonight, Travis, because of what I talked about in the first half an hour with Zach about respect. So Travis, I know you're aware what's going on with Flossie Carter, Figure Wireless.
Yeah.
But I was talking more about the beef between Flossie Carter and then David Rudder guy from Android Relief.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the tweet that David was sending out and being
so right before VidCon, I actually saw his tweets. Brandon, I think, pointed him out to us in the Discord. So I saw those. When I was at the airport, I had seen that Flossie had gone live while I was at VidCon, so I couldn't watch it. So I watched his entire live stream while I was in the airport, and I saw the tweets that he like apologized in. So I'm caught up. And it's funny because a couple of things happened, and I don't know if they were all captured because I did see that on Reddit. Reddit took took to say that they thought that they're the ones that brought Flossie down and made him remove the video. So in between the time that he did his live stream, I was like, I was like, where did that video go? And then I found, I never go to Reddit. Somehow I ended up on a Reddit stream where they were all on a Reddit thread where they're all like, yeah, we got him to take it down. Yeah. Because they were all talking smack about him. And then I saw the Android police thing and I'm like, what is going on? So I'm so glad he cleared the air. But yeah, all of a sudden, dude backed down, and I'm like, wow. Yeah, that was really interesting. I haven't heard anything else besides his tweets. Has anyone else backed down or something? Or
no. I was just talking about it tonight because the Android police dude was reckless as hell. Like you just don't go after Flossie Carter in the tech space. Just don't do that. That's not going to end well for anybody. And I brought up the example of Painfully Out of Texas Zach earlier tonight. When Jason did his Can You Trust on Flossie Carter, people were ready to absolutely annihilate Jason. If Jason would have went the other way, Jason would not be a full-time YouTuber tonight.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
It would have been bad. So luckily, Jason went the opposite way, and it was positive, and it was all good. But I say that to say that you cannot talk bad about Flossie Carter unless you got some concrete evidence to support your claim. You better not come out your mouth about Flossie Carter, otherwise it's gonna be bad. And I'm pretty sure he apologized because his Twitter probably got flame broiled once Flossie Carter called him out in that live stream. It was over with after that.
Yeah, Flossie or MKBHD, as we've come to find. Yeah, even if you're not being mean to him, regardless, it's not the guy that you'd want to go after. And I have a different kind of. First of all, I was a fan of Flossie for many years, just like you. And then some of the conversations I've had with him outside of Twitter and stuff have been really cool. And when I was reading this stuff, I'm like, listen, we don't necessarily know any particular person. Like if Flossie goes off after he gets off camera, we don't really know what he's up to. But there was nothing about what was being said that made sense to me. Like he's been pretty clear lately when there's a sponsored gig, and you can tell. One thing I never noticed was that White Shoes isn't in the sponsored gig. Like I didn't realize that until he mentioned it. I realized that he wouldn't say certain things, he wouldn't do certain things, so it was always very obvious when something was paid. Yep. And this Figgis thing, I almost like at first when he was blowing it up in the video, I'm like, oh, I might pull the trigger on this. Like he got me hyped. But in the same video, he was like, it's not really all that. So by the end of it, I'm like, okay, cool. So, I know what it is. But yeah, it's funny because I think the way that he came at him was so haterish. And I'm just so used to that now. Like I just don't even give the energy. But Floss is in a group of people who are not about that life. And I asked him about that specifically too, actually. I asked him a while back about haters and stuff. And one thing he had told me was just, block and move on. They're not stopping you from getting your money. But I think this was different because it wasn't just a hater in the comments. It was a guy trying to like break him down in some type of like logical way. And I think that's what the difference was. And as someone who respects, pretty much every other creator out there, I know that there's a thing between like website people and like YouTubers for some reason. I guess there's like this weird, like YouTubers will collab with each other, but a lot of times websites won't, and journalists. Like I don't even understand that. So I think there's just a different kind of thought process that goes into like a journalist or whatever, and he made a mistake. Yeah, at least he owned up to it.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, it's kind of like an old media versus new media clash. You like you said, you got the websites and the journals on one side, and you got the YouTubers on the other side, and the journals are kind of like envious and like mad at the YouTubers, so they kind of clash or whatever. And it's just, but you can't, even though you don't like YouTubers, you cannot come reckless at Flossie Carter and not expect consequences. Like there's gonna be consequences. Like it is what it is.
I mean, and it was really ignorant too. What he said, it was what he even said didn't even make sense.
And it's not the fact that he was critical; it's the fact that he crossed that line. Do you know what I mean? So you're telling me, so the initial tweet, wow, you're telling me a guy who basically yells for 45-minute stream of consciousness phone reviews from his backyard might promote a con artist? I am shocked, I say. Yeah. Like you don't have to, like, you know what I mean? Like I know that typically in text, there's no emphasis of tone or anything like that, but that's that's blatant what he's doing. Yep. You can be critical and say things, and you've done yourself, Travis, in some of your videos without being a dick. Yeah. Right?
Absolutely.
Right?
Like I there's things I could be critical of Flossie, but there's literally nothing that I feel strongly enough about that I would ever criticize him about. Like
I don't like his hair.
I just wouldn't. Exactly. Like I wish he would show his face more. But other than like seriously, like I love Flossie so much that I wouldn't even bother. And here's the other thing. People that I don't like, I don't even spend the time like expending the energy. You know what I realized the other day? I can't remember ever clicking thumbs down on a video. Because if I'm that uninterested, I just want to leave. Like I just want to watch it. I can't remember ever doing that. And it's not to say that people shouldn't do it because I believe it actually helps the recommendation engine for your videos, but it's just so much negative energy that some people will wait for a video to come out and hit thumbs down like right off the bat. And like, really, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Like, don't you have a job or something, life or something?
Yeah, people are weird, man. But like I said, that dude was just uber reckless. He clearly did not do his research. And the fact that he backpedaled doesn't surprise me because I'm pretty sure his Twitter got pedaled with Gene Gangsters and he couldn't handle it. He had to come out with a positive comment about Foster Carter because he was getting tired of getting pedaled.
Yeah, you see that sometimes.
Roberto Blake with the request.
Oh, Roberto wants to come in. Okay, Roberto. All right.
We're gonna get some knowledge spit. Roberto went to the lightsaber building thing at the Galaxy.
I did too.
Thing.
I did too. It was.
Did you get one made?
Didn't go in because you had to pay to go in, and it was really interesting because they were all in character. Like you couldn't ask any questions about the process. They actually, when you ask them, because you just pick the parts at the front, they don't even say that at the lightsaber building thing. The person I was with asked the person, "So how does this work?" And they were like, "There's junk parts over there, and then you can go inside and make something." And you're like, "Do you make lightsabers?" You go, "Well, I don't know. Maybe you make something that's that like it's like an illegal black market thing." But when you go in for the droid thing was awesome, and I almost did that because that was more reasonably priced.
I've seen videos online of the lightsaber thing, and just watching the experience gave me chills.
Yeah, I held one. A guy had just come out, and we got to actually hold it. And there was heft. It was beautiful, and I almost.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, "Woo!"
It's like $200 to do that thing, right?
That's the problem. And trying to get it on the plane and stuff. That was the part that kind of worried me.
Yeah, they give you a case to put in again, apparently, but still,
they do.
I would be afraid to transport that.
Buzz, appreciate your question, bro. I'm not gonna get too deep into that, but it's wrong, man. It's just wrong. Really no other way around it, bro. I'm not gonna go into it much more than that. It's wrong. That's all
there's been a line crossed and like I couldn't believe when I turned the television. I'm like, what?
It's wrong, bro. That's all I'm willing to say about it. It's wrong.
Yep.
Yeah. But this is like going back to this whole David Rudder thing, man. Like the old media versus new media battle. I mean, if you don't like YouTubers and things like that, that's all good in the world. But you better do your research before you come after the dude that's at the top of the take game, bro. That's just not going to end well. Not at all.
He's OG, man. He's OG.
Bro, you can't even do it.
Yeah, and there's people out there that I'm not like huge fans of, but you won't hear me be critical of any of them. And I dare anyone to try to even try to guess some of the people that I'm not a huge fan of, and you'd never know because I'm never going to say anything about it. So
it's no play for. Like Jeff said, if you don't like it, just keep it moving. Like who cares? Like
yep.
There's always going to be people that you don't like. It is what it is.
Travis, like I can still hear it in your voice. You're still recovering from VidCon, but how was your?
Why am I getting this watered down Travis tonight? I'm a little upset about this. What's going on?
I'm still getting over this cold. I'm getting over this cold, man. So my experience was I worked. You know what I mean? Like I didn't see too much. I did get to meet and see a lot of people. The only person that I can think of off the top of my head that I saw and I recognized as a creator but never said anything to was Audrey Amber. I saw her multiple times, but she doesn't know me from a hole in the wall, so I didn't even bother. But I saw I think Gabe Alter was there. We sat and chatted for a minute. Yep. I saw, of course, Roberto briefly. Boogie I met. I met and talked to Dave Mays. He's a cool dude. Gabe Mays? Shit,
Dan Mays?
Changed his name. Dan Mays. Yeah. Not Dan Mace, not the guy that's
you hung out with the Nimin guys.
Yeah, the Nimins, of course. I love the Nimins. Brian G. Johnson, we became kind of friendly. And then I think that was it. I mean, it was cool though.
Did you say Roberto Blake? Because he happens to be right there.
Yeah, Roberto and I, we briefly sat down, and then as soon as we sat down, started to talk. I had to get pulled back for some audits, but yeah, it was cool.
Roberto, what's going on with the light in the
T's
background?
silly, man.
What?
T's so funny.
What is going on with your light in the background, Roberto? What is that?
Oh, I forgot I was like filming. Hang on one sec.
Oh, you got the red light on. You got the red light special. Oh,
I think T's funny. Look what Tiny T said in chat. Technically, T knows good and full well. I own, I think, 3 pieces of other creator merch, and his is one of them. And I wear his probably more than I wear his more than I wear mine, because I think his designs on his merch is so good. I wear it all the time. Technically, T. And the funny thing is I don't agree with everything he says, but I like T as a person. I respect his game. I respect everything about him, and I love his merch. So I mean, it is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna respect the game every single time. Don't you worry about it.
Hey, Roberto.
What was that, Viper?
What's up, bro?
What's up? What's up?
How
Man,
you
it's been a
doing?
minute since I've been on one of these.
Yeah,
Like, we gotta find a solution for you before they kill off Google Hangouts in like a week.
Yeah,
Well, so they have that thing. You look up that Yard Stream thing. I
Oh yeah, I'm
you,
looking at that. Yeah, I remember you sent me that. Yeah.
Oh, StreamYard? StreamYard.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, cool.
So,
Like,
Roberto, I've been
go
talking about this Flossy Carter Android police situation. I don't know how much you're aware of this or not, but
you guys got me a little bit up to speed. I still don't know what initially.
Did you look at the link?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
But I couldn't tell what he was referring to when he wanted to talk about quote unquote shilling or promoting a scam or whatever it is he was trying to say.
Okay. So basically what happened is that this company called Figures came out with a new phone, and they asked Flossy Carter to do a review of the phone on its channel.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Android police dude was accusing Flossy Carter of taking money to talk about the phone, when in actuality Flossy Carter didn't take any money.
Here's the thing. Even if he did, so the what?
Right.
Right. But
you can't do an authentic anything if you take money. It's like, you know, I hate all these damn purity tests, but go on, Viper, because I'll get to my rant in a bit.
Oh, I knew we were going to go here. I knew we were going to go there.
But Flossy Carter in his live stream, he said that he does not take money for reviews. He takes money for ads. Like, if you want to showcase your product, then yeah, you got to pay him. But to do an actual review, all you got to do is send him the product, because he doesn't take money for reviews. So the Android police dude, I think, said in one of his tweets that Flossy was shilling, basically saying that Flossy Carter took money to review the product, when in actuality he didn't. And then he just went on to talk about how
you can't make those kind of claims without any evidence.
Exactly.
You can't make those claims without any evidence. And then when people want to do all these purity testers say, well, if you take money, you can't disparage a product, you can't say anything negative. I don't know what fucking contract they're signing, because when I don't like something in a contract, and I learned this from Jared Polin, Frono's Photo, one of the OG YouTubers, and somebody who no one is going to question the integrity of. And you know what you do? You cross out anything you don't want in the contract. You write in what you do want. You send it back to them and tell them that those are your terms. Now, I don't expect everybody to be a hardline baller negotiator or ruthless businessman or businesswoman, but I don't know what contracts all these other YouTubers are signing with that scream about authenticity and purity test and integrity and all this nonsense and everything like that. As if taking money means that someone abandons their integrity. That would mean they didn't have any to begin with, if that's all it takes and everything like that. And I hate to break it to people. Anybody ever work a day job? Anybody ever work a day job? Anybody ever sit there and say to themselves, Lord, this money is really not worth all this hassle?
Yeah.
Anybody ever said that? Anybody ever take money? Anyone ever take money and then go, man, it's not worth the hassle? You know what one of the upsides of being a YouTuber is? You can look and be offered something, and you have the luxury of saying no, because you could literally decide it's not worth the hassle. Because if you're smart, you make the same amount of money if you say no before somebody came to you. Right. And somebody came to you in a great position to say, no, I'm cool not doing extra work this month. I'm cool not having an extra headache, and I'm cool not dealing with some of the toxic people in this community the minute I put hashtag ad in anything.
Yeah.
Right? So I personally, I'm going to tell any content creator here, secure the bag and make good content. The end. Yep. And anybody who didn't read the contract that wants to open their mouth about the business deal and didn't read the contract is a piece of shit and doesn't know what the hell they're talking about and needs to F off with that, because if they didn't read the contract, you put something on the public domain, someone can argue that you can comment on it. But if you want to speculate on a business deal where you didn't read the damn contract, that's called slander as far as I'm concerned. And most lawyers would probably agree that if you decide to talk about somebody's business dealings and you weren't privy to those business dealings in any way, shape, or form, or involved in those business dealings or the contract that was signed, that makes you pretty much a liar. Or you're at best, or at worst, you're disseminating false information or making false allegations with no substantial backing, and you could just be considered negligent at that point. But that would be being generous, in my opinion. I would just say that you're an effing liar. Yeah. But that's me. That's my opinion.
Real talk with Roberto Blake, no doubt. So we know Travis was working, Roberto, but how was your VidCon?
My VidCon was good because I got to talk to a lot of great content creators. I got to hear a lot about people's stories and what people are struggling with, and also some great success stories from the community. I got to meet two really inspiring people. I got to meet Skip from Skip the Tutorial. He's got a gaming channel. He's Skip the tweets in Twitter. And you probably saw I shared 2 videos with him where he told his story about he had 200 subscribers when he came to my speech last year at VidCon. And this year he's returned to VidCon with over 140,000 subscribers. And he really took a lot from that speech that I gave at VidCon to heart, and my lecture there, which I put up on YouTube for anybody for free that wants it. But I talked a lot about the importance of focus and narrowing in on a very specific thing. And then I'm seeing things even today in the algorithm that make me more glad that I gave that talk, because it's much more ruthless and predicated on that now than it ever has been, to narrow in on like one thing or one overarching topic or category or niche. And then there was another creator, a female creator, and she is, I believe she might be like one of the only, to my knowledge, like successful Black creators in like the mukbang space, like in like doing, the foodie challenges.
Right.
And her stuff is funny. It's hilarious. Tosh Point Fro. Right. So Tosh actually went to a smaller event than VidCon that I was speaking at, and she only caught the tail end of one of my talks. And then I talked to her and her friend out in the hall. And one of the things I was adamant about, one, I insisted that they get TubeBuddy. And I explained to people that if you get the cheapest version of TubeBuddy, it's like buying 2 Fiji waters. What are you worried about? Right. So like that was the joke I made. She doubled down on her content. She had a channel that she'd kind of left for dead, hadn't uploaded to it in ever. And then she took it seriously, but she also took my multi-platform thing seriously, started watching all my content, and she went 100,000 in YouTube, 100,000 in TikTok, and 100,000 in Instagram.
Damn.
Multi-platform champion, right? And so she was on my fireside chat with Andrew Can and TubeBuddy, and she told her story, and she gave some advice to up-and-coming content creators, and she talked about what she learned from me. And I couldn't have been more impressed with like her story and her content. And the same thing for Skip. And it just occurred to me like how much I need to find and capture these success stories in the community, especially people who've learned from me, and show people that stop crying about being 2019, stop crying about thinking you missed the boat or you missed your chance. If you want it enough, and if you work hard enough, and if you're patient, then this can still happen for you, but you just have to be realistic about the amount of work you can do and how talented you actually are, and really work on your expectations. I think the reason that a lot of content creators don't enjoy making content is their expectations.
Absolutely. All right, before we go any further though, for any content creators that might be watching this right now or watching the replay, this email keeps going out about this spam email that is supposedly from YouTube or YouTube support, claiming that your channel has been reported for spam multiple times. They're asking for your channel password and things like that. It's a spam email. Delete it immediately. Report it. I've gotten this email at least 5 times now. It's kind of annoying. So I'm letting y'all know it's a scam, dude.
That's why I suggested. So under your contact information, where the about section is, you can fill in pretty much any email you want in there. Don't use the email that's attached to your Google account and your YouTube and everything like that. So for example, you might make another email like business at whatever channel yours is, or business, your channel name. Put that in there and use that across like all your contact information. Because I've received that, and that's not, I don't use business at ZachTalks.tech as my login for this. It's completely different.
Let me make it super clear to anybody.
Yeah.
Do not make the Google account, the Gmail account that's tied to your YouTube channel public and don't share that with people.
There you go. Boom.
Don't do it.
Yep.
Make another damn email address.
Mm-hmm.
Do not do it. Do not use your YouTube login account for PayPal. Do not do it. Okay? The end. Do not do it. Do not disclose that to people. Do not give that to people. Do not make that public.
Turn on two-factor authentication. Do yourself a favor.
Turn on two-factor authentication and set up a password, a verbal command password with your phone provider, your cell phone provider.
Yep.
Set up a verbal password so that nobody can just try and like clone your SIM or do any of this nonsense that people like to be doing. Yep. Like there's like you like and don't and let me take it one step further. Do not use the Gmail account tied to your YouTube channel for your other social media accounts.
Yeah.
I know it sounds like a lot of hassle, but that's what we get. There's a lot of assholes out here, and all you have to do is piss one person off, and that's you know, good night, Irene. So, like, that's just how it is.
Yeah.
Good advice.
Yeah, I changed my email a while back. Thought about that. I'm like, oh, that's a way into everything, isn't it?
Yep.
So my email is different.
Hey, Roberto, have you seen Travis's new Instagram?
I have not. I've heard all about it, and I have not yet.
You should go look at it, bro. It's so savage, Roberto. It's so savage.
I like how you answer with the lips.
Yeah, bro.
That's my thing. I suspect that I'll have to have like specific clothing or a hat or something at some point too, like a pimp hat or something. That's what I'm thinking.
All I can think of is like blue steel when you do that.
All I can think about is slick back.
You gotta watch if you want to see
the Boondocks.
Oh yeah. If you want to watch something, watch the story where I did all the roasts. Some of those are really good. I went back and watched some of them because I don't remember what I said. I was cracking myself up.
When we were at the Tube Buddy house, we were trying to come up with diss tracks, and it's like, and I wrote some stuff down. And I was like, I would just hold this as showed everybody was, and they're like, "Oh, do you want to do that? You want to get on track?" I'm like, "I'm just gonna hold this in my back pocket just in case."
Whoa, Roberto, can you rap?
It's more that I can drop bars. It's like I can freestyle, but it's like Eminem 8 Mile stuff. Like it's like because again, me and my friends used to do this for fun, like at all the convention trips and hotels, and we used to roast each other for fun with these bars. We would just like sit there and we would just, because we're not rappers, but it's like, but we have like, we love that stuff. We grew up with it, and like, you know, we all have a pretty decent vocabulary. So we're like, well, what would happen if we just came up with like the most like savage, like freaking burns that we could possibly give to each other with all of the personal context we have with over a decade of friendship. It's like our friendship can survive these.
Dude, there's someone in your house.
I know, that's my brother.
Like you trying to hide. You ain't hiding by doing that.
I was about to say, what's wrong with you? I was about to say, what's wrong with you?
Just pop in the frame real quick and just wave for everybody. Just say hi.
Because there'll be less streams.
What up, y'all?
Yeah. But nah, you still playing Zelda?
I was earlier.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't bother me if you're still playing. Like, or if you wanted to play Smash on the Sony.
Oh,
yeah, like wait, I keep forgetting. No, I have a Samsung. I don't have a Sony.
No, but it was funny.
I forget. Like, yeah, no, I have a Samsung 55, and then downstairs the LG is the. It's funny, and I bring it up because it's like it's so funny that like Apple and all these phone carriers tricked us into ironically paying double the price for a phone that a 70-inch LG 4K HDR TV cost. Like my 70-inch TV, which used to be the standard of opulence in America and wealth in America, was how big your TV is. It's funny; it cost half of what your smartphone cost.
What's your opinion of the look of this, Roberto?
It's a design compromise, and it's a worse design compromise than the notch. Like, and it really bothers me because I mean, a lot of people wanted a flush, flat. They wanted to get rid of the camera bump as it is, and now this just feels as it is to the minimalism that you had in previous designs. It feels like a compromise because the next evolution was we got near bezel-less displays. We wanted a flat flush design with no bump, but retaining the good camera quality, and eventually for the notch to shrink or to disappear. And that's what would represent the level of design and aesthetic that people have come to expect from Apple and from companies in general. And we've seen we've seen good phones with great cameras that have a flat, flush, no camera bump aesthetic, and we like that. And so this just doesn't feel like what we know from Apple. And we got used to the notch, but I just don't know how to rationalize the look and feel.
So the non-flush thing bothers you more than the fact that it's just a square, or is both?
It's both. It's both, because I'm going flush with the same camera design we have would feel like progress. This does not feel like progress. And
well, watch what happens.
And no one complained, by the way. No one's complained about the image quality that Apple's current camera design produces. To the contrary, Now, I think a lot of people said, well, give me a wider camera angle or whatever. And I think people wanted slightly more frame options. But that's it. Nobody is complaining about what Apple's camera design can produce. Now, they are raving about what some other companies are doing, but I don't think that should inform the direction of change for so drastic a change in the design. To me, it feels like a change for change's sake. And you just created a new standard in the 10 line, and these were supposed to be the evolution of the phones. I just don't feel like it makes sense.
No, and what's going to happen is just like last year, there's going to be a whole bunch of Android manufacturers that copy that same exact thing because they think it's some type of style that people like. Because no one asked for the notch. The notch was a compromise. I said that all last year, and then a whole bunch of these other, second come-alongs like, oh, let's put some notches in there. And then watch what happens. End of this year, beginning of next year, we'll have a whole bunch of Android manufacturers with a square phone, square cameras that they never would have done otherwise.
So here's the Huawei Mate 20 Pro that did the square module thing, over a year ago. And then here's the supposed what the new iPhone is going to look like, right? So,
but that's the only. If you look at it this way, who else besides Huawei was doing that? Nobody. So
nobody.
The question is after Apple does it, because the notch, it was Apple that everyone, oh, there's a notch for that, but no one was doing it until Apple.
Is Huawei beating Apple in the global market, or were they prior in the global market before the whole Trump administration thing?
They were number 2. Yes. Yeah.
Then that to me is partly if Apple makes a design choice based on Huawei, I think they've conceded on innovation.
For that part, definitely, I would say so. But Roberto, we had an event this past week, which was more to up your alley. We got the Sony A7R4 coming. What are your thoughts about that, man?
I actually went up to New York Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. I got back yesterday. I went Wednesday to New York for a few hours. I was invited to the Sony event just to get my hands on it. I haven't decided whether I'm making a video. I have to look at what little B-roll footage I got of that, because I actually spent most of my time hands-on with the camera. And I took footage both in video and photo with the camera. In a lot of cases, some of my photos weren't perfect because I was using somebody else's settings, and I was like, oh, crap, this isn't my settings or whatever. But the responsiveness, the grip is better. It's good. It's good. It's like, remember, I bought the A7R3, and that's my primary camera. And this cost what the A7R3 cost when that was new, which is going to bring down my camera in price a little bit, which doesn't bother me too much. The lenses are what retain the value. I think I'm buying it. And yeah, people will make all kinds of claims as to, was this necessary? This is incremental. This is that. But here's the thing I'll tell you. That eye autofocus, both in photo and in video, is better than anything I've ever seen in my life in terms of
video, Roberto. In video.
In video. And as a video primary shooter, that's really appealing to me. And yes, I know you could save money by buying the A7R III, which I already own. You save $1,000 there, or you save $1,500 on the A7 III. But if you want better autofocus and you do a lot of things with video, I mean, the autofocus on the A7 III and A7R III, as you know, Viper, is fine. It's great. It's gorgeous. You just have to do it right. You know, you just have to do it right. Set up that number 5 responsiveness and you'll be fine, right?
Yep.
Just crank it to number 5, set it on autofocus, lean back, and you're just fine. You feel it, right?
Or you be like me, give you the finger of bokeh here while the autofocus does what it does. Bam! There it is.
Yeah, but I'm saying to get that responsiveness, to get it that fast snap,
Yep.
you get it. You set the responsive rate to number 5.
Yep.
That's the setting that most people don't realize. That Joe, just crank it to number 5, right? And set it on autofocus. But with this eye detection, it's so good. It's so good. So I had a good time with that. Manny Ortiz was there. If you guys don't know Manny, he's like the dopest YouTube photographer. You should check out him and Jason Vong. They're my homies. And I got to spend time with Jason at VidCon and his lovely wife. I
got a Jason Vong story when you're done.
Okay, as well as Kitty from Atola Visuals, you know, one of my favorite content creators and one of the top tier female content creators in our video photo space. So like, you know, aka Gimbal Girl, like always rocking the gimbal reviews. But yeah, I really liked this Sony A7R IV, and I got to play with the new 35mm G Master. Oh, that was good. Like the 35mm and the 135. Oh, and the 85mm G Master. Just like all the glass. All the glass.
About to be a little lighter.
What's that?
I think your wallet's about to be a little lighter, Roberto.
I can buy gear, or I can split more money with the government.
Gentlemen, I hate to do this, but it's kind of date night. The wife just got home, so she went and got her hair did.
Before you leave, man, I want to tell you a real quick story that you'll appreciate, because you talked about this a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
I got an email this morning from Edifier asking to use some of the clips from my video for promotion stuff. So they went out and asked, which is, you know, compared to what the thing that happened a couple of weeks back you had run into, it looks like some companies are doing it right. So I just thought you might find that interesting.
Oh, you mean in regards to the LinkedIn thing?
Yeah. No. Well, yeah. How they just took the video and didn't get credit,
ripped it. Yeah.
Yeah. They actually are proactively asking, which is great.
That's good.
That makes me. Yeah. I think that's great.
Yeah.
So either, I don't know if they'd always done that or not, but it's nice to see a company, you know, do that. That's not like Sony or something like that where you would expect it.
Now I need to look at some Edifier headphones.
Yeah. Yeah. I respect them a lot for that.
I'll have to go check out a Jeff video and see which ones to get.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Viper, I appreciate you having on. Travis, good seeing you again. Mr. Roberto, pleasure as always. Everybody in the chat, you guys all have a good night. I will catch you guys later.
I wonder if I wonder with Zach tagging out, if anyone in the chat wants to come in.
Yo, I was thinking about
Jeff.
Hey, if Jeff's available, absolutely. But Tech King Mike, man, never had my stream. Tech King Mike. So if you're available, let me know, Tech King Mike. Let me know. We gotta get Tech King Mike in here. But Travis,
let me tell you this Jason Vong story. So he came over to do a channel audit, and it was with someone else. I actually wanted to do a channel audit because I've watched a couple of those things. But since I didn't get a chance to, and he was walking right in front of me, I go, "Yo, Potato Jet!" And he looks at me and he goes, and he's looking like this, like what? And I go, "I'm just joking, man." And he goes, "Oh, he got me, right?" And I'm like, "Oh man, I hope," because I'm like, he doesn't know who I am, doesn't know I'm going to joke with him, right? So he's like, "Oh, you got me." I'm like, "Oh crap!" So then when he walked back by afterwards, I go, "Yo, man, I just had to give it a shot, man. I was just playing with you." He goes, "No, I get it, I understand." He whipped out his phone and had a picture with him standing next to Potato Jet right on his phone, looking just like him. So I actually ended up getting his contact info because he was super cool.
Just for that story, I just decided to follow Potato Jet.
Yeah, legit. He took a picture. That was awesome.
Just for that story.
Yeah. All right, Tech Key Mike, I just DM'd you the link though. Whenever you got time, hop on in, bro. Yeah. Oh, we got Eric from Easy Computer Solution. What's up, Eric? How you doing, bro? How you doing? Yo, Eric, it's been a while since you've been in one of these, man. If you got time, let me know. I'll shoot you the link, Eric. And I don't know if El Jefe got back to the El Jefe. If you got some time, let me know, bro. Let me know.
Travis, what, like, because I know you were sitting there absorbing the same stuff I am and everything like that. What do you think is one of the most interesting things in the last 2 weeks you've learned about the YouTube algorithm?
There's so much interesting about the algorithm. I mean, so for me, I didn't learn so much about the algorithm as I did more about what's important and what isn't important. Algorithmically, it's constantly changing, so you always just got to follow the person rather than the algorithm. Like go after your audience. Yeah.
Well, to a point, once you understand what the rules are.
Yeah, I mean,
once you understand the rules, then that matters, in my opinion.
Of course, yeah.
Or you could subvert the rules if you're just good enough with people. But I think that's life. That's life's algorithm.
I think, though, in general, I learned a lot about, like, numbers. They matter in certain instances. So for someone to say numbers don't matter is not really correct. But
not entirely anyway.
They don't matter in the way that I think people think a lot of the time. I think that's the difference. Is they do matter in certain situations, sometimes with marketing, if you're not really good at negotiating and all this other stuff. But when it comes down to the person on the street, the people that you are doing content for, the people that allegedly you're either educating or entertaining, generally speaking, they don't care. I mean, I met some creators that are smaller than me that
it also
I've been
depends
watching.
on what culture of the platform we're talking about, and age plays a role in that.
Yeah, but I think for the people that I care about, like
I just want to acknowledge it. That's all.
Sure. I did an audit for a guy that I've been watching since before I became a creator, and now I have more subscribers than him. But it was cool for me to meet him. Like I was like, oh, that's so cool, and I totally respected him. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. And I didn't geek out when I met him. I just just worked with him. But afterwards, I was like, that was so cool. And then I started to click. And then I was talking to Dee and Nick, and just the interaction there, because I respect them so amazingly. And I love those guys so much.
I spent my entire week with them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like when you're hanging with those guys, numbers don't mean anything. So it was nice to get that validation and to really kind of worry about what message you're putting out and stuff, and what type of person you are, more than did I get 12,000 views in the last video. Dude, it really changed my concept.
I was rocking with like those dudes back when they were smaller channels than you are now.
Yeah.
Like I knew that they were legit, and I like respected the hell out of like you remember this. I was pushing Brian G and Nick when they were like under 10K. If you remember, like I was like adamant about like when Brian's book came out, I was like, which is on the shelf, and it's like in every one of my videos. Like I like respect the hell out of like what he put into that book, and like I agree with the majority of it, and and since we've become like good friends and everything like that, but I've always, like, whether it was Brian or Nick and Dee or Sonny, like I remember like before Sonny had even 10K, like back like I like, it's funny, I can tell, just like with you and Jeff and Viper, like Jason when he was smaller, John Prosser when he was smaller, and like T now, like I can tell who has something, and it's not always about how big something is. I can tell when people are making good content and when there's something more like to them, and it's why I like to see, because even right now, most of my favorite creators are under 100,000 right now. Yeah. Like they're the ones that I watch the most, when it's not like watching Phil or Gary or Casey or something for me that's in the motivational, because I like to watch motivational videos. Like my favorite content creators are all like under 100K right now.
Yo, easy. Eric, I see you back there rolling, Eric.
So with you, dog. What's happening with you?
And sharp.
We got the green screen. We got the whole Easy Computer Solution experience. I appreciate that. What's up, bro?
What's up with you, man? It's always a pleasure, man, to be with my fellow content creators, man.
Are you in 60p, Eric?
Huh?
Is your video in 60p?
Wow, I'm that bad?
No, I think it looks smooth. That's why I'm wondering.
I am using the Logitech 4K camera.
Is that 60 frames per second?
Yeah, it shoots.
Right, I mean 60p. I meant 60 frames per second.
Yeah. It does really good. So yeah, I probably is in 60 frames, but I always use this 4K Logitech.
It looks good.
Yeah, it does.
It's OBS, man. OBS looks good, man. It works great.
I'm about to figure that out one day. And OBS stuff. Yo, Eric, man, I'm getting tired of Samsung, bro. It's like every year, like 2 weeks, Eric, they want to put the Galaxy Fold on life support. They want to give it a heartbeat, like you said. But with this heartbeat, Eric, we never get like a firm date. They just keep teasing the thing. So, Eric, I want to know, are we going to ever see the Galaxy Fold or what, bro? What's happening with this?
Well, you know what? It was hard for me because a lot of people was expecting the funeral video because I kept putting dates. And everybody kept on saying, well, easy is coming, easy is coming. A lot of people put pressure on me, man. But Samsung was like, no, it's coming. Like they kept on, and then they released like a teaser video. And I mean, it's like Samsung and John Prosser, he made some sense about it. And it was like, so a lot of people say easy. I know you got your suit and tie and ready for the funeral. So it was a difficult video to make because I didn't want to do a funeral video for the Fold, and knowing that come the 7th when the Galaxy Note 10 event is, they will say something about the Fold and say, okay, we're going to release it on such and such a day. So that's why I did a hospice video, a hospital video. It was dope, man. It took me literally 2.5 days to make that video.
Yo, you got Roberto cracking up back there. I ain't never seen that before. That was up.
It took me 2.5 days to make that video, man. I had to, because I'm green screening it, me talking to myself. And anybody that seen like Tyler Perry movies, you know how difficult that is to have you talking to yourself. Like I'm dressed up as myself for like 6 hours recording myself this with movement. And then I'm on the other side with the podium and stuff like that. And then, I mean, if you think about it, I directed it, I produced it. I mean, it was a well-planned, thought-out video. And it took a long time to do that video, man.
Yeah, you be putting serious work in, man. I appreciate you, bro, because you be putting some hard work into your video.
Yeah, it comes out. I really appreciate that when it comes out good. I be thinking it sucked though sometimes, because I be challenging myself, and I'll be like, damn, it could have been better. It could have been better, But I mean, overall, everybody liked it, except the Samsung people. They don't like it, but it's all good.
Yeah, man. I admit, but yeah, man. I'm mad too, Eric, because I wanted the funeral video, but these dudes keep teasing, man. You can't even do it because they keep teasing, man.
I'm gonna make it epic. I ain't gonna lie to you. If the Fold doesn't come out mid, August, then I'm gonna make the most epic video. I'm gonna go over the top, man. This is gonna be something for the record books, man. I'm gonna spend some money on this video. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna do something I ain't never done before, man.
Right, you got to make them pay for wasted time, or you got to make them pay.
It's gonna be an epic video, man. I don't know. I can't tell you, but I am putting something in my head together that I think it's gonna be epic, man. Some people might lie. See, I have to be careful when I do funeral videos because some of the religious community do hit me up, and I don't. Sometimes they believe I go a little too far. I say it's a comedy. It's like it's fun.
It's like entertainment value.
It's entertainment
in your feelings. My Lord, is every joke going to be offensive? Is that our future?
That's forever, bro. It's sad, man. We live in a sad state of time, bro. Everything's offensive.
It's very sensitive. It's very sensitive.
Like I mean, man, I want to go Cobra Kai here. It's like Sensei Lawrence. Can I drop kick somebody in the face right now? It's like for being soft. Can I please? It's like, oh, I can't. Yes, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Like
people do get in their feelings. That's why I do things and I try my best to not, insult people, different communities and stuff like that, especially with the funeral videos. People do get
intent matters. You're not doing something specifically you're doing something maybe a little bit to piss off Samsung fans.
It's bizarre. It is bizarre. I ain't gonna leave.
You're not trying to offend religious people. You're not purposely setting out with malintent to mock them. You're partly trying to poke fun at Samsung fans.
And I knew something was wrong the first time I used to do funeral video, but when I did the Apple funeral video, I got a phone call from somebody saying, you better pull the video down. I'm going, and it was like the number like 13. I mean, it's like it was so many numbers, and I knew it was out of the country. And it's like I'm like, hello, man, you made that Apple video. You better pull it. I'm gonna kill you. Like, man, that's my first threat. Okay.
They crazy, man. You watch out for these crazy folks, man.
You know what? Like, I mean, we gotta take all those things seriously now. Like, but beyond that, it's like, please, like, get it.
Hey, Roberto, anyway. Our bathwater girl got banned. Roberto, she got the act. You hear about that?
Wait, the gamer girl. What? Gamer girl got banned.
Which one?
Belle Delphine, the Instagram chick that was selling her bathwater, she got banned, bro.
From what? From what platform?
Instagram. They kicked her off.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
She was selling her bathwater.
Yeah, she was selling her bathwater, bro.
That's not the problem. People were buying it. That's the problem.
No. Guess what? The market decides.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
I respect the hustle. I'm
not gonna lie, dude. I made a joke about that on the Savage Instagram today. That after I said it and I realized that my pastor actually follows me on there now, I'm gonna hear about it on Sunday. I know.
Wait, your pastor follows your Savage Instagram though?
I don't know how he found it, man, but I'm upset about that. Because now I got to go there. You want to hear what I said? You want to hear what I said? I'll do it. I'll do it live. But let me be very clear about this. I'm not. It's not me when I go into that. I say some stuff that I would not say. So just be clear about this. I'm gonna put the glasses on. I'm not gonna be me because this is not me.
All disclaimers.
All right, you ready? Let me do it. Let me get into it. Give me a second.
Ready.
Here we go.
Let's go.
I'm so savage that I wouldn't drink Beyonce's bathwater, but I would use it as some au jus for my Chick-fil-A sandwich. Let me tell you something. I would be dipping in it all the time. I don't care if there's cheese on it or not. I'm going to dip into that au jus, and that Beyonce all over my sandwich is going to be delicious.
That's good. That's savage. That's savage.
Yeah.
That's savage. I gotta admit, like, wait, why are you not on TikTok?
Yeah,
I am. It is on there too now. Yeah, it's on there.
Are you viral?
I got one of the videos went 7,000, and I was like my first day on there. It was kind of
first day. That's you have viral potential in TikTok. Don't keep going. Keep going.
Yeah,
I'm getting very like I'm not playing in the space because I just don't know. Like, because here's the thing, like I don't know how because again I'm not like y'all. I'm not wildly entertaining. I'm not really funny or any shit like that. So like, I can't bring anything like that to TikTok. And that's why I'm asking people if they think, and I kind of have this instinct that it's like, there's a lot of kids in TikTok and for all the, this is about humor. And this is, I do believe that there's people that would appreciate motivation. Like I think that there's people that would like appreciate like a feel good thing every day, like some like fresh positivity every day. But because it's the only authentic play I have in a platform like TikTok. It was my plan for if Vine made a comeback. That was my plan because like everybody's so miserable. They just need something. Like I think the entertainment thing is their feel good thing, but I think literally just somebody rooting for you could be a thing.
Yeah.
Yo, we got my head of security, half-day review. What's up, Jeff?
What's going on, man? You guys hear me?
I can hear you, bro.
Live.
Let's go.
And for the first time ever, we got Tech Key Mike in the cut. What's up, bro?
What's good, Mike?
We got a full deck.
You're a little low, bro. You're a little low.
Hold on. Let me turn the microphone. What about now? How's it sound now? Okay.
Much better.
Okay. I'm still learning this thing.
Man, we got the legendary Eric, Easy Computer Solutions in the building, man. What's up, Eric?
Easy. What's up, Eric? What's up,
man? I ain't legendary, man. Y'all the ones that legendary.
Hey, he's shaming us with that 4K. He's shaming us with 4K.
Man, I'm not legendary, man. Y'all guys I watch y'all all day, man. I'll be watching y'all videos. I'll be like, man, my videos suck compared to y'all. Man.
Whatever, man. Wait, we got the tech preacher in the building, man. Don't be talking like that, Eric. We know what's up, bro. We know what's up.
Viper, why aren't you doubling down on that 5G narrative? That's been really good for you.
I don't really have much more to talk about it. Did everything I needed to say about it for now, anyway, until they build it out more.
Man, we should do something like is 5G poisonous or something, man. We got to come up with something. Just you got to get an angle, man.
Yeah, I don't know. But man, Travis, that Instagram growing places, Travis.
What'd you say?
That Instagram growing places, bro.
Yeah, man. Like I said, it's gonna have more followers tomorrow than I have on my main account, and it's been up for a week. I don't even know what to think about that.
That's
crazy, dude.
Entertainment versus utility. I've told you that's the game. That's like, I mean, utility. There's technically more money in it, like in a way. Long term, there's more money in it, but entertainment scales very fast in terms of attention compared to. I mean, think about it. The biggest tech YouTuber is 10 million, but the biggest entertainment YouTubers are all over like 50 million.
Yeah.
So
and there's like no education channels at like 10 million.
Oh no. So Tech Key Mike is in the cut, man. Talk about entertaining. So I need to know, Tech Key Mike, do we have the OnePlus fanboy tonight, or do we have the normal Tech Key Mike? You know I gotta ask, bro. You know I gotta ask.
You got a combination of both because I just got this spec case. So you got a combination of both right now.
And speaking of first time, finally, I've been trying to get this cat on the stream for a minute. We finally got the man, Mr. J. Will. What's up, bro?
What's going on, man? Hey, it's an honor. It's an honor. I'm meeting some of my idols up on here, man. Meeting some of my idols. I gotta come clean.
Mr. 100K in the building, finally. What's up?
Yeah, no, Roberto Break, man. He's a cat. You know, I silently watch a lot of people, and I've been watching him for a minute, man. He probably has no idea how I am, but I've been watching you for a minute, dude. Very inspirational.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Like, drop something in the comments sometimes. It's like I reply to comments.
I try to, but you know, I try to keep quiet. I like to creep. I like to just keep watching.
You like lurking. You like lurking.
Yeah, I just like just hanging out. You know, not really saying too much. You know, I get held to a higher standard all the time, so I got to keep quiet. I can't get into too much.
Why do you get held to a higher standard?
Well, people try to hone in on my personal life. That's what they try to do. They try to get me off tilt. You know, they start bringing up Jesus and all this other stuff, and I try to just keep my channel about tech. But you know, people try to take personal shots, so I just kind of keep quiet.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame.
It's all good. I love this tech thing though, but for real though, man, got El Jefe. Hey, it's a lot of famous people on this stream. I'm feeling happy and excited to be here, man. I'm just
appreciate you, man.
I was editing a video and I said, man, I'm gonna just jump on for a minute. Vyp hit me up like 3 times. I said, you know what? I owe Vyp a live stream, so I got to get on.
You know what? I was editing a video too, man. I was like,
I was too.
And I'm always lurking on YouTube, and I'm you know, Vyp always do is Friday night, so I'm always on it, you know, just kind of lurking in the comments and everything. Get listen to the comments. Watching the stream as I'm editing, and then you know, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take a break and come on, man. I love this stuff. Y'all don't know, man. I'm 24/7 tech, man. I'm all in this stuff all day long.
I heard that.
Yeah, I mean, me and you, Eric. I think we're a lot alike because I know a lot of tech creators when they're done doing the tech thing, they're doing other things that are not tech related. But me, I'm tech 24/7, man. I'm hardcore. Yeah. I'm all about it.
Well, Viper, if I'm not mistaken, you're in the industry, so
yeah, I work in IT. Yeah.
Yeah, so like that's why it would be for you, like 24/7. I mean, it's like business and creative is for me 24/7, and it was before I became an entrepreneur because I worked in that space professionally too. Like that was most of my adult life in terms of my career. So, and then when it wasn't, even when I was working, when I was like working my way through college and stuff and I was doing retail, I was freelancing all the time. And I went full-time freelance even back then for a little while. So like there is a such thing as like, if there had been like back then a YouTube, because it wasn't like YouTube came when I was in my 20s. Like I'm 35. A lot of people don't realize that. Like I was in my 20s when YouTube came. Like how old was everybody? When YouTube came out in kinda like when YouTube kinda not really, but kinda like for the internet, like when YouTube came out in 2005, where was everybody and how old were you guys when YouTube came out?
Oh, dude.
I joined YouTube in 2006. That's when I launched my channel in 2006. I won't say how old I am.
I did my first YouTube channel back in 2006, but I got into YouTube in 2005.
I mean, I was watching from the beginning, but I was 23 years old. Y'all know I didn't start my channel until a couple years ago.
I was just graduating college. I
was a sophomore in high school, just finding out my parents were having another baby. So, yeah.
I think
I was 22.
I think I was going through Katrina, man.
That's about right. That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's around the time my uncle left for New Orleans and moved to Atlanta.
I was going through Katrina, man.
YouTube was different. YouTube was different back then, though. I was talking about this on another video that I did, like giving props to a whole bunch of creators. And back when people weren't focusing on money, like right now, I've met young cats. They straight up say, I'm trying to get paid. I want to be a YouTuber. I'm like, you gonna drop out of college for this? You gonna quit your job for this? They're like, I'm about to blow up.
I don't believe in that. Not everybody can be Mr. Beast. Like,
that's kind of crazy how some of the mindset that some people have about YouTube, and YouTube is the last place that you think you're gonna get a lot of money. I'm trying to.
I don't want to discourage creators, but I kind of do in the sense of like I want them to have a realistic understanding of YouTube and the view, and I'm tired of people thinking that people lied to them about growing a channel and that it's impossible now, or that everybody just wants to sell YouTube courses and everything, and I'm like, bullshit. Like there are people crushing it, and not everyone's gonna go viral, and then you have people hating on like this Janelle girl who like blew up and everything like that, and talking about quality content and all this nonsense. And I'm like, I'm sorry, didn't Jake and Logan Paul disabuse you of your ideas about quality content a long time ago and what numbers look like? I mean, I'm sorry. Like there are plenty of people that make much better, much more edited, much more polished content than Jake and Logan Paul. And where are they? Right. But Jake and Logan Paul are crushing it and are successful and are rich and famous. It's like, so maybe stop being romantic about what you think YouTube is and understand that there's more than one way to play the game. And like, it's not about what you think you deserve or what you think quality content is. What you think quality content is has nothing to do with what the market says.
Hey, if Travis can hit 20K and like this, and somebody that's not entertaining at all like myself, if we can do it, anybody can do it. No, I'm just kidding. Because Travis is mad entertaining. So
do any of y'all do this full time? I was like, is this the only thing that any?
I don't believe in the concept of doing YouTube and only YouTube. Even when I like a lot of people always make the mistake of thinking I quote unquote make most of my money in YouTube, or that I was ever relying on YouTube for anything. I was never relying on YouTube for anything.
Yeah, YouTube is a side thing for me. It's like I'm having fun, so I'm still doing it. And I didn't start YouTube to make money. You know, it was just like this was something I liked tech long before YouTube existed. I was in tech long before YouTube existed. That's what I went to college for. Everything is all about tech, even though I was in the military and stuff like that. But it definitely was way before YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I was riding fast cars before Fast Furious.
Well,
you know
Andrew Edwards was doing this before YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the people y'all name off, I never heard of them. Like, who was the guy you said before? Beast or something like that?
Mr. Beast, yeah.
Yeah, I never heard of that guy.
3 years ago.
Was a huge space.
3 years ago, he was a small YouTuber. 3 years ago, he was a small YouTuber, and now he's at 20 million subscribers.
Yeah. But like you said earlier, Roberto, I mean, you're the guy with the inspiration that a lot of people probably look to, even though you might not know that. Like, that's why I always tell people, however you present yourself on camera today, somebody's going to see that 5 years from now, and they might need to use that for something. But like you said earlier, you know what I'm saying? Like, numbers, to me, numbers only mean so much. I was talking to Tech Ninja on Twitter one day. Okay. And I was like, man, I can't believe I finally, hit, I forgot what it was. And he said, man, forget about that. Look how many views you have compared to mine. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he was like, you got 20 million views at that time, or 25 million views, and I only got 15 million or whatever it was, but he has almost 300,000 subs. So the numbers, the counts and stuff like that, I try not to focus on that too much. But content, like you said earlier in the stream when I was watching, you said, Roberto, you said most of the people you watch are under 100,000. And the first person I thought of when you started talking about creating was Terry Warfield. That cat is genius, man. He's a he's a freak genius.
I watch stuff like from Terry and I see channels infinitely bigger than Terry that I don't think make as good content.
Right. Right.
So true. So
but that's
true.
my opinion, though. The market might say otherwise, or what I value may not be the same as what some, and I don't judge it. That's the difference between, I think, at least what I feel is the difference between me and other people is I don't think about it like this. I'm a YouTube coach. If anybody's going to quote unquote judge content, you would think it'd be me. But like, I don't judge content and content creators the way that so many other people that I would argue from a business standpoint are not even qualified to judge content or judge creators, especially the media. Like I would argue that I'm in a much better position if someone was going to be judgmental or hypercritical. I'm in a much better. I've seen so many channels, front end and back end, from 0 to 10 million. To 10 million. I know content creators personally with 10 million or more subscribers, and I've seen the back end of these channels. And you would think that I would be more hypercritical or judgmental. And yet the reason that I'm not is because I also know that everybody starts at 0. I also know what those people went through and the work that they put in. And I also know that there's a such thing as production value being interpreted as quality, and there's a such thing as performance value being interpreted as quality. And then there's a such thing as what's the value that I want being interpreted as quality.
But the key word you said was market, the market. I truly believe that. I truly believe that, like this guy, what's his name? PewDiePie or whatever. He's got all these viewers. I think he's corny. I mean, I don't see any talent. But another important thing you said when I wasn't on the stream is you said age plays a part. That's probably why I think he's corny, because I don't know what he's talking about. I have no idea. I tried to watch his videos. I was like, my kids might watch this video. This is ridiculous.
Right. Your kids or somebody into meme culture or gaming.
Yeah, I don't even understand how he has so many followers.
Culture. I respect him as an OG content creator, and there's some of his humor that I get. I don't get a lot of it. Like, it's a half and half thing for me. But I also like him as a person when he has been serious. I prefer the videos where he's been serious. He doesn't necessarily prefer the videos where he's been serious because he does this for fun. The thing that's funny to me is he's the biggest YouTuber, and in many ways he plays the game like a small YouTuber in the sense that he doesn't worry about the clout. He doesn't worry about the numbers. He literally just tries to have fun and to make sure that other people are having fun. But like, there are a lot of things that have happened in the community that have not been fun for him. And yet he still goes on, and I respect that a lot.
Hey, Jay. Hey, man, what you streaming on 280p or something, man?
No, man. My cam link was I think I might be I'm over LTE. My bad. Let me switch to Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah, man. How about that?
The way his bank account works is a little different,
right?
Than what you
Yeah, my cam link. I was hooking up. I normally stream with my DSLR, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna jump on real quick, so I'm just gonna grab this phone, and my cam link and all the wires back. That's how I'm just gonna grab this phone, but. It should clear up, man. I was over LTE. My bad.
Oh, okay. I was like,
everything. You hurt my eyes, bro.
I know Jay always
Eric coming with this like 60 frames per second.
Yo, check this though. What you guys were saying, what
That?
Jay was saying about the views versus him and Ninja. I actually talked to Skip to my tutorial too when I was at VidCon, and we talked for a while about. He came over because he wanted a channel review, and it's funny because the kid went from, like he said, like 200 to 100,000 in like a year.
140,000 in a year, yeah.
Yeah, but what was interesting about him is that his views per video over the last like 6 months is ridiculous. Like they're all 300,000 views and more. I mean, with multiple million view videos in the last 6 months. So one of the things he had come over, and I noticed that like the way because the kid's 17. So I mean, it's and the funny thing I asked him about that. I go, so how do you deal with that in school? He goes, yeah. For a year or so, no one really cared about me, and now everyone wants to be my friend. I figured, I figured that was going to be the case. But we talked a little bit more, and it turned out, you remember, this kid's 17. He's got 140,000 subscribers. He's getting routinely 200,000 views on every single video, routinely. And that's not good. He goes, he was worried about the videos going to be put out. And he goes, if it doesn't get like 300,000 views, I feel like it's not good. I go, listen, dude. First of all, settle down. Second of all, I mean, come on, settle down. Second of all, I'm like, most people can't get 1-to-1. It's so difficult to get 1-to-1. You're doing like 3-to-1. You're doing like he was like, oh, but here I got like a
just want 10%. Like I will take 40,000 views tomorrow. Who do 100%. I have to stab? Who do I have to stab?
Right, 10 to 15% is all you need, right? So when I started explaining that to him, I go, "Listen, man, let's look at it this way." I said, "I know you really want 200,000 or 300,000 in this next video, but let me tell you something. If you walked right behind me into the VidCon stage back there, and there was 100 people in there, what would you say?" He'd be like, "Man, that's a lot of people." I go, "There you go." And it seemed to click.
That's the truth.
It seemed to click. He was like, "Oh," and I go, "Yeah, exactly," because your numbers are so big now that you can't even visualize how many 300,000 people is. He goes, "I think it's a football stadium." I go, "Yeah, you've been in a football stadium. Do you know what 300,000 people looks like?" No, you don't.
I'll put it to you like this.
About that.
30,000 people is Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
30,000 people. 30,000 people. Like I get shit on for getting 30,000 views on a video. Like, and that's Madison Square Garden. Do you know what I think like also helped me with expectations and humility? I started public speaking at like 30 or 50,000 subscribers. And just before my channel really got legs, and I got to like 70,000 that same year, and then 100,000 before the end of the following year. Like, I think that summer, doing 3 public speaking events and then doing more before I got to 100,000, I think it instilled in me a better respect and appreciation for how many people 1,000 people or 200 people actually is. And I think that was a very crucial part of my development as a YouTuber before I hit 100,000 subscribers, in terms of like understanding and respecting one-to-one viewer, and like the humility of like every view as a person, because speaking in front of a room full of like 200 people was a lot and was intimidating when it was my first public speaking events. My first public speaking, again, I think my first 2 public speaking events, there was over 2,000 people on those with those stages. And that was
but Roberto, with you being a coach, wouldn't you? I know that you probably don't coach people and tell them, "Hey, you don't focus on the numbers," I'm sure, but
if they do, then there's aspects of the numbers. There's analytics we focus on. So
but I mean, like, subscriber count is important too. It seems like the new YouTuber, because I've been on YouTube since 2006, and even though I didn't get serious about it, because I was still in the corporate world at the beginning of that time, right. But once I, had some medical issues, I ended up just getting out of it and leaving, retiring early. Right. Once I started doing YouTube kind of more, numbers still didn't mean that much to me because I'm still having fun. Now, I do recognize, okay, hey, I'm growing, I'm over 100,000, but
I think
you being a coach,
also, you came to YouTube as an adult. I think that matters.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what I'm saying. Earlier when I was watching the stream, I think that's one of the most important things that a person should remember, is because, like, when me and Eric went to the Galaxy Note event, right? I felt like the old guy in there. It was like these kids was like 18, 17, 25. They was 30. I was like, whoa, what the heck? But at the same time, I just feel like age plays a huge part in your audience. No one wants to look at the guy with the gray beard. They're going to look at the young cat with the, the hip jeans.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
I don't think that's
I'm probably the oldest guy in this room.
Some of that's predicated on niche. But I don't think that's true. Think about how many young people in David Dobrik's audience watch Jason Nash, or you may not know who I'm talking about with either of those things. Or another one from the business world and everything like that. Look at Gary Vee and Grant Cardone and Brian Tracy. Like, these are businessmen that are in their 40s, 50s, and in Brian Tracy's case, I think he's in his 60s or 70s. Like, think about the Tim Ferrisses and Tony Robbins's that are like crushing it in this platform. Granted, they come for a different audience. Think about Dr. Jordan Peterson, if you're familiar with him. I think that there's plenty of room in the platform for people who bring some. You realize how many young people are on YouTube that don't have a father figure or don't have a mother figure. I think that for older people just have to understand that they can't play a young man's game. That doesn't mean they can't crush it.
Yeah, they got to play their own game and crush it that way.
Exactly.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why I try not to focus so much on. For me personally, I didn't get to where I'm at by solely focusing on, because I've seen people just shoot past me, and I thought, oh man, I'm not. And it's. I can't tell you. Sometimes when a person says something, it'll just stay with you forever. Like I'm telling you earlier when you spoke about age and things like that, right on the head, man. right on the head, and that's more understanding for a person like me. Like I was saying, I think that a lot of the people on YouTube, I think personally that sometimes I question like why are so many people watching this person, but I'm not from that generation. I'm definitely not from that generation, and
I think that matters. Like,
but you know what though? Some people told me it doesn't matter. They're like, no, it doesn't matter. I'm like, of course it matters.
I think it does matter, but I think a lot of things matter. They're taken for granted. Like, I think the concept of, and this is something I've even struggled with, but the concept of what for somebody else do they identify with? You realize, like, and I've come to Jesus moment on this, pardon the phrasing on this, but I think it's an apt phrasing in the sense of the concept of the concept of identity, right? And the thing is, the concept of identity varies. For me, identity has always been rooted in more value systems and mentality, or how someone thinks, for me to identify with them. Like when I was growing up and I was watching Bob Ross, I didn't feel disconnected from Bob Ross because he's a white guy with an afro. I felt connected to him because he's someone who cares about art as much as I cared about art. You know, I didn't look up to LeVar Burton because he was a black guy on TV. I looked up to him because he cared about books as much as I cared about books. But that's who I've always been. There are other people for whom gender or identity or age or culture or race plays a bigger role in the lens in which they see the world through. And rather than
my shoes that I've walked in over the double-digit years, some people would never want to walk in the shoes ever.
So the thing is, it becomes important then that there is, for somebody, like it becomes important for every single Latino young man out there that wants to start a business, that Carlos Gil is out there crushing it. Like, my homie Carlos is such a strong leader in social media marketing. He wasn't a great student. He dropped out of high school and he crushed it in corporate America. He worked for BMC, he worked for LinkedIn, and then he went on to start his own media company, Gil Media Co. It's a more than 7-figure a year agency with him as the head, and he's sitting there taking, like, he has a show that he's put on with the NASDAQ. He's interviewed people constantly, like Gary Vaynerchuk, crushed it as a global, worldwide recognized speaker. The pre-sales of his book are going to make him a best-selling author when it comes out, like, later this fall. For every Latino man, like, in social media, watching somebody and wanting to believe that they can still make it, whether they're in America or wherever, but especially here in America with right now the way the culture is, it matters that Carlos Gil is putting himself out there, because they're maybe not going to want to hear it from Dan Locke or Grant Cardone or Gary Vaynerchuk. They don't identify with that. Yeah. They don't so I get it. Like, that matters to people. Like, and I think
it's good to have different voices out there, man.
Yeah, it does. And there's different experiences and different backgrounds, but it's not just predicated on culture, or like, a lot of it is, you'll see a lot of people, especially, like, you'll see a lot of dudes in YouTube that'll criticize when a female creator blows up. And, like, I'm like, but you're like a 40-year-old dude. Why are you surprised? Like, you're a 40-year-old dude. Why are you shocked that you don't understand how 19-year-old girls think, or why a 19-year-old girl blows up? You're a 40-year-old dude. Of course you don't understand why that would happen.
And they don't have any kids or something.
Right? Like, so they might not have, like, if you're a 40-year-old dude with no kids, I'm not shocked that you don't understand why Emma Chamberlain's a big deal.
Who?
Like,
never. I'm well over 40, but I still don't know who. I don't know who that person is.
But you wouldn't, because the content's not your thing. I'm a YouTube guru, like, quote unquote guru. I'm a YouTube growth hacker. I'm an algorithm guy, so I know, like, certain, like, and there's plenty of big YouTubers I have no idea who the hell they are either. But I study this, so I'm like, and I study trends and patterns, and, like, so I'm like, okay, that's, like, so, like, for me, when I see somebody blow up or come out of nowhere, I'm less shocked than other people are, because, one, I understand the algorithmic side of it, but also from human behavior, I'm like, that just means that there was a market full of underserved people that didn't identify with anybody else. There was somebody represents them now. Representational value. This is why I keep saying YouTube isn't saturated, because I'm like, all right, so who on YouTube represents you? And then when they say, well, I kind of don't really feel anybody, or I don't watch anybody religiously, I don't watch every single upload. I'm like, if you don't watch everybody's upload every single day, if there's nobody like that for you, then that means that there's a part of the market, and no one knows how big it is or how big it isn't, that isn't being served.
Yep.
That isn't being served. There are plenty of people. I mean, do you realize, like, for as many people as love technology, I guarantee you that there are people who only got into technology as individuals because they identify with Judner and Marquez. I guarantee you.
Who was the first person? I know who Marquez is, but who the other person is?
Judner, your average consumer.
That's your average consumer.
Oh, the average consumer dude. Yeah, I met him at the Galaxy Note event.
Yeah, I guarantee you that there are people who didn't think that they were going to be tech enthusiasts because they didn't see black tech YouTubers, and now they are enthusiasts because they saw black tech YouTubers. I guarantee you.
I just feel some type of way about that. Like, again, going back, holding what you said, you kicked some pretty good statements. I'm just not in it for. Like, I know that when race is a part, I know race is a huge part of YouTube. But
it
for
is.
me,
It isn't. I'm saying for some people.
For some people, yeah. For some people,
in general, they identify with, and they'll hear the message from somebody because, again, they'll assume somebody else can't understand them. I don't assume that. I'm not like that. But I've come to Jesus on the fact that that's just some people's experience in life for whatever reasons, whatever they've went through. That's how they see the world.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think because you just never know what a person's been through. Yeah, that's true. You just can't.
I mean, there's a reason that some people identify with Christian vloggers. They like knowing that their values are represented by another person that they want to watch.
You know, that I'm not a Christian vlogger, but for those that know, they just know me. And I actually keep those separate because it gets too much into my... Huh?
That makes sense to me, and that's personal to you. But there's a genre of YouTube for those.
Yeah, I keep it separate from my tech channel, and I tell people go to the church's website if you want to talk about that, or meet me on a different platform because I just choose to keep that separate because again, if I say something, people tend to hold it over my head forever, and I just think what, I'm just gonna. Yeah.
No,
I'll deal with them in a different space.
But like I said, my pastor follows me on all my stuff. There's nothing I can do about it. But I think Jason wants to say something. Jason, how do you feel about being a black YouTuber? And can you tell us how that works for you? Has it been a struggle for you coming up in this game? I know you in the streets. I know you on these YouTube streets. So I need you to tell me about it.
I don't. Whatever.
Whatever. Oh, Jason, how you doing tonight, Jason? What's up, man?
I don't know. It's getting a little aggressive in here.
That's a Mac you got sitting back there, man? Is that a Mac you got sitting back there?
Yeah, an old Mac Pro.
Nice.
Jason, I don't think it's aggressive. I think this is like the most civil we've ever been.
That's because I haven't been talking.
Jason's looking like he's back in a nightclub back there, bro. What's going on back there?
I'm just doing my thing.
I thought he had a disco ball in there.
Actually, I'm digging your. Are those all Philips Hue, Jason?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Are those the regular Philips Hue color, or are those the floodlights?
I have some floodlights. Like the one that's above my desk is one of the floodlights. The one that's behind my computer is a floodlight. That's a regular bulb back there, and then I have like a couple of light strips and stuff.
Man, I can't even afford those Philips, man. I got all Yang Tang bulbs in this place.
I mean, El Jefe, I think you'd cry if you knew the absurd amount of money I spent on my LED lighting.
Oh, I'm sure, man. All I got is all those Yang Tang light bulbs. I got like 7 remotes for each light bulb.
When I do a video about it and everything like that, it's like, and people are gonna give me so much hate about how much money I spent on it. Like, people already hate on me a little bit about how much money I spend on gear. Like, I mean, the people are adamant about calling me materialistic and calling me selfish because of how I choose to spend my hard-earned money that I worked for.
They're just a little envious. They're envious.
Rather than split more of it with the government by just keeping it.
Well, I tell you what, if you found out how much money I spent on this equipment I got sitting in this damn studio with 6 big studio lights in there. I got my whole room covered in green screen, and I mean, I got freaking cameras all around me, and oh my god!
How many cameras you up to, Eric?
I always keep about 3 cameras ready. But here's the thing: I don't even shoot with DSLRs anymore. I'm all smartphones right now.
I'm holding my DSLR trying to get this thumbnail.
Look, I'm all smartphones, man. I found that smartphones been working for me. Like, even with green screen effects. I do edit on Adobe Premiere Pro with After Effects. But other than that, man, I'm all in. I pull out my DSLR every now and then, maybe once a month. But when
I wonder if I can point that, like, this is like a fraction of like camera lenses and like gear. There's that closet in there is full of like just like stuff like that. Like, it's
I think your gear bag in person, Roberto. We know how you get down. You don't want to throw around the camera stuff.
That was just camera gear is somewhat of an investment because you can sell that. You know what I'm saying? I can sell this. This lens was $300, but I could sell it for $250 probably. You know what I'm saying?
Probably.
Exactly. Like, oh god, I missed $250 lenses.
Hey, Jason.
Yo.
You've been talking a lot about the Galaxy Note 10, man, about how you don't think it's going to be up to par. And me and Dak were talking about that earlier tonight. So why don't you elaborate on that a little bit?
It's not so much that I don't think it's going to be up to par. It's just that they've been taking a lot of stuff away from that phone. It's, when I went to the S10 event, I was like, oh, this phone is really good. So I always kind of think if the S line is really good, then the Note line is going to be even better. But this year with the Note line, they made a couple of different decisions on how they were going to cut some stuff back, and I think it's still going to be a great phone. I think the headphone jack always bothers me. Okay, it just does. But then we find out it's not going to get this. It's not getting the upgraded chip, and there's questions whether or not the upgraded chip is going to be available at the time. It's not getting the upgraded camera module that we already know they have, and they're waiting for the S11. My question is, I kind of had this thought as I was making yesterday's video, is there any possibility that Samsung, because they tanked so hard on the Galaxy Fold, I mean that's probably $1 billion worth of tanking. Did they pull stuff back from the Note 10 to have some cost savings? That's something that I'm kind of wondering.
I think Samsung is being lazy. They follow the Apple train, man. I mean, just call it how we see it. I just think, look, the tech preacher in the building. I call it how we see it. It's like, no headphone jack, no MST. I mean, you got a whole lot of things that us Note users, and I praised the Note for years and years and years. And now I talk about that. I'm disappointed and a lot of people wait and see. We know everything about this phone.
Yeah, there's nothing
It ain't
new.
nothing that we don't know. I mean, look, think about it. One UI, and I criticize One UI, and the truth to be told, One UI took a back seat, in my opinion, because they took away Pro Mode. You still got the colorful icons. I mean, yes, it's smoother. Yeah, you got some good enhancements, but you take away Pro Mode. I can't listen. My Galaxy S10e, my Galaxy S10, and my Galaxy S10 Plus is sitting in a box right now because I can't use them.
Oh,
yeah.
Ouch.
I sold my S10 Plus.
I got all 3 of them.
And don't even use them. Wow.
What if I could ask a question of the panel?
Sure. Go for it.
What was the last phone that you guys were genuinely shocked by?
Oh, interesting. I
Pixel
literally
3A
talk
for
about
me.
this. I literally talk about this in tomorrow's video, so I'm not going to say right now. But I literally said the same exact thing. I'm so bored with everything. I go to VidCon. I'm like, okay, I need to come out with a video for tomorrow. I always do my videos on Saturday. Let me jump on the YouTube, see what's going on. Everyone talking about stuff, and I'm like, I love tech. I start sitting down. I'm bored as hell with what's going on right now. So I just put a video out there. So I'm like, listen, this is a boring time to be a phone enthusiast because the good stuff's already come out.
It's not.
You have to leave the U.S. market. You got to leave the U.S. market.
It's not. It's not boring.
Yes, and I mentioned that, Jay. I do mention that.
But here's the thing.
You got to leave the U.S. market.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm right now. It's exciting times for me in the tech world. I'm having so much fun. I got literally like 10 boxes sitting over there from Amazon. Listen, man, if y'all guys, I got Amazon boxes sitting up there. And look, here's the thing. You know my thrill phone right now, the Moto G7. I mean, that phone, man, it's $200.
That's what I'm streaming
man. Yeah, $200, man. That phone is a good phone, man. And I don't think it's boring. It's how you make it say. See, I think about, okay, what kind of comedy, how I can make it fun, you know, go do some throwbacks. I mean, look, I got the Razr 2 sitting here. Great phone. I've been doing some videos about it. But, I mean, I don't know, man. It hasn't been boring for me. You know, it's been...
Razr Phone 2 is the last phone that surprised me.
Oh.
And it only surprised me in certain ways. And it also surprised me because Razr did such a crappy job of marketing that phone.
Yeah.
Like there was so much good about that phone and so little of it had to do anything to do with gaming. And yet they market it as a gaming phone.
But you know what, Jason? I'm gonna tell you, one of the things that I like about this phone, I got this phone like $200.
Damn.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel that the influencer market tainted the sales and the impressions of
yes. The tech gods? Call it how you go, tech gods.
Yes.
The tech gods.
Here we go.
Yes. The tech gods.
Yeah,
I'll say this.
Totally.
Marquez
the tech god struck down the phone.
totally.
Marquez killed the Razr Phone 1.
Is that
Marquez Brownlee killed the Razr.
He killed the G8 too.
Yeah.
The G8,
Yeah.
they killed the. Listen, they killed the. Remember the HTC Ultra? Oh my God, that was a massacre.
Fantastic.
A fantastic phone. It was all the tech gods just massacred the phone.
That's why I stay in my lane, man. I watch certain YouTubers, right? I have a small circle that I watch, but they don't affect my opinion on a phone because, like you said, that person destroyed the G8, but the G8 to me slaughters the S10 in so many ways. It's unreal.
Of course it does.
So I watch it. I take it for the grain of salt. But like you said, Roberto, some people that's why I always say you have to be careful about how you present yourself on camera because some people don't know they have a voice. Some people just don't know. He got online and he said, waste of space. The next thing you know, my comments were flooded with waste of space.
Yep.
Without even giving it a chance, and I just say, I respect young cat. I like him. Great person.
I give up on the phone.
Other people who never bought the phone, mind you, were
Yep.
just regurgitating what a creator said.
I gave up on the phone because me and Jay was making videos to try to be. I was at 10,000 subscribers. I ain't mean nothing. The tech gods they killed me.
The only way a video like that would get attention is if it directly confronted or contradicted in name, in the title, those creators. Now, I don't know that that's the right thing, or it would depend on how the video is executed, but I'm telling you that from a community standpoint, that unless something directly challenges that opinion and it's not vague and it's not leaving the name out of it, then that opinion will stand and be regurgitated because unfortunately, you would think differently of the tech community, but they're no different than the general YouTube community in the sense of they will follow what is popular.
So with that example that you just gave, the direct response to that person, and just disclaimer here, I don't have anything against MKBHD. He's a nice guy. Met him a whole bunch of times, like him, great person.
We all love Marquez. The
G8 video that he put up, you got to check out a guy named Tech Rant.
Oh,
Marquez actually went to the video.
Yeah.
You need to check that video out. He went to the video and commented on the video and pretty much said, you know what, I guess I was out of line. What else could he say? Because he had everything. He had a response for everything that MKBHD said. And I thought
that video was popular and a lot of people resonated with it. And the thing is, when MKB responded to it, no one could say that he was just being a hater.
Right.
And I don't think Tech Rant gets enough credit for his content, both stylistically, but also in the way that he frames his points and his rebuttals. And I think that's a shame because I wonder if at a different era of YouTube, he would have gotten a lot more traction.
And same thing with Tech Rant and like people like Viper too.
I'm biased.
I think that Tech Rant and Viper and a bunch of people like are still in the early stages of their come up. You know, they're still kind of,
I agree with that,
building that. So Tech Rant having that video and getting Marquez to actually recognize it. I mean, that's, you can't look at it as like what was he able to take away from that situation so much as you need to look at it as like what that says about what Tech Rant is doing and what his future could be.
Exactly.
You know,
to be
generally because.
Yes, and that he brought value to a conversation, whereas other people would accuse him of like just hating or chasing clout. It's like, no, he brought up something that resonated with the community and that even resonated with another content creator. And a lot of people respected both of them for how they handled that. And
I don't know anything about, you know, clout chasing or people accusing me of such or anything like that.
Oh no, you wouldn't do anything about that.
I have used people's names like directly in the title of the videos, and I think a lot of people, you know, we've talked about this a lot, Roberto, but a lot of people thought the Can You Trust series was going to be just slinging dirt. But
if you were the traditional media, it would have been different. But like, I think that it was better, and I've made this point in defending you, that I think it's better for someone like you to be a commentator in tech YouTube, and when tech YouTubers are either going to be called out or have challenges or controversies or things, I think that's better for someone who has some perspective and knows people in the community to talk about it than somebody outside of the community to talk about it. I think that you were one of the most even-handed people without having any personal stakes or relationship to cover Lou from Unbox Therapy. And I say that as an adamant fan of Lou and what he's done and what he's built, and what he's done in the tech community. Like I've been watching him before he was a big deal, and like the way you handled it,
quiet.
in my opinion, was the most even-handed way I think anyone has ever covered him.
Well, it was really important to talk about the fact that there was the pseudo scandals of, you know, he's giving away phones, he's not giving away phones, he's giving away fewer phones, whatever. There was never any real resolution to that. But, you know, you couldn't do a Can You Trust on him without talking about that.
But you didn't do it in a way that I could even begin to perceive as malicious or malintent. Right. And you acknowledged and recognized, you didn't skirt things, you didn't sweep them under the rug, but you also didn't aggressively lean into them and use it as a gotcha, the way that a lot of people have in the past. And did you make mistakes in the series? Yes. I agree with every video and every coverage you did of everyone. No. But do I think that the premise of the series had validity and asked important questions? Yes. Do I think you gave YouTubers a fairer shake than almost any journalist ever would have? Yes.
So did you get a lot of backlash from that series?
Interestingly enough, like most of the creators that I did the series on had like reached out to me and were like, and we've become friends. Which was like, I didn't know if I didn't expect it so much as I was just like, I don't know how this is going to go. But, you know, I had a little bit of a back and forth with Jonathan Morrison, but we're friends now. John from Techno Buffalo, you know, we had a little bit of a dust up on a live stream, and he said the things he had to say, and we just worked it out, and now we're cool. I think we're cool.
I would say that you guys are at least affable toward each other. Yeah. I think it's the appropriate, like, I think that's the right word.
Yeah.
Yeah. But friends is a strong word. I would say acquaintances, you know.
Yeah. You know, people that I'm not afraid to like, or people that I feel comfortable sort of.
We had to drop out.
There's some people like Mr. Mobile who, you know, I've got to spend some time with him at the S10 event earlier this year. And I mean, he's a guy that I could genuinely say, like, if we lived in the same town, he and I would be friends, you know? Yeah. We just had, you know, there's just like that kind of connection there where you just recognize something.
So who all gonna be in Brooklyn for the Galaxy Note event? I know I'm gonna be there. I'm quite sure y'all got y'all invite.
Oh no, man! They don't invite me to anything. I got to sneak in with Jason if I want to go anywhere.
I'm not big enough.
you gotta fly yourself to New York, and then.
Oh man.
Yeah, no, I got mine.
I haven't decided if I'm gonna try and I haven't decided if I'm gonna ask my contact or not if I can get an invite, just because I have to look at all the other travel that I have going on and see if I can deal with all that jet lag.
I need to talk to the tech preacher for a minute because my man Eric is always alluding to the tech god, but nobody knows who the tech gods that he alluding to are. So Eric, who are the tech gods in your eyes?
Oh, you know what? I don't like to say names per se. And the reason why
I'll say names. If you're afraid, Eric, I'll say names.
No, I'm not afraid to say that. I say the because the reason because I do enjoy the channels, right? But when sometimes the influencers do things and say things, I think sometimes they need to bear a little more responsibility. Like me, when I talked about it earlier about my funeral videos. Like, you know, some people hit me up in the religious community. You know, it was not. I mean, it was entertaining. So I noticed I changed
me this time. It wasn't me this time, Eric. I ain't say nothing.
You know, so I when I talk about the tech gods, I get frustrated from like the G8 videos, the HTCU Ultra videos, and stuff like that. And then when we make videos, it's like people leave your comments. You ain't about nothing. You're a small YouTuber. That such and such say that their phone sucked and all this, that, and the other. You talk about the phones look good and run good, but such and such said that the phone was terrible. So how could you say that? You ain't nothing. That's why you only have 10,000 subscribers and this person got 2 million. It's because numbers matter and you is irrelevant. And this is, you know, it makes you feel some kind of way when you get attacked from a lot of people that watch the tech gods and all of a sudden come to your channel and they see a different aspect. And so when they see the different aspect, they hit you up with wasted space, or, you know, the phone is, you know, they tell you, miss me with the phone and don't buy this phone and all this stuff like that. But when we get it and embrace the phone for weeks and weeks and weeks, you know, it becomes a different aspect because me and then Jay Will and y'all guys, y'all put deepness in it. Y'all do multiple videos about the same product, not just one review. Y'all break it down, camera review, you know, speed tests, you know, different aspects about the device, not just making a 10-minute video say, this is my final review after the phone been out 1 day.
See, that's why I want to do my Creator Gear Guide channel this summer. Is I want to make videos about the gear that I already own and anything that I buy in the future, but I want to also show people how I'm going to be using it or how I'm using it or how I have used it and what my experience and settings are in a more realistic way, because you have all these videos where people will put something out and they'll cover it when it's new and when it's fresh, and then it was never seen or heard from again, right? But you have all these people who went and bought like a phone or a camera or a lens on this one video from a creator, and then when it's time to learn how to do something with it or how that thing actually works, there's no content or support to be had.
Yeah. Well, you know, the one thing I will say about somebody who's in the position of like a Marquez or somebody like that, one of the things that really drove me being interested in doing like the Can You Trust series was the fact that there's no real accountability out there in the world. Like there's no real, for those guys, they kind of made it up. They made up the whole thing, you know, because they were doing it for 10 years and they
wrote
sort
the
of
rule book, so to speak. They wrote the rule book.
But once they got to where they are, it's like nobody really knows how are they getting paid. Nobody knows what their relationships are, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I wanted to have that conversation, like, where's that stuff coming from and who are they really as individuals, and sort of critique maybe their styles and stuff. The thing about somebody who's the size of Marquez and the way that he presents himself is he could very easily, and maybe often does, just kind of smooth it all over, you know, just kind of put out that video, say a few nice things, a couple of critical things that aren't too damaging, whatever, and then just be off to the next thing. But there are those times when he digs in, and it's a double-edged sword, because you like to see somebody who's at that size really digging in and being passionate and being focused about a product. But at the same time, somebody of his size can absolutely kill a product.
Yeah, but the problem with him digging in sometimes is the things that he's dug in on. I don't think he's thinking about the average consumer, because most of the phones that he said were bad were actually fantastic to the rest of the world, pretty much, from what I saw. I mean, I asked questions out there. I'm like, is this phone bad? No. That's the best phone I ever had. But he has a I know if I have a lot of phones, he has probably 100,000 more than I do. And the phones that he dug into, I thought he was way off. Like the G8, I thought he was way off. I thought he was way off on the BlackBerry. What's the name? I thought he was way off. I thought he was way off on the HTC Ultra. But, it's just a matter of opinion, really, is what it boils down to. Yeah. And that's why I said earlier, he has a voice, and I'm sure he's still young, though. He's 25 or something.
Yeah.
But he might not know the power that he has.
Well,
I got a question I wanted to ask. Do you guys feel like the bigger YouTubers, tech gods, or whatever terminology, do you guys feel like their opinions can sometimes be askew for the average consumer, seeing as 9 times out of 10 they get the device for free, whereas a smaller channel or the average consumer is going and spending the money on the device? Do you guys feel like that takes a part in their decision making on how they review the phone?
I do.
Or their judgment of the phone.
Well, I don't know if it's that they get it, whether or not they get it for free or anything like that. I just know from my own experience, and I'm sure like other folks who've gone from phone to phone to phone to phone have had the same kind of thing where it's like you after a certain point you don't remember what it's like to be totally invested in using one device and having just that device and it's yours and you, because I know like I've probably been through 6 or 7 phones this year, and I know like Jay goes through a lot of phones, and Eric goes through a lot of phones. So I think they just like the perspective is hard to keep. The perspective of the average
I think for me and like Jay and like a lot of y'all guys, I think one of our biggest things, we go back and do follow-up videos. Like, I go back a phone that I talked about months ago, and I pull that out, work with it for a few days, a week or so, then I drop a video about how have it aged. Like I drop videos that the LG G7 just got Pi, and I drop a video about that, and it's running fantastic, and this, that, and the other. But when you go back and even look at like the LG G6 or the LG G5, a lot of people phones are old. But here's the thing: we spend so much money on these phones, and people get invested in 2-year contracts. They want to know how the phone have aged over time, and that's why I have so many phones, by the way.
Something. Oh, go ahead, Viper.
Well, Mike, to your question, man, when Dave Lee was talking to Unbox Therapy on his little show or whatever, when the Galaxy 4 was breaking out, Dave made a comment about how he got the phone for free, so he wasn't really too concerned with how the phone was breaking. So to your point, and that's where it is right there. He just said it. He didn't
care about $2,000 for a phone and that thing buckle up like that. I've been making videos every hour on the hour. I've been ripping that device up. I've had funeral after funeral after funeral. Everybody would know everything about the phone if I spent $2,000 on that phone.
I've had that multi-funeral.
I tell you what, I think I've made like at least 6 or 7 videos on the Fold at this point, and to the point where people are just getting pissed off at me because I'm just saying like it's not coming out. People,
you're beating a dead horse and you're crushing their hopes. But something to bring up that a point that I think Jay and Eric made, talking about the quote unquote like tech gods. I have a different perspective that I don't think has been brought up, is the fact that it's like, because I brought up PewDiePie. It's like, I don't think that most quote unquote big content creators think as hard as people who aren't at their size think about the weight of their words. And in some ways, I could see how it can be problematic. If I was a brand, I would live in terror of that. Or if they talked about other content creators, maybe I'd live in terror of that. But I think that what's underestimated is how much they just think of themselves in the same way that they've always thought of themselves, that they don't read their own headlines. They don't eat their own dog food. They don't think of themselves as tech gods. They think of themselves as enthusiasts, and they think of themselves as talking about this with their audience or their friends or their community, or just speaking their piece, and they leave it at that. Now, you could argue there's some naivete to that, but the thing is, I've probably influenced with whether I realized it until later or not. One, because someone else brought up the point, I think it might have been you, Jay, that's like, I might be the reason that like thousands of people started a YouTube channel for all I know. I know for a fact that when people come up to me at conferences, they told me that I helped them get a career in social media or in design or freelancing, or that they did start a YouTube channel or an Instagram, or like somebody came up to me and said, Roberto, I used your Instagram coffee table strategy and it completely turned around my Instagram and I doubled my follower count. Like and the thing is, it took me a while to wake up to the reality of, like, this isn't just going into the void to a blank, like this number of people, or they're commenting or they're liking. People are actually implementing this in the real world, and it actually affects this. Or when I deal with stuff with brands, they're like, Roberto, I know you don't think that did well because it got a X amount of views, but Roberto, for those views, we got this many sales, or we got more sales than we did with someone 10 times your size. Like you restored our faith in actually doing brand deals with key people. And like, what? Like, because again, I thought it tanked. I thought you guys would be pissed or whatever. It's like, no, you did less views and you made more sales than someone bigger than you. I'm like, geez, really? Like, you don't.
Big is a state of mind.
We don't. What I'm getting at is, in defense of the tech gods, I would argue that they don't see themselves as such, and thus they don't behave in a way that we might find might fit a standard of what you would think is, or maybe like you don't think people are responsible enough or don't consider certain things enough, or like, but I think it's actually oddly the humility that people have of not thinking they're like so big or so important or so special that when they say something, they're actually just being earnest, or they're doing it their way. And in a way, it's like consequences be damned. But the other side of that, to you guys' point, is that, well, if you have a dissenting opinion and you don't fall in line.
Yeah,
I could agree with that. I could agree. Maybe some of these guys at this. We're talking about MKBHD, but let's not forget about iJustine.
Well, I'm not. In my case,
but
I'm not. I'm talking more broadly because I know a lot.
Bro, I mean, Eric, his name comes up a lot because people watch him. Let's be honest, people watch him. Right. I've been watching him since he first started. He was like 12 or something like that. And like I said, I met the guy. He's a great young man. Oh yeah, lots of respect for him. But I definitely can agree with what you're saying, because he might not think of it as, oh wait, I'm this big person. He might just be saying, I'm Marcus, and this is my hobby. Because I remember he was reviewing the Zoom and all these he's been doing little tech trinkets forever. So
since he was 14 years old.
Yeah, I guess he was 14 when he started. Yeah, I've been watching him since that.
I interviewed him about that, like his whole humble beginnings and like where he came from, and like I got to talk to him. Besides the interview, I got to spend all day with him, and like I learned a lot about like his mentality and his approach to things, and that's part of where I've done that with so many content creators now of every level, to where I don't see the gap that other people see between somebody with 1,000 and 1 million. It doesn't exist for me. Yeah, because I see
at the end of the day, we're all people, man. We're all people. Do we put our pants on the same way, bro? That's what it is.
I put my pants on in a much different way.
No, but it's like that too, man. That's something that we got to watch out for, because even with like headphones and stuff, if somebody has a certain opinion on a product and your opinion is different, but because this other person has a higher subscriber count than what you're saying is wrong. You know what I'm saying? And I'll have people come in my comment section saying so-and-so said that this was the best thing, so you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, bro, first, much respect to that creator, but my opinion's my opinion. I don't care about his opinion. He has his opinion, I respect it. But, that's the thing, man. That's one of those weird things with the viewers and subscriber numbers.
I know people that support a lot of content creators, but will never speak up about like how that's their favorite content creator, or how that's the person that they like, or that's the person whose videos they always watch, because there's like a hate mob that'll come at them or whatever, because like that person is considered the black sheep of their community or something like that, or the rogue or the scoundrel or the like, oh, that BITC.
You're talking about John Prosser now.
No, like, you know, like I'm talking about multiple. I'm actually talking about multiple creators. I'm talking about some male and female creators that like they get private support but not public support because they don't want to deal with the haters of that creator or the haters in that community or the toxic aspects of the community. And I know a lot of content creators like this, especially in the Dragon Ball community and the anime community, like that's a big deal, especially when there's a controversy that splits the community, because there was like a war. There's like a civil war right now between some voice actors in the anime community because there's like, you know, accusations and things of that nature, and it split the community. And it's very especially toxic toward the female content creators in that community. And there are fans that won't speak up because they don't want to deal with the pile-on of the hate.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, going back to something like the bigger tech YouTubers, like the guys and gals who have been doing it for a long time. Like, you know, you mentioned Justine, Jay. I like Justine a lot.
I like her too.
And like one thing that has always pissed me off, and this is kind of what I talked about when I did a video about her, was that she had been marginalized by people in like the worst sexist way, because, you know, that people were like, oh, she's a bubbly blonde girl. What could she possibly know about tech? You know,
she's one of the smartest people in this entire game.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know, she's been doing this since she started out on Justin TV before YouTube was even a thing. Like she knows what she's doing, and I think that one thing that I would like to see is if it were more normalized that bigger tech YouTubers still had stronger opinions about things, then there could be more debate. Then there could be more back and forth about things. But if Marquez criticizes the G8 and it's in a vacuum because nobody else is saying anything about it on that level, then his word becomes, you know, kind of written in stone, and it comes down from there.
So you mean that if Marquez goes negative on the V8, it would take Lou being positive on the V8 to balance things?
Correct. Well, I mean, Lou actually probably does it pretty. He's maybe one of the ones who actually is more opinionated more often.
Who?
Unbox
Lou from.
I don't watch
it. Lou sometimes comes across the more he's not as politically correct as some of the other reviewers can be. It seems like their opinions are. It's sometimes the opinion can be so transparent to the viewer that when they do review something else aside from what you know they probably normally support or normally rock with, it's like it's kind of difficult to take them at face value when you know you're pretty much just giving this a pass, or you're not giving it a pass, but we know what you're pretty much going to go back to when it's all said and done.
Yeah, like saying the Galaxy Fold is okay with that little 4.5-inch display on the front, and when you fold it close, it's like 20 millimeters. How is that okay for $2,000?
Yeah,
I hear people saying, "Oh, this is great." I'm like, "You got to be kidding!"
I want to address something in the comments that Aiden McCardle brought up and everything like that. That I'm 100% wrong, and that Marquez 100% knows what influence he has, regardless of how long I spent with him. I got context spending that time with him, Aiden, and I got context with many of the creators, big and small, about what they actually go through. And I'm telling you, and maybe you don't understand this because again, you'd have to be in the position. Jason, you know this better than anybody, I think, here. Tell me something. There are things that internally did not change for you, yet the community took it different the minute you crossed 100,000 subscribers. Isn't that right, Jason?
Oh, boy. Yeah.
You were the same dude, saw the same guy, same insecurity, same everything in the mirror, but all of a sudden, Mr. Painful Aztec has 100,000 subscribers, and the community had a different view of you all of a sudden, started having different expectations, held you to a completely different standard, now didn't they?
Like, if I would have made the same video at 75,000 subs, it would have been like, oh man, this guy's speaking truth to power. And then as soon as I went over 100,000, that dynamic definitely changed.
Right.
And,
I'm trying to tell people, because they don't, and they won't understand until it happens. Because guess what? The same thing happened with John. Like, he could make certain jokes and go a certain route, and then people really started coming after him after he got 100K. And you guys remember this. You guys were there for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He had to win people back over, and he had to create context, and a lot of us had to stand up for him. But like, oh my God, did people come after him when he got to 100K and wanted to tell him he was too big for his britches and this and that. And he was doing the same shit that he was doing for the last 6 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like, I'm going to go blunt on this one. I'm going to have a strong opinion. I'm right. And I'm right. I'm right. I'm right. And you know why I'm right? I'm right because I know literally, I know thousands of content creators. So if anyone's going to tell you about how content creators feel and think about their process or ignore the influence that they have because they're actually a human freaking being, I'm right, you're wrong, the end. Yeah, and I went there. Yeah, I went there. And yeah, I'm a dick. Yeah, I'm a dick.
Don't bring down the plaque. Don't bring down the plaque.
Don't do it. But Christina,
I'm right. I'm right. Get to 100,000 subscribers and then tell me I'm wrong.
Christina,
I hope they don't come after me.
I don't know if I would say it's stuff to grow on YouTube, Christina. I think it just depends on the individual more or less. I mean, a lot of people handle things differently. I mean, some people might be burdened by the extra scrutiny of 100K. Some people might embrace it. I think it just depends on the individual creator and how they handle that extra scrutiny.
But my experience is that regardless of who you are as an individual, like as you grow, the paradigm shifts. And you have to go through a period of like, okay, I don't understand what's going on right now. And then kind of try and triangulate it. And then, you can get to, being comfortable with it, using it to your advantage, understanding what the new expectations are. But I think everybody gets hit in the mouth sometimes, and there are certain mile markers on YouTube, in my experience, that bring that on. It doesn't suck to grow on YouTube so much as it doesn't get easier. It gets harder.
I also think that there's a scrutiny of literally wanting to take people down a peg. I mean, we've seen it. I mean, we've seen things like cancel culture. We've seen literally people like don't care about what you say when you're small, and then they dig up 8-year-old tweets or something when you're big, or 6-year-old tweets when you're big, or they dig up your like this old like literally people will go through a 2-hour-long podcast to find one thing you said that they can take out of context.
Correct.
Like we've seen that happen to the biggest content creator. So to me, to say that people are like, oh, you knew that you were going to kill off that phone when you said this, or you knew that was going to like, I'm like, I don't think that that's what people are thinking about when they're, I'm sorry. I think that most content creators are thinking a lot more about all of their camera settings and all the other things they went through and the script or the this or the that and everything like that, and how they feel about something rather than how other people are going to feel about it for the most part. And I don't think that changes like that much just when you're bigger beyond, unless you get hit with scrutiny or you do something, then you get paranoid as hell. But that's also something you think about when you have 1,000 subscribers. You're paranoid about how people are going to take things to a point.
I mean, look what happened with when Flossie called it. They had to make his live stream about Fegros, whatever that company was, that and the same thing. Yeah, I mean, he had to pull a video down and he had a live stream discussing that because he got slammed with comments and stuff like that about,
right?
And so he had to
you think when Flossie first made that video, did you really think that he was thinking, or was like, oh, I'm Flossie Carter, so this is going to be this or this is going to be that? No, he was just making a damn video. It's not the same thing as being a news anchor. You want to talk about people who know what they're doing when they say something and everything like that? Oh, you mean every politician ever who then like doubles down? You mean every news anchor? You mean everybody in the media who sometimes write clickbait titles about content creators and knew exactly what they're going to do
it all the time?
Or when people make a video with the actual intent of hurting another content creator's income? You mean when people do that? When people do that, that's intentional. There's a difference. There's a very big difference.
See, you brought up a good point. I think that there's a lot to be said about folks who, whether it's journalism or having worked in a traditional media setting in some other way. Like, I definitely know what I'm trying to do 90% of the time. Like when I make my videos, I come up with my thesis statement, I come up with the points I'm going to use to bring it out. Like I know what I'm trying to do, but
what other people think you're trying to do is something else.
Yes, a lot of times that is the case. Yeah,
Yeah, a lot of people tend to think we have ulterior motives or something like that. That's the weirdest thing.
Yeah. That happened to me with the OnePlus and it happened to me with the Sony. People are like, oh, you just make videos just to get views. I'm like, I'm actually being honest and sharing with you the problems that I'm having. Do you want me to lie to you? You know what I'm saying?
Hate that accusation. I hate that accusation. Oh, you're just trying to get views. It's like someone put out a video on a public platform. Oh, and they want nobody to see it?
Right.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I made the video that I made about the OnePlus 7 Pro was not positive, and those OnePlus supporters were some of the nastiest comments that I've ever gotten. Yeah, nastiest comments I ever got. And,
they went after Jay Will hard too.
Yep.
I feel like that video was you know, I felt good about it. I felt like it had everything that it needed to sort of do well, but it almost felt like it got so negative in the comments that the video just kind of tapered off, you know, and it just didn't pop the way that I expected it to. But the thing is, you're right, Jay. I mean, if I think that the OnePlus 7 Pro is anything but pro, then I'm gonna say that.
Yep.
And why should I try and do anything differently?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I
Roberto's
and I don't think you would. Yeah, and I don't think you would do that differently, Jason. If you had 1 million subscribers, I don't think you would have made that video any differently.
And to what you were saying earlier, Roberto, about passing over 100,000. The great part about that for me is people have been judging me and slamming me ever since I had 1,000 subs. So I'm used to it. Even though I'm past 100,000 now, it doesn't even matter because they're still coming for me. You know, no matter what I do.
I still get hated 400,000. I kind of in a way I love it. In a way I love it, and in a way I don't. Like, because I don't like toxic people, but I love knowing in a weird way that it's like the struggle is the same for everybody at all times. In a way, scale might be different, mind you. Volume might be different. But it's like, oh, there's no making it. That's actually, to me.
Yeah, but you know what? Not just to Roberto, but to Jason and everybody on the panel. What do you say? Because a content creator that I actually went on record and said, I don't even care about nobody in the comments. I don't read your comments. And they said this at the beginning of one of their videos. And I was like, yo, that's kind of jacked up. These are the people that are watching you. You don't take a second to go into your comments and give a heart or something like that. What do you say to that creator? I'm not going to say who the person is because I respect the person still. I just disagree. I thought that was way out of line.
Yeah.
And this person, millions of subs, but they went on record before a video went. I guess they were mad because people was trashing them for not commenting or saying, you know, vice versa, what was going on in the comments. And they were like, I don't care about your comments. I'm not even going to read your comments. I was like, wow, I think that's kind of jacked up.
Here's my thought about that. I had Flossie Carter on this live stream last July. And he was talking about how his daughter was going to start a YouTube channel. And I guess she was asking him for advice or whatever. And what he told his daughter is that if you choose to start a YouTube channel, what you need to do is you need to make sure you go down into the comment section and either answer or put a heart on every comment you get.
I watched that stream.
Because those are the people that are rocking with you. They're choosing to take time out of their day to watch your video. So you need to acknowledge that. And that's how I feel like.
That's correct.
Now, sometimes people make comments on my videos that just don't make sense, and I just ignore them if I feel like they're stupid or something like that. But most of the times, I'm hard or I respond to every comment I get because, like you said, that's just what you do. Like, you got to respect people who give you their time.
Yeah, I think it comes down to what you're trying to do with your channel too. Because if you're trying to build a community, you know, from the beginning, you have to foster that conversation, right? And it's also important to curate those comments and get rid of all that negativity, like I tweeted about earlier today, with people leaving those negative comments. Yeah. So, but that's important, man. So even now, I think, and it's my opinion now, I don't know if I'm right or not, but I get a lot of comments for a channel my size, and that's been happening for a while. But I still go through and answer, even though it takes a lot of time. The fact that these people are investing their time in watching my video and leaving me a comment, I feel the very least is I can respond back to them with an actual reply.
Yeah, I mean, I answered every comment that I could up to a certain point.
Oh yeah,
and then there's then there was the number of comments, but also when things started to get really, really negative, I still was in that mode of responding, and it got real toxic real fast for me, where those people got into my head,
Yeah.
So I kind of now try to balance out, like, I'll look at comments for an hour or so after I release the video.
Yep.
And then I'll get up the next morning and I'll look at the comments that maybe come in overnight. And I might check back in every little bit, looking at all the comments in my whole big stream of comments.
Yeah.
But, I do heart people who are being positive. I do heart people who are like adding something to the conversation or just being, really, really constructive in what they're trying to do in the comments. Or if they said something funny, I do try and engage that way, but the times since, again, this is another thing that changed, like as my channel grew, like when I would engage with people who were being negative, it just spiraled out of control.
They'll suck up all your time, man. Trolls love that kind of engagement. So I don't even bother, man. I just immediately just delete them and I just keep moving because I want to spend my time with the people who are there for me and who want to be part of the community. I'd rather spend my energy with them than all the negative Nancys and all the trolls.
I agree with that. I agree with that a lot.
What I was going to say was,
go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say for me personally, not trying to be funny, but being the smallest on the panel as far as channel size goes, I kind of am finding. Well, I'm finding more joy in the amount of people that are consistently there for every video. It's to Jeff's point. It's almost in a way. It's kind of fun curating a community in a way, because I know for a fact, Jeff, Eric, Jay, and Viper recently, and I know for a fact the same people are always going to be there, and I think I'm granted the luxury of the fact that all I do is drive a truck when I'm not doing YouTube. So it's like if I'm not driving, I can just sit there and get my phone and I can answer comments and things like that. So I enjoy that interaction, because sometimes people come in with an idea that I'm like, man, I don't know why I didn't think of doing that, or why I didn't think of that. So
yeah, no, it's true, man.
Yeah. But I can tell this real quick. I have to finish editing this video because I'm trying to post this video tomorrow. And
there you go.
I got about 4 hours worth of editing to do in this video, so
that's a lot.
I got Adobe Premiere Pro with After Effects. I got to go through a little bit, so y'all know if y'all deal with that, man. It's
I appreciate you coming on, bro, but don't be letting these fools try to deter you from making no funeral videos, man. I want a funeral video, bro. You gotta make that happen. We gonna be at the Galaxy Note event. I heard some inside sources that we will hear a lot, something about the fold. All right, so I'm banking that Samsung probably ain't gonna pull a rabbit out the hat, but there's gonna probably be something about the fold. I don't know if they're gonna release the device. I think they got issues, because if they release the Galaxy Note 10 and they release the Galaxy Fold, then they got problems. Who would buy a Galaxy? First of all, you can't sell a Galaxy Fold at $2,000, not after the recall.
Do you think that any of that would have happened if big tech channels hadn't chimed in?
That was scary. That was scary, because if the big tech channels would have covered it all up and not said anything about it, I think.
No, I'm saying, like, if they hadn't even sent it to any of those people.
Well, I think it's Samsung making a huge mistake, because they had to know internally that there were problems.
They had to.
And so they sent those phones out to journalists and tech YouTubers and people like that. And basically
before it was ready, though. Yeah, it wasn't even before it was ready. I'm saying, do you think if they had waited until release and released a final product to market and not given early access to it, do you think it would have played out the same way?
No,
because the average consumer would have got the phone, and then that would have been a catastrophe.
Oh yeah.
Would it?
Because at least the review units was to the tech cards, and but if the average consumer would have shelled out $2,000 to this phone, and then you would.
But it wasn't for the average consumer; it was for the affluent consumer.
But it was you could have got it on contract. That's the whole thing.
Right.
You could have got it on device payment plans.
Yeah,
a lot of the average consumers would have got this phone.
Which is weird to think about. The average consumer going on a payment plan for a $2,000 phone.
Oh yeah, they would have.
That's like a car note. That's like a car note. Like,
they would have. They would have made it easy for the average consumer to get this phone. And that's the whole point, because the average consumer is paid for this phone $50-$60 a month on a 30-month program with AT&T. I promise you, Twitter and Instagram and Facebook would have been blowing up with nothing but all these issues with the Galaxy Fold. You talk about thousands and maybe millions of people.
It's interesting.
At that point.
It's interesting to think about, like, because in a way, that's a form of meritocracy, though.
What's that? That
if the company made a boo-boo like that and it went then big like that and everything like that, then the market would have a correction.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing about the Fold is they knew that they didn't have it. They knew that they didn't have it. And anybody who went to the event in February would have had some kind of inkling as well, because other than seeing it in somebody's hand on stage, you couldn't, that phone was nowhere. It was vapor. It was vapor. And I just think that you wouldn't think that a giant corporation like Samsung would be able to just like sort of talk themselves into doing the wrong thing. But that's really what it feels like they did, is they're just like, well, maybe it'll be fine. I can't imagine anything else. But yeah, I agree that if it would have come out to market, I mean, if there would have been some kind of correction, I think that, you know, the Fold technology would have been completely scuttled. I don't think anybody would want to deal with if the consumers got a hold of Fold phones that died. I don't think we would see a foldable phone for another 2 or 3 years.
Right. So theoretically, this is a good thing, because the thing is, it's only delaying it versus like in a shorter term than if it went direct to market, direct to consumer, and had been a bigger deal.
Right.
They're not going to sell a lot of them anyway.
No.
Is done.
And the thing is, like, when people say like, oh, you know, if you're an average person making an average salary, you're not the market for this phone. I mean, people who are wealthy because they know how to spend their money or not. And so I would venture to guess that other than like some people who are, you know, going to wear it like jewelry, there aren't going to be a ton of affluent people going out to buy the Galaxy Fold just because.
Yeah,
gonna,
I've said that before. Rich people don't walk around saying they're rich.
No,
they don't walk around bragging about, oh, I got these $400 jeans on. Yeah, I'm not rich, but I definitely know how to handle my money. But that didn't come overnight. You know, when you're young and reckless, you do things. But when you get older and you really settle down and you start to understand how a lot of people aren't taught about finances either. Some people are just taught, oh, get that credit card, swipe it, you can pay back later. But the thing about Samsung only wanting to sell it to people said that about the Galaxy Note. Oh, this is for business owners. Samsung wants to make money.
Yeah.
Anyone who wants to buy that phone, the Notes are in more hands of quote unquote average consumers than they got it on these carriers, and people are paying monthly for it. And that is just one of the worst scams. I've talked about that multiple times on other videos. It's a scam to pay for your phone monthly, and then you still have to pay for your bill on top of that.
Right.
So, you know, they try to trick us into believing that they're doing a favor to us by taking away contracts. All you did was make us pay for our phone's full cost and still pay our cell phone bill. So, you know, but some people out there just aren't smart enough to figure that out for some reason, or they don't care. Like you were saying, Jason, people are out there just, it's unfortunate that, you know, people are living way outside of their means, especially with cell phones. And you know, I truly believe there's a lot of tech reviewers out there that are financing a whole bunch of phones, or you know, buying them on contract, or just doing all these things just to get reviews out. And that is the worst way to go about it, man. I think starting off, I had one phone and I used that phone for everything.
I definitely, you know, I'm still, when the channel started growing and I wanted to cover phones, the only way that I could really get the phones to review was to put them on contract, and I'm still paying that off.
Wow.
You know, and
I just gained a new respect.
Yeah,
I like for real. You know how many people won't say that because they'll be too worried about what other people are saying. But I respect you. You gained a newfound respect. Straight up.
Well, I
I gotta
appreciate
give you
that.
props.
But like,
I feel like it also comes down to the point of how many people go and I said this in one of my recent videos. How many people actually go into a carrier store, AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile, and actually stress about the $1,000? They may not have $1,000 up front, but they do have that.
They stress about
they do have that extra $20 or $30 a month.
right.
Yeah.
They stress about the monthly. 'Cause that's
So
what most people
when they're being told, right? So when individuals like us are, we're calling something way too expensive because we know it is, because we do the research. But most consumers are just going, "Oh, my bill is going to go up $5 a month. Okay, thank you, give it to me."
Yeah,
And I'm not really.
I'm paying for the full cost. That's why I present it that way. But most people, it's a strange part about reviewing tech. When I review a phone that's like $200-300, a lot of people come in and frown on it. But in reality, that's what most of the people I know are using in the real world. And the only reason most people are able to get these $1,000 phones is because they can put it on their phone bill. That's the only way they can do it.
Yeah. I think the only silver lining to financing phones as opposed to being on contract is there's zero interest loans.
Yep.
Basically. Hey guys, let me hold that thought right there, man. I got to get out of here. But Jason, Viper, Roberto, Eric, Jay, Will, Mike, great to be on with you guys tonight, man. Everybody have a great evening.
Yeah,
you too, Jeff.
You too, man.
And I got to roll too, so I see y'all doing great screen, Viper. I really appreciate that, man.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you, Eric, man.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Yep.
You, Eric.
Oh.
Yeah,
Right,
phone
and
finance is
then
a bad idea, but they tricked everybody into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I want to make a point about something I'm reading here in the comments because I've been having a back and forth with, I think it's Aiden in the comments about something that was taken.
Still going at it.
That was taken out of I think it's something taken out of context. I think it's so I want to add some clarity, and I want to ask what the panel thinks about this. So I made a point earlier, and again, I was like purposefully sarcastic and condescending because I'm having fun with it, and that's my sense of humor, as people have come to know. That yes, because myself and other people on the panel that have experience as content creators, and because we regularly talk to a lot of other content creators, and in my case, over the years on YouTube and all the events, thousands upon thousands of content creators, that we have a better understanding. Like, if someone's not in the industry, if someone's not in the game on that level, or if they haven't said or explained how they're in the game, I don't think it's unreasonable for someone to say, hey, I'm a content creator. I have this experience. I know things about how content creators think and act and behave. And if you're not a content creator, you don't know that. Or if you're someone, regardless of how big you are, if you made 100 videos, 500 videos, 5,000 videos, I think you know better than someone who made 10. I really do. I really think experience matters. I would not pretend that I know more about basketball than somebody that is a pro college basketball player. I would not pretend for 1 minute. If somebody has played chess champions, whether they won or lost, I wouldn't pretend that I understand chess better than them. I think that the assertion that everybody can have an opinion about something, fine, you can have an opinion. It doesn't mean your opinion is equally valid to somebody else's if they have more experience, more context, or they've been in the industry longer or had more relationships. I think it's valid to say that Jason knows, as someone with 100,000 subscribers, what being at 100,000 subscribers is like, and it's different. And I think even though I respect Viper as a content creator, I don't think for 1 minute, Viper, you would presume to know the YouTube experience in the same way that Jason knows the experience from the perspective of what happens after you hit 100K, right? Nope. You wouldn't pretend to have equal experience there just because you've been a content creator for a long time, right?
No, the last time we had the conversation, there was a plaque involved.
But I'm trying to be more clear about what I'm saying is that a lot of people feel offended when somebody says they know better than them. And the thing is, you realize how many people know better than me? You realize how many people that are 10 years younger than me, 15 years younger than me, that I respect them and look up to them and they know better than me. And I have no qualms with, in humility, saying, yep, you fucking know better than me. And when you say something, I'm going to take it seriously, or I'm going to listen, or I'm not going to pretend to be an equal in this conversation. Like, if Mr. Beast sat me down, I wouldn't pretend to be an equal.
Yeah, that again, a lot of that goes back to what the great,
and has nothing to do with his sub count. It has to do with he built shit I didn't.
the thing is, when you're having a conversation with somebody who, here's something that, okay, remember, there's a generational gap for sure between the people on this panel. And the thing that I've always done is when I'm asking a question, most cases I probably want to know the answer before I ask. And so when you're dealing with a person who has, like, I just passed 100,000 subs, right? But the joke I made earlier about people always getting on to me, it's true. People have always criticized me for some reason. So I just take it as it comes. But what you just said is factual. There's no way a person can tell you, I know what that's like, if they haven't been there. So if both of your parents die and another person still has their parents, how can they really tell you, I know how you feel? It's impossible. So if 100,000 sub person is down here talking to this person with 1 million subs, and they're trying to say that, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Nah, not yet. And a good example is I tell people say, oh, shake the haters off, Jay. And my response is, when you have as I do, then you can tell me that. There's no way that you can balance or level yourself out with somebody else that mark yet never been through it. It's just,
and there's a difference, by the way,
a person that hasn't, the person advice on that, they haven't been there.
And there's a difference between watching people on YouTube and meeting them. There's a huge between watching.
That's why I said earlier, people, I actually talked about MKBHD in my last video as like a message to content creators. And people get onto him a lot for being biased. And I've gotten onto him maybe a couple times just about the G8 video. I just felt some type of way about that. Sure. But I met him in person multiple times. Great guy. This is a great young man. Very smart. Very smart. And so that's why I always give that disclaimer. Hey, listen, personally, I don't have anything against him, but it's okay to disagree on something. And I think he kind of understands that, you know, and like you were saying earlier, he might just be thinking, okay, well, you know, I don't think I'm this big person that you guys think I am. I'm just Marcus, and I'm having fun, and I'm creating, and I'm just rolling with it. But to a point, though, some people in conversations, I tell people it's easy for you to criticize me because you're sitting on that side of your keyboard, but you probably wouldn't have the guts to sit in front of the camera like I do and throw it all out there. You know, it takes a certain type of person to be in front of the camera, and some people just don't have it, and some people do. But I've run across so many things on YouTube, and I'm just shocked and appalled at some of the things that people type in the comments. And like Jason was saying earlier, you know, you're getting those comments sometimes, and boom, you know, next thing you know, man, that's why I try to steer clear of that, and I just try to delete and keep it moving if I can. If it's very vulgar or something like that, I remove it because young children watch my channel still. So. But to your point, man, I think you're right on point. You know, a person can't tell, and I knew you were being sarcastic earlier. You know, but
I think that, like, again, for people who don't have context on me, sometimes I come off as like a dick, and that's fine. That's been like forever, right? But like, I just have that kind of humor.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, again,
I think that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have used those choice of words, but I understand what you're saying. But yeah, it's just a matter of age. Like I said, man, I hate to keep going back to, but you've said some important things on this stream, you know, and I'm paying attention. So I mean, just because I'm older than you, that doesn't mean I'm not. Like you just got done saying. You just said that. You just said that you're
older though, because like I'm 35. How much older are you than me?
Our oldest boy is 28.
Oh yeah, you're okay. But you're holding it down, man. You're looking at it down. You're holding it down.
I go to the gym faithfully. All right. You know, I faithfully go to the gym. My wife works out. She works out like twice a day. My wife looks really young. She looks really young. She looks great. I'm not just saying that. She looks fantastic.
Right on.
But you know, I don't mind taking advice from somebody. And like, what did I say when I got on the stream? I said, man, I could meet one of my idols. You probably had no idea who I was or that I even checked out your content at all. But I don't have tell it like it is. For those who know me, I'll just say what it is. I'm not afraid to. I started following you on Twitter. Take it that serious, man. But
yeah,
you said some pretty inspirational things on Twitter, and you said some really hard-hitting things on this stream, because to me it goes way beyond tech and stuff like that. So you have to pay attention to what a person is saying and the message they're really getting out there. And like you, I do public speaking too, just in a different format, just in a different place. You know, so I understand where you're coming from, man. But you know, I don't have anything against this person, Adrian. I didn't see the conversation.
I don't like.
But
I don't
can
either.
agree.
Like and it's like one of those things where I try to not take things personally. But I also don't like when someone purposefully, in my opinion, tries to take me out of context or flip a conversation or purposely is trying to, in my opinion, make me look bad or make me look like I'm talking down to people. When the reality is I could easily do that. And the thing is, I could actually do it in a way that I can rationalize, because if I really wanted to, it's not that hard in many cases.
You know, but I can see a person might get onto you, but where a person might get onto you is you have almost 500,000 subs, and you're a YouTube coach. I guess people might not have known that, but you're a YouTube coach, so you also have spoken to way more content creators than I have. So you could very well defend all these people that some people might be offended by, but I wouldn't take it that way. I would just say, okay, that's that he talks to them more than I do, so maybe he knows something about their personal life
in
that
some
I
cases,
don't know.
But in some cases that's true, because there's other things at these events, and one of the things we talk a lot about at these events is our insecurity, right?
Yeah.
Like, because there are a lot of these events that are content creators only. Sometimes we go to these retreats. And again, because it's not fans there, they don't know about that. Or if it's not the people who've gotten into that community to get an invite to that thing. And we talk very personally and very candidly about our experiences. And Jason, you know this, you've been to VidSummit. Viper, you've been to VidSummit as well. So you know that when it's only creators, there's no clout, there's no hype, there's no hierarchy, and we're very vulnerable and we're much more candid with our contemporaries and our friends and our colleagues. And there's even some, like what I guess people would call quiet spaces or safe spaces for people to talk about their mental health stuff. And so like we get personal. And when you know like the reality of what people are thinking and going through in that way, your opinions and your attitudes about this whole thing change drastically when you see that somebody like that at 1,000 and someone at 100,000, someone at 1 million and someone at 10 million have this common thread of what they're going through and some of their anxiety and some of their pain points or some of their frustrations. And it humanizes people in a very different way. And so when I advocate or I stick up for content creators from criticism from other people, it's because I understand better. And I do know, but in that case, I'm fine to say I do know better than somebody in the media who's not part of this, better than somebody who's a casual fan that's not part of this, or somebody that's that beginning creator that hasn't made 100 videos yet to know what it's like to be on the other end. You don't know yet until you know. You don't know until you know. And I brought up the point earlier because someone said I was making it about race, but I'm like, I would not speak to the experience of what being an Asian American is because I can't know that experience. But I would also not speak to the experience of being like, I was a military brat, and I can only reiterate what my dad went through and what being in a military family went through. I can't reiterate what it is to be a soldier beyond the second-hand account of my dad. Like, right, but I can tell you what it is to be the son of a soldier. Like, my point is, if you haven't lived something, you can't speak to it in the same way. You can speculate, you can have an opinion, but it's not going to be nearly as valid as opinion as someone who lived it.
That's correct.
I think a lot of it too, a lot of what happens is that somebody is always coming to a conversation or whatever from their own lens, like through their own lens with their own experiences, right? And I think it takes some time to understand that. And so, and be able to say, like, this is their lens. I understand that they're seeing it through this. It's not a lens I have access to or whatever. But it's like I've been in the entertainment industry for 40 years. I started singing in choirs when I was 8 years old, and I've been doing stage. I've been on stage or in front of a camera ever since. And these are things that I had to learn sometimes more than once about how it is to be the thing, and the good and the bad that comes with being in the position of everyone else sees you as something, but your reality is not that.
Yeah.
And I think people could really use a little bit of empathy, perhaps, even though, this over 100,000 subs, sweet YouTube life looks so awesome on the outside. I mean, it's not. Nope. I'm not saying it's still just as hard, if not harder, to do what you're trying to do than it was when you didn't know what you were doing. You know, it's just a different challenge. You know, when you made your first video, you didn't know how to look at the camera, right? But now
you telling?
Right. Some people would say I still don't know.
You know, I to Roberto, I do feel like I can't remember when it was, but it was last year. I want to say around November, maybe October. You and Viper did a stream, and Jason, I think you were on there as well. And you made a comment, Roberto, about like make your first 100 videos. Yes. I can't remember the entire statement that you made, but I remember seeing that, and I remember at the time I think I might have had like 20 or like 15 on my channel, and it's something that I still kind of keep with me because I'm in the high 70s now, and I feel like I'm just now finding my stride as far as to like this is what I like to do. This is how I you know. I initially started off as I want to be a phone reviewer. I want to be this. And now I'm kind of finding out more. I'd like getting in front of the camera and just clowning and just having a good time and letting people see me have a good time. So,
but I'm also proud of you for being able to figure out and find what you like and not being afraid to pivot authentically to what you enjoy versus what you thought you had to be in order to grow. And it's a lesson that people, I think, if they overemphasize wanting subscribers or views, never learn. I've made the point that I think people lose themselves to find an audience. And it's something I want to bring up more and I want to talk about in podcasts and interviews more, is that people actually lose themselves or lose their voice or lose their identity in pursuit of finding an audience. And I'm glad that you've made enough content to start to understand what you like about making content and who you are, because most people never give themselves the chance.
Well, see,
you know,
the thing. Well,
go ahead.
Well, you go ahead, Jake. No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, one thing that happened to me when I was doing the music thing, and I was living in New York City, and I kind of was getting in on the ground floor of industry stuff, and was getting good gigs, and had A&R people coming to see the band and all this other stuff. And there was a point where, I mean, I've loved music since I was old enough to know anything about music, and that's what drove me to that place, because that was my dream. But at a certain point, I cared more about who was going to come to the show and what it could do for me, you know, in terms of moving my career forward, than I did about the music. Now in my quieter moments, writing songs and doing other things, maybe I was still in that place where I loved the music. But what Roberto is saying is 100% correct. Like, it's so easy to lose yourself in trying to do the thing that you're passionate about, you know? So I think everybody has to have that moment where they're like, okay, let's just check in. Like, am I being real with myself? I mean, if you have a wife, you have help. But you know, it's like, you got to find ways to keep yourself honest.
Well, and the crazy thing is, like I was saying, to, you know, I'm not afraid to say it. Like my initial intention for YouTube was, you know, I wanted to make videos, wanted to talk to people and put them out there. But, you know, I was one of those people that saw the bigger picture and was thinking, oh man, you know, if I put some work in, who knows what'll happen. But it hit me very quickly. This is a grind, and it's something that you have to be committed to. And it's also something that, you know, if you're doing it because you're trying to achieve an ulterior motive than what you're speaking, people pick up on it really fast. Mm-hmm, so that's why I kind of fell off in a way where I was able to tell myself, this isn't me. You know, this ain't what I do. You know, it's and to use, you know, the guy, he's in the street, use it as an example. Jay will make a video. He'll buy a phone on Monday. By Friday, there's at least 10 more videos about that device out. I realized real quick, I'm that person that'll buy the phone on Monday, make a video about it, use the heck out of it, but I'll forget to make a video. And it's not that I don't want to, it's just my mindset was not on that. But now I find myself kind of, you know, again, I've made 3 videos where people think I'm doing all this special effects and stuff like Eric, and I'm really just taking the camera and flipping it around back and forth. And it's almost in a way like I'm having a conversation with myself. And I'm putting that out there, and it just seems like the response that I get from that has been so much more genuine than the response I get from no disrespect to anybody, but like, here's another case video today. It just seems like people gravitate towards you being real with yourself. Because I'm not, not to go into too much detail about my personal life, but I deal with a lot of things every day. I have anxiety really bad, and it's really nice to do something in this space and have the people around you in your community while you're building that community that really just kind of
appreciate
it's almost like appreciate it. Exactly. It's really awesome, especially when half of the stuff that you're doing now. A lot of the things that I do now, I literally would drive my truck and I'm just like, man, that sounds like a great idea for a video. I come home, I shoot it, I put it out there, and when people are like, man, this made me laugh, man, this made me smile, that's why I'm doing it now. I'm not doing it to help you make a decision on buying a phone. I'm not doing it to help you choose the next pair of headphones you're going to go buy. I'm doing it because if you watch my video and you walk away from it with a laugh or a smile, hey, I'm good for the day. I did my job.
That reminds me of a young John Prosser. I mean, to be very real with you, that reminds me of a young John Prosser.
You literally have a Nerf gun and a mask. You're wearing a mask. You have a Nerf gun and you're pretending to shoot yourself. You're pretending to shoot yourself. Come on, bro. That's
hilarious, man.
You know what?
Again, it reminds me of John Prosser.
On the subject of the Nerf gun Viper, you got to understand, my wife. Okay, like it's not a competition about whose wife is more athletic, but my wife is a 7th degree black belt. Her father-in-law was a 10th degree, and her brother is a 9th degree, and she teaches a martial arts school. Like, my wife is very big in the community of Jacksonville. She teaches for free martial arts school because her father taught it for many years, and he had the belief that everybody should know how to defend themselves. So she took over the school about 6 years ago, and she literally teaches people of all ages how Taekwondo. So when we got married, I'm 5'9", 220, and she's 5'1", 105, soaking wet. And one year for Thanksgiving, before we got engaged, the year we got engaged, she threw a kick at my face, and she stopped it right here. And my dad saw it, and he just kind of gave me this look like, you're gonna have to shoot her. If anything ever goes wrong, you're gonna have to shoot her, because there's no way you get that alive. So to solve arguments in the house, when Toys R Us was going out of business, I walked in one day, and that big Nerf gun I got, I'll go get it real quick and show y'all. That big Nerf gun I got was normally $120, and it was on sale for $40. I said, you get the red one, I get the blue one. You don't like what I said? I don't like what you said. Go get the gun. That's how we gonna handle stuff. We ain't doing all this arguing with each other. We just gonna shoot each other.
Oh, that was a smart play on your part.
He was like, well, we gonna use the gun today. We not gonna go hand to hand. You don't want that. I ain't mad at
I'm good. I don't need problems in my life.
She's not allowed to bring her fist to a gunfight because it's unfair for you. Ask her if defeat exists in this dojo.
I ain't mad though. I mean that goes to show how creative you are, because you were able to take that Nerf gun and implement it in a tech video. Like not too many people could do that though. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up.
It came from the comment section. That's the majority of where my inspiration comes from. I will browse other people's videos, and I'll look at the comment section, and I'll see the things that people say in defense of a Samsung phone or an Apple phone or a OnePlus phone or whatever. And I take those things and I kind of channel them into, I'm going to be the bad guy. And then I'm going to be the smart guy on the other hand. And it's fun to do that, because we see these comments, and some of them, as we've said, some of them can be really derogatory, and they can just be really vulgar for no reason. And then some of them just make no sense, and you just kind of scratch your head at, like, what? Do you even know what you just typed? Like, did you let Siri voice type that, and that's not what you meant to say? I don't know. So my whole concept came from the idea that I just want to make a video that this is what if you guys really want to know what we go through, this is what it's like. I feel like some of these people, if they knew us in person, or if they had the ability to, would walk up to us with the Nerf gun, or, God forbid, something worse, and be like, why are you talking bad about my phone? They talk. It's like they defend the phones more than they defend their own families. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, that's how it is, man. That's how it is. Hey, Jay, I got a question for you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Since you just passed 100K, are you gonna have any type of celebration video or any type of? Since you just passed 100K, are you gonna do like a special video celebration or anything like that?
I did a live stream already, and I gave away phones, and I gave away a bunch of stuff.
Okay, I must have missed that. Okay.
Yeah, you missed that. But yeah, once I get the plaque, I'm probably gonna do it again. I think you don't get that plaque until like 3 months later or whatever. Most of the people who pass 100,000.
Did you get you got the order link and you put the order in, right?
No, not yet. I haven't gotten that. Yeah, I was just about to say most of the people who passed 100,000, they didn't even get the link until like 2 months later. From what I could tell.
The system is broken on that. You'll get the link if you tweet at Team YouTube, and they'll give you the email to make sure that you get the link. Then after you get the link, it's about 6 to 8 weeks for delivery, and that's it. That's all you have to do. It used to be a lot, but they changed the system, and by the way, what a lot of people don't realize is that there's a third-party order system.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's a third-party company that does the fulfillment, and so a lot of people don't realize that. So you have to tweet at Team YouTube, and they'll give you the email contact, and then you'll get your link. You'll click on that. You'll put in Jason. You went through this, and then and that's how it is now.
Wait, so I knew about the third party, but you said tweet at who? Team YouTube.
At Team YouTube, and let them know.
Kind of weird. Like send them a private message or something. Or
they'll tweet them publicly, and then they'll DM you with an email with a link, and then with an email account that you then contact, and then you'll get the link.
I think what I ended up doing was going to like YouTube support and
you can do that too.
Sending an email through that, and that's what got them to like.
Jason, can you hook Jay up with the email he needs because that might be faster.
Yeah, if I can find it.
I knew that it was a third party, but because once I started to come close to 100,000. I started checking out other people who just passed 100,000, and a lot of people were like, "Man, it took 3 months. I didn't hear anything." And some people were already at 200,000, and they still hadn't gotten 100,000 plaque.
I know someone who got to 1 million and hadn't got their silver play button.
That's crazy.
Until later, they got it later.
Man, Mike over there locked and loaded.
I think weirdly, here's the weird thing. I think that person got their gold play button before they got their silver play button.
Wow.
Are you talking about Matt Duvall?
No, but he might be.
That's what. That's what happened to him. Like he was almost at 2 million subs and got his play button for 100K. So
that's crazy.
He did a giveaway. But I mean, in all fairness, he did go to
so fast.
He grew like so fast. So it just was,
Man, they're ready for the next Terminator movie, though. That's what I'm talking about.
Man, it's like he's like all G'd up. He's all G'd up.
The next Terminator, bro.
Speaking of fast growth, what do you guys think about this whole thing with Janelle Alenia and going to 1 million in under a month, and now all these people are speculating about her either being like an industry plant or having like backers, which if it's backers, then Jake Paul was the same thing in a way, because Jake Paul got investment from Gary Vee and other people for Team 10, if you think about it, and that financed his bankroll of everything he was doing for a while. But like, what do you think about the speculation or the skepticism around whether she's legit as far as being a creator?
You know what? I gotta chime in first because I gotta finish doing this premiere. But I want to say thank y'all for letting me come on. Viper, man, I've been trying to get on, man, but I'm always traveling. I'm getting ready to travel tomorrow morning. I'm leaving tomorrow. So the good life of retirement. Okay. So the girl. Now I tweeted about this earlier. I'm actually tired of hearing about this girl. I had never heard of her. Nothing. Never even knew about it. But I kept seeing it on my Twitter feed that everybody's hating on this girl. And I was like, what are they talking about? So I looked at the part of her video. She only has 2 videos, and she does have over 1 million subs. And when I looked at her, all I saw was marketing. I just saw her basically look like she was trying to sell a whole bunch of stuff. That's all I could see every time she opened her mouth. And then someone said, well, it's because she has a whole bunch of Instagram followers. She only has 160,000.
I wouldn't say only.
Well, she only has 160,000 compared to what people thought she had millions of subs on Instagram. Some people were saying she has millions of subs on Instagram. I'll get to that
later.
Huh?
I'll get to an interesting thing.
Yeah, some
don't know about the YouTube algorithm.
She has millions of subs on Instagram, so they followed her over there, and I was reading all these things. And I don't see what the hype is. If she got 1 million subs, she got them. I'm not affected either way. But
I agree with that, yeah.
I just thought, I was like, why would somebody be hating on her for one? And I just found out who she was. But it does look, to me, it looks kind of fishy. It's super weird that I've seen people come on YouTube and blow up, but even not like that. Not in 2 days.
I saw that last month. I saw a dude do that last month.
Yeah. She obviously has to have something going on, because when I looked at her, the first thing I saw was she was saying, "Oh, and this is a cheap product, and this is." I was like, "Okay, yeah, it just looks like marketing to me." And if she has someone backing her, if she has, the thing with me is, if she's getting that kind of support and help, you got to remember, we don't know what these people have been through. She could have been homeless for 6 years. Who knows? This could have been her big break. It could have been anything, man. I personally don't have anything against this girl. Don't know her. Not my type of person I would watch. But I don't care if she has 7 million subs. It doesn't make me any difference. And anybody who's hating on her is probably a little envious because they don't have 1 million subs in 3 days. That's the only thing I can think of.
Oh, it's not 3 days, though, by the way. It was like 3 weeks.
3 weeks, okay. That's fantastic still. But if a person is mad at that, I don't understand why a person would be mad at that. But when I looked at her, the first thing I thought of was, wow, she's doing a great job at marketing this shower and marketing all this other stuff. And I tweeted, it's so funny, I tweeted about that earlier. I was like, this just looks like some kind of marketing. I mean, if she has the hookup, she got the hookup. That's right. I'm not going to hate on her for something. Because if I had the hookup, I will be the one getting hated on.
It's weird that like the Pauls do the same kind of things and nobody says a word, like, well, ish, but like rarely do they get called out on the same kind of thing.
Yeah. She obviously has something going on now. And people don't get on YouTube and 3 weeks later they have over 1.4 million subs. But at the same time, it doesn't affect me any kind of way that I'm happy for her. And somebody is mad at her for taking care of her family. She lives in a truck. If that's real, if that's fake, she lives in a van or whatever. If it's real, if it's fake, I don't feel any type of way about it. Basically, is what I'm saying.
That's the right attitude.
Yeah, for people who are hating on her, because I guess I know she's getting a lot of hate because I saw it on my Twitter feed. I was like, I don't even know who this girl is. Mm-hmm. So those people who feel some type of way about her, I think they need to go back and reevaluate themselves, because why would you be so mad at a person for coming from wherever they came from? I'm telling you, there's probably a huge backstory behind this girl.
And she probably was really got something.
I'm with Jay Will. I ain't got time for all this, man. I got 2 channels. I got a podcast. I got live streams. I am too busy to be worried about how many stuff somebody else got. I ain't got time for all that.
Yeah.
I think it just comes down to people need to stop worrying about what's in somebody else's pockets, and they need to stop worrying about the time on somebody else's watch. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Stop worrying about what's in somebody else's pockets and stop worrying about the time on somebody else's watch. Take care of yours and if you can't be happy for somebody's success, then just be quiet. That's all it is.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how if anything, they're helping her by talking about her more, because
that's what they want.
Yeah, I mean, if she in fact does have some kind of hookup and it's a test on us, it's some kind of test, we falling for it. We're giving her all of the attention that she needs, and she's blowing up. But on the flip side of that, this girl could have been a thriving actor who's been in the game since 8 years old and parents died, or she's just really living out of the truck. It could be anything. So again, age kicks in, and I've learned not to judge what I see I don't believe half the stuff that I see that's right here in front of me. I got to go to the source and talk to this young lady, and she might give a whole nother account of her life. She might say I was abandoned. It could be anything.
I'd love to interview her because it would be interesting.
I bet it would.
Yeah, I hadn't heard her name until today when people were talking. Because I obviously don't pay enough attention, but I haven't watched any of the videos, so I just searched for her name and I'm looking, right? And the second video that I see is a video, somebody making a video about her, right? And then the 5th video is somebody making a video about her. And then the 6th video is someone making a video about her. So obviously, I mean, this is part of the cycle, though. It's like if something is news, quote unquote, then there's always going to be people who are trying to draft off that momentum and get a little bit of it for themselves. So a lot of the people that are complaining are just complaining because that's what would probably get them views off of this situation.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
I've spent, unbeknownst to most people, I've been spending the last 2 months reading Google AI publications, which are Google's white papers, usually about the algorithm, and I've been focusing specifically, obviously, on YouTube's algorithm, right? So I've spent the last 2 months literally digging through these white papers and like case studies, and I've been talking a lot with all the other YouTube coaches, and especially with Matt Geeling from Little Monster a lot, and like I literally have 30 pages of notes. But one of the documents I read was literally 150-page document that gave me a headache. And I'm not joking when I say it gave me a headache. I read the thing and I was just like, I think if people understood the YouTube algorithm, that they get excited for 5 minutes and then quit YouTube. Like I'm not joking. I'm not joking. It's like, because I learned some interesting things that when I tell you what I'm thinking about when I see her channel makes perfect sense. So here's a nugget from here's a nugget that I know, but there was a case study on this that Matt Gillen gave a presentation on at VidCon in the industry panel. So that's on the top floor. That's the like $750 badge for VidCon, right? So most content creators weren't there for this presentation. And there's a couple of things he brought up, and one of the things is a big change to the algorithm that happened in October 2018 that I'm going to start talking about a lot more, because that's when everybody saw like the dip, and I'm going to explain what happened with that and why old content. You guys might have noticed. Did anybody notice that some of their old content became popular again?
Some of my stuff picked up.
Right?
Yeah,
did people notice that they're getting like less traction on some of their new videos?
Yo, really?
What if I told you that YouTube's algorithm is going through the entire catalog of YouTube and reevaluating and re-scoring YouTube videos with an evaluative quality score, then putting them back into what we call the candidate suggester algorithm, but then running them through what is, I believe it's called, well, we're calling it the DPP optimizer, and I forget the acronym because it's a very long, convoluted explanation, but it's supposed to be basically, it's supposed to help distribution of diversity of content in a vertical, so you don't get exactly the same video over and over, but you get a similar video based on what you are watching and what your pattern and behavior is, but maybe not exactly the same video because it's too similar. Okay, so you have this massive shift in the algorithm. The thing that you guys are going to understand best here are two things. User profiling lookalike audiences, meaning that, have you guys been seeing in your YouTube recommendations that, hey, viewers of this thing also watched, and then it recommends a channel or a video from usually someplace you've never watched before?
Yep.
Now, have you guys ever like went to Netflix or Amazon and then you realize that, oh, it's giving me something based on what other people like me watched or bought? Like if you go on Amazon, buyers who bought this also bought.
Yeah.
Okay, right? And Netflix, by the way, does the same thing when it's recommending videos to you. It's based on who it can think has a similar pattern to yours. Remember, YouTube is all about pattern recognition, okay? And they profile every single one of us based on our user behavior, but they also find they also have what's called an affinity index. And so the best way I can explain it is they find people who are similar to you, subscribe to and watching similar content to what you're watching. And if they watch something that you haven't seen yet, they score that and make an assumption that you might like that, and they promote it to you on the browse page. Right. And you'll notice now that I've said that, and if you looked at your YouTube homepage, you would realize, oh snap, that's true. You will immediately notice and start to think about all this content that you don't watch creators from, but you could see how YouTube would get that to you when I say that. Now,
I'm not seeing stuff coming to me from like suggesting stuff that I haven't watched before, or creators that I haven't watched. I'm actually seeing like the same shit over and over again.
Sometimes, but I would argue that your patterns, Jason, might be a little bit more rigid in terms of diversity of content.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But
And
I would also
sometimes
argue
I go down the
rabbit hole sessions. But I also think that if you did a clear watch history, that your thing would reflect some interesting things. And then if it clears your watch history, you'd get almost only content you're subscribed to exclusively.
Right.
And then a few things recommended that are close to that in nature. And that's it. And another test I did with this also, by the way, is besides all the case studies and all that, I went massively down a rabbit hole of incognito mode over and over and over, and journaled and screen recorded and did all this stuff. So it was fascinating to me. But here's something with this girl that I found interesting, is that I know that if you have a YouTube channel starting at 0, that it only takes a few external visits from outside of YouTube. It only takes a few thousand to trigger the algorithm. It only takes a few thousand because YouTube weights external traffic. And I think you heard like a lot of people expose this before. And I think even Philip DeFranco talked about this when he talked about the mainstream media, then their advantage in news channels over other YouTube creators. And I think a lot of people who've talked about the trending tab talked about how external verified sites that can embed videos and that also push traffic get bumped in the algorithm. We all know that YouTube favors external traffic versus internal traffic in terms of a boost, even though we can't see that in the dashboard. Because what do you think is the main, besides if we take making money out of the equation, what is the main grading metric of YouTube or any social media platform? What's the goal of any social media platform?
Breathtaking. I said it. I said, Roberto. We're looking at the chat, Roberto. Look at the chat. Hey, thank y'all, man. I appreciate y'all having me on, man. It's your man, Jay. I got to do some more editing and stuff like that. Roberto, Jason, good chopping up with y'all, man. Tech King Mike, you better make me laugh in that next video. You see it, Roberto? You see it?
I see it.
It's good.
It took a breath, and I was like, I'm jumping in. Hey, good to meet y'all for real, man. I appreciate it. Bye.
Yeah.
Right. Take care, y'all.
Right, have a good night.
Hey, thanks, Roberto.
Yeah, no problem, Jay.
Good to finally chat with you,
Jay,
man.
hit me up in Twitter.
Yeah, we'll do, because I finally wanted to chat with you.
Yep. And this is Tech Today is right, by the way, but everything he's saying about deep neural networks, but there's also there's a couple of new things that happened since 2018 that I get to. But like, here's my main thing. Every social media platform has the objective of keeping you on their platform. And they want new people on their platform, and they want new session starts on their platform. In the Google days, back in my day, when I was like a Google SEO growth hacker in corporate America, that the function that we looked at was time on site. Everything was time on site. And YouTube is no different, even though we don't see in our dashboard time on site or sessions in that variable. That is for them the massive priority, whether it's YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, they all want that time on site. It's why people say, oh, well, don't link out to other things as much, or, oh, maybe some videos you don't do your affiliate links so that you keep people on YouTube. That's the reason people say that, right? So when you have even 10 or 20,000, because she had like 20,000 Instagram followers, but we don't know who those were, and we don't know how big their followings were and how loyal they were. And I will remind you that we've known content creators that had like 1,000 or 2,000 or 10,000 subscribers get a shout out and go to like 100,000, 250,000 in a very short period of time, or even 50,000 in a short period of time. We've seen that happen in the community multiple times. And this girl, Janelle, actually got multiple shout outs from multiple 1 million subscribed YouTube channels, but she also had a Twitter following that we don't know, sorry, not Twitter, Instagram following, and we don't know, even if you say, well, she only had 10,000 or she only had 20,000, we don't know how big some of those people that she was connected to were, because Instagram's a different animal. And, you know, you could be somebody on Instagram that's not super, super big, but you could be well connected. And even just one Instagram shout out push to your YouTube channel from somebody that's bigger is enough. If you get multiples of that, that's enough. And if you trigger the external traffic algorithm, and then if there are people now talking about you, or if you get a shout out from a big YouTuber, here's the one thing where if a big YouTuber shout out works, today, it's actually more valuable than it was in like 2017, 2016, because of this user profiling, the lookalike audiences, and now the DPP optimizer, the recommendation in browse and suggested is going to be much more significant because it's now going to be pulling from a mainstream YouTube audience. And therefore, if somebody watches that girl's videos and they're from like a big mainstream YouTuber, they're part of a lookalike audience for a much broader pool of YouTube for the browse to recommend it on the homepage. There's an algorithmic hack there. And when I talked to Matt Gielan, he was telling me that right now embedded videos even like are crack for the YouTube algorithm. And
what do you mean by embedded videos?
Videos embedded on a major site or publication. Because YouTube considers them authoritative, and Google, because of their thing, considers them authoritative, because you know how old domains work in Google and how that's a big thing and how backlinking used to be a thing. Well, actually embedded videos, or quote unquote, in a way, old school backlinks, actually can be a hack for the algorithm. And one of the things I want to circle back to is I'm going to talk about two things. Steve will do it, and Jake and Logan Paul and the Viners. I think we remember Matt Pat's video from Game Theory about the Paul brothers breaking the YouTube algorithm, and how actually a lot of times they'll trigger controversy to literally get a bump in the algorithm. And it's because major news publications will talk about them, other YouTubers will talk about them, etc. Or even with the diss tracks, they were creating session loops and watch time loops. This is very similar in the fact that everyone's talking about this girl now. So like that's part of it. And the gap between her first video and her second video was about 3 weeks. That created kind of this thing where actually her second video blew up bigger than her first video. But I also want to remind people that her first video is 27 minutes long. If even a significant amount of people initially in the first day of her putting out that video watched even 5 to 10 minutes of that 30-minute video, it would give her the 5 to 10 minutes of average view duration that you would need to get a more of a browse feature distribution, strike a browse and suggested distribution push in the algorithm. And it's easy to assume that a shout out or some Instagram shout outs or big YouTube shout outs or any number of things or a bunch of external traffic triggers the algorithm. Maybe people put it on in the background because it's the type of video that you could, in some cases, put on in the background and come back to, or whatever, it's long enough. And all of a sudden, right? Now, here's the thing about what I said with the Paul brothers. I saw this a month ago, kind of, with another content creator. Does anyone remember Steve Will Do It?
Nope.
You guys don't remember? Like, he's one of the fastest growing channels of all time. He went to 400,000 subscribers in one day and went trending on his second video. He was #2 trending in US YouTube. He did that in 2 videos too. Now, he got a minor push. Well, I wouldn't say minor. He got a pretty significant push from his friends who have a 3 million subscribed YouTube channel, and he had an Instagram audience. So like he got a boost and a bump too, but most of the people who subscribed to them were not from his initial audience or from that shout out, but those things boosted him enough to where he was showing up everywhere in YouTube's homepage, and nobody scrutinized how this Steve Will Do It guy get 1 million subscribers with 2 or 3 videos. No one scrutinized Steve Will Do It. Now, his channel since has actually privated all of his videos because I think he got age gated. And so I think for what his videos were, because his opening trailer video promised that if he got a certain amount of subscribers, he was going to double fist 2 bottles of liquor. So you can imagine how maybe that gets age gated or whatever. But Steve blew up and he got to over 1 million. Steve got to 1 million in like a week. Janelle got to 1 million in a month. And nobody was thinking Steve Will Do It is fishy. So I know they're different situations, but I just think that that's interesting. And again, I think there's a lot of algorithmic benefit that we can look at if we know about YouTube and say, you know what, I could see that this girl hit a trend, because also in Google Trends, van life is actually on the upswing right now. I'm like, an attractive young woman in a space that most women are not represented in right now. And like, that's interesting. She had any kind of following at all. And this is the kind of thing that news outlets gobble up and eat for breakfast and love to put on their site and plug. I could see how that, oh, she got shouted out by a couple of big creators. Oh, she got a mention on the Philip DeFranco show. Now it becomes clear. Like, of course this blew up. Of course this gets distributed in the algorithm. I don't think there's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
When you put it out, yeah.
But what really matters, Roberto, is how can we take this information and use it for ourselves?
Oh, I've already come up with a couple of things where that's concerned.
Because I'm not happy right now with the YouTube.
What's your average view duration?
I will tell you in a second.
It needs to be between 6 and 9 minutes. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I don't get that because most of my videos are 8 minutes.
Yeah, that sets a ceiling. That sets a ceiling because what if I told you the difference between on average videos that hit 6 to 9 minutes of average view duration? What if I told you the difference is 60% more views?
Okay, so average view duration is 4 minutes and 12 seconds, which is better than 50%.
Sure, but 6 to 9 minutes, regardless of percentage of video, regardless of the percentage of video, when Matt Gillen did his scatter point graph, it showed that videos that do 6 to 9 minutes of average view duration get 40 to 60% more views than videos who don't.
Yeah. Okay, so I just went to lifetime video. Average view duration is 432.
Yeah,
but the thing is,
if you get those up, that'll be better.
But that means I'm making longer videos.
Which have you not noticed that's a pattern in YouTube right now? I'm not telling you to add fluff, but I am saying that there are formats that can help you that are a pattern right now. Now, here's the exception. What percentage of your videos are viewed on mobile devices?
Like 70%, I think, 60, 70%, something like that.
Shorter videos can work with a mobile audience, even if they don't hit that mark. But if they go north of 5 minutes, it's better. But that works for browse feature versus suggested video. And everyone seems to be trying to target suggested video. But on mobile, browse patterns are different. Browse matters more on mobile than suggested. And the algorithm is actually shifting more in the favor of browse now. Depending on that, what percentage of your traffic is browse versus suggested right now? Because 80% of all YouTube YouTube traffic right now on the entire platform is split between browsed and suggested, and then everything else is usually lesser.
Okay, so
that's platform wide, regardless of niche, though. So take that with a grain of salt.
Right. So where do I find those raw numbers?
That will be, I believe, in either reach audience or interest audience, if you then click view more.
Okay. So traffic, so I've seen traffic source, playlist, external, suggested. It's just showing the regular.
All right, suggested versus browse.
Okay. So suggested is browse is 45%, suggested is 19%.
That's interesting. But it's not that surprising considering most of your audience is mobile, which means that for you, individual video, you have to look at individual video performance and start to drill down into the videos that were successful in the last 90 days and then try to replicate what they do in terms of performance and look at some of those variables and then think about how the format of the video affects those variables.
So what would we say is performing well?
If you're looking for a video target, if you look at anything that got 100,000 in the last 90 days for you, because that'd be ideal, then you could try to reverse engineer those stats and the format.
Yeah.
Probably the topic as well, if the topic is still relevant. Because the problem is also, well, what I forgot to factor into this entire thing was view velocity with the multiplier of external traffic. External traffic view velocity is actually more powerful than internal traffic view velocity because it stacks a new session. And if you become a gateway, as we know for YouTube, you're more authoritative. Meaning that if you're the lure, if you lure people away from Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, if you lure people away from something else to YouTube, that's more favorable to YouTube. We all know that, right?
Right.
Like, that's the game. So after that, though, then the internal traffic would matter. But triggering that external traffic and doing it in the first hour and in the first day really, really, really matters. And so again, even if this girl has like backers, let's say she does. The thing is, she still optimized her videos better and planned her videos better than 99% of people who make their first two videos. We cannot really debate that. Like, if we look at her first two videos versus any YouTuber's first two videos, like, the gap is significant. Almost no one starts out that well on YouTube. Even established people doing a second channel don't even usually go that hard, right? So I don't think that that's relevant to disqualifying her or invalidating her, even if people found that to be true. I would also still argue that everything that we're looking at algorithmically still holds up, because regardless of what, unless people just want to believe that YouTube flipped the lever and said, give her a run, which they have no financial incentive to do, by the way.
Right.
Her channel's not even monetized yet.
Yeah.
There's really no incentive for YouTube. YouTube don't just give away views, guys. I don't know what you're thinking.
So I'm looking at the last 90 days, like out to the beginning of May, let's say. I've got 3 videos that went over 100K in that time.
Okay, what can you reverse engineer?
Well, one is the Galaxy S10 Plus, and it's 11 minutes long, 11 minutes 18 seconds. The other is this Huawei is in trouble, which is just an opinion video that I did about the whole Huawei situation. That went to 162,000. It's 9 minutes and 12 seconds. And back to the last one. The last one was...
Oh, by the way, This Is Tech Today confirmed that if you can get external post and embeds, he had that happen with a video and it blew up for him.
Right.
Like, he had 2 videos, they said, and like, oh, and someone, by the way, said for DPP, it's determination point process. Thank you for that, Orlando Theme Park 360. That helps.
Yeah, Note 10 totally ruined, question mark. 126,000, 13 minutes and 25 seconds. But if I look at the analytics for that, my watch time retention was like 4.5 minutes, which is the same as what I get for everything else.
It was, but what was the initial? But I bet you the variable on that for you is the initial view velocity. Because the thing is, here's what I'm getting at when I talk about getting that average view duration up. It's the thing that can push more impressions, because I bet you on the lower performing videos, you also got less impressions, which means you got less distribution.
Right.
You have less distribution, regardless of your click-through rate, you just have less opportunity. So the thing is getting more distribution. Now, classification plays a role, which is why I believe metadata does actually matter. Tags actually matter, because tags may not affect search traffic, or it may or may not in that way, but we know for a fact that it affects classification, because YouTube needs all metadata to form a classification. And we know that tags have been the difference between monetized and demonetized. So we know that it affects the classifying algorithm. We know that indisputably. Right. So I would then argue that how well optimized something is can determine classification, and classification can in some cases affect distribution. But I would argue that view velocity has the bigger impact on distribution.
So view velocity on this Note 10 video, it got 28,000 views in the first day.
That matters.
The thing is, like, I cannot I cannot see anything that's different about this video compared to any other video I make.
The title.
Is the Note 10 totally ruined?
I would argue it was the title and the timing of that title.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's...
Remember, I told you that in my opinion, that the topic and the timing even comes before the title and the thumbnail, but that's my order. Topic of interest, timing of peak interest, title being compelling or controversial, thumbnail adding context. That's my hierarchy.
Right. Which, I mean, I remember
Roberto's hierarchy of YouTube needs.
I remember us having that conversation, and I very specifically in the past week or so worked hard on doing that as much as I can. However, I mean, I can't necessarily, like, okay, if the topic is generally smartphones, let's say, I can't necessarily manufacture overall interest.
You can't, and the thing is, there's a limit to where you can draw the line on being polarizing, where people will be interested or curious versus where they'll write you off.
Yeah.
So that's just a general. That's like that 1 to 5. Like, it's not your fault if something on that scale ends up being a 2 or 3 out of a 5. Not entirely. It's like, because it's not something that you can just, like you said, manufacture.
Right. So, I mean, I'm looking at the titles of the videos that I've done recently. Like yesterday was, is Samsung becoming Apple? ? I thought
I think that was too heady. Like, I think that was too highbrow for most people to understand what they like, to understand what they might get out of that. And I think that most people made too many assumptions before watching that video about what that is, and not in a way that would compel them to click. I think there was I guess I can skip this one kind of vibe to that.
Don't wait for the Note 10 is one that did better for me this week. I actually had affiliate links in the description, and several people bought Note 9s through my affiliate links. So
that was a win for you for what it was. That was a win for you for what it was.
Yeah. So, you know, the iPhone 11, don't bother. I changed that title just to see what would happen. But that video was screwed up. That video was screwed up from the beginning because I released it. It started getting views, but for the first 4 hours,
there was a bug with YouTube.
Yeah, like, and the analytics were saying that it was getting no views.
See, another thing that you can't control that affects things, like, you see, that's the downside.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I think otherwise that could have been a banger for you.
That's what I thought. So,
but I had that happen with a video before where literally it wasn't even the video. I'll tell you something weird. I had a video that wasn't even being surfaced for its exact title for like half an hour of its first hour that completely throttled its entire view velocity and performance and distribution.
Right.
And you know what the worst part was? It was a brand deal.
Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, I will say that this past week, I had a conversation with you. I had a conversation with John. John suggested, like, just double down and do like 10 Note 10 videos. And just sort of like
was working and getting momentum. But when I talk about like repeat viewer patterns and classification and how browse and recommended works, that makes total sense what John told you, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, which is
it's what I told him 2 years ago when the iPhone thing happened for him.
And yeah, it's, I mean, right now it seems like it was working, because I went from, let's see, the video that I put out, the foldable iPad video that I put out.
You went from 4 to like 10 to 12 to 20.
Yeah, so that video only did like close to 5,000 views, and then 18, then 21, then 17, 36, 38, 17, and my video from yesterday is at 12. And I
hey guys, I don't know, but I'm getting ready to go. I got to get up early in the morning, so
all right, man.
Just wanted to
right on, man.
Viper, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. Jason and Roberto, talking to you guys, and I will let y'all take it from there.
All right, man.
Yeah. We're gonna wrap this up pretty soon anyway, so no doubt, bro.
Yeah, so this is where I've been.
Let's see what I can do about Viper's channel. Let me see what I've got here.
First, tell me what to do about my channel.
I think I did.
I mean, I'm still making the note 10.
You do, but you got to also get those. You got to get some of that watch time up, my friend. You got to get that average view duration up. Let's see. Man, I need more of your subs to move over to the live channel.
Huh.
Get you monetized. Get you monetized.
Ooh,
let's see. For Viper, I think that like 300 to 500 views on a video is like a good benchmark of a video. But interestingly, Viper, Sony headphones do well for you. And you doubled down on it because you did a video about the Sony buds, and then you did a 6 months update on like Sony. But I think that I understand the interesting thing about like kind of like prefacing Bose, but I think that title, and I think you can still get more views if you change that title. I actually like the thumbnail for the Switch Lite. You've made some progress on your thumbnails, Viper. I'm going to give you props on that.
Thank you.
And again, to get a video a week ago that had more views than you have subscribers is impressive.
Yeah.
Was the must-have app, was that a collab with Nico?
It wasn't a collab as much as he asked me to review his app, though.
Okay. The Ridge wallet update did 1,000 for you, so that was like, yeah, like Viper, you're making progress. You're making progress.
Yep.
I'm trying to identify a besides like the earbuds for you. In fact, it seems like in general, when you do Sony headphones or audio gear, that does well for you. The Ridge brand does well for you. I think that's something people don't look at, is that sometimes it's not a product category that does it for them. It's a brand.
Yeah, basically what happened with that is that with the Ridge videos, I identified tags that worked for me in my very first Ridge video. So I moved them over to the subsequent videos, and that's how they do well.
Here's another thing that does well for you. When you cover phone plans and when you cover the carriers.
T-Mobile. I don't know anything about T-Mobile, man. When I cover T-Mobile, it's like pew.
But also when you cover things like that, because again, the 5G thing like is something where like you got like massive views on that. Like, good job, man. Like you got like, I mean, people don't think they can make it as a small YouTuber. You did 10,000 views and then 9,000 views back to back on these two videos.
Like a Wyver Birtle?
Hmm?
Those were extenuating circumstances. Somehow my video got put on a Russian blog.
External traffic, baby. Confirmation. Even for a small YouTuber, external traffic being embedded on a blog.
Yeah, somehow a Russian blog got a hold of my first 5G video, and they must have planted the second one on there too. But the only problem with that, Roberto, is that you got all these Russians watching my video in English, and they killed my watch time on that video. It's like less than a minute.
Yeah, and you don't caption, which I don't recommend you throw the money at that. But yeah, that hurt.
Yeah.
That hurt.
So 10,000 views is great, but when it's 10,000 views from a Russian audience, I don't know.
It doesn't help you. The Russians always at it again.
I know, right? Man, messing me up, bro. Messing me up.
Every time you look around, it's always the Russians, right? That's always the Ruskies. Our friendly, right? Like, for you, I think the 5G stuff. I think the carriers. I think when you do Ridge like I think brand wise, T-Mobile and the phone carriers for you do really well, and the 5G conversation does well for you. But also some of the one-off conversations in tech, like when you talk about the plans on things like the streaming services. Let's see. Yeah, I think that industry commentary for you. Here's something, Viper. Try this. Try adding this to your format. Like, you know how John covers like three things in like the news or whatever that it's going on?
Right.
Try picking up and giving a very animated opinion on even just one of those things. In addition to the regular videos you do, like pick up every now and again, like a couple times a week on one story. And instead of like John goes into each individual story for like 60 seconds a piece, lean into it and rant and go into that for like 5 or 6 minutes and see what happens on one of those stories.
Okay.
If someone was a news channel on the come up, I would tell them pick one of the 5 stories that Philip DeFranco covers and do an exclusive video on just that one story out of the 5 as a deep dive video and see what happens. Right. So like I'm suggesting that, because again, I don't think that's copying. I think that's the audience might want someone to go deeper on that and be entertaining. And as you know, a lot of the tech space is very vanilla and very safe. You're not.
No.
So like, you know, give them what the man about tech thinks about this thing. And then like, I think that's because again, people come to you for your opinions, my friend. Like you're very different in that you lead with strong opinions. And I think that you have a dedicated, loyal audience that comes for that.
Definitely, no doubt.
And so I think you can win there. That push-up challenge video, I swear. but Jason, I think that you know what you have to do what is necessary. Like I think you know what you have to do, Jason.
I'm totally confused. I'm absolutely totally confused.
Videos.
Huh?
Make more note videos.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of like the view duration, my channel is like, it started in 2006.
So the view duration thing has more to do with pattern interrupts and everything, because like I guarantee you that for the length of Prosser's videos, that he gets the most view duration he can out of them. Because again, I'm just telling you that the data says that the sweet spot, and this is why people make longer content. But if you can't make longer content, you have to stop viewer drop off early.
Well, I mean, I certainly can make longer content, but
I don't know that it's always the answer. I'm just telling you a recognized pattern. And then, because here's the thing, there's plenty of things I could say that I know recognized patterns established. That doesn't mean that fits my content. So then I have to do something else.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
if you can't hack average view duration, then you have to definitely exceed on view velocity.
I don't know how to do that either.
That might have to do with getting and creating more hype prior to a video. And maybe that means your current workflow basically is making the video and getting it out same day. You might have to consider that if you're going to do an editorial piece and you wanted to try that out, because that's going to be a longer video and get more average view duration and get more interaction and boisterous comments anyway, then you might tease something like that. Because remember, you used to tease the Can You Trust series.
Right. Right.
There used to be speculation. There used to be hype. There was anticipation, and that triggered view velocity.
Yeah, but I wonder if part of the reason that's dropped off is because a lot of people are just like, oh, that guy.
There can be that, but you have to create. I mean, this is why people create hype around their brand and around their name. You have to figure out what that could look like for you. I mean, you were a showman, so you know the value of promotion prior to.
Yeah.
You just have to now creatively come up with how is that going to look now.
Yeah. And
I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I'm saying you know that that's the answer.
Yeah. I'm just I'm just totally freaked out at this point because, like, yes, I can do Note 10 videos, but what do I? I mean, and I'm gonna do a bunch of Note 10 videos when I go to the event, when the phone comes out, and all that kind of stuff, and that would be beneficial. But
true. I mean, there's things that you could react to maybe, or there's things that you can address that the community is talking about. And again, I'm not necessarily saying you have to do nothing but Note 10 videos and everything like that. There's a lot of of iPhone 11 videos right now that you can make as well. But I'm saying that you need to shore up and get people feeling something about your content with the topic that you have, because I'll tell you that's a bigger factor than people realize, is that if you can, that's why your editorials did so well, is whether people loved it or hated it, they felt something. And then you were being talked about one way or another.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm still trying to do that. I'm just not successfully doing it.
And again, I just think that some of that might be stepping back. Some of that might be finding something that pisses you off. I think your best content has come from when you've been pissed off. I think that's true about Casey Neistat sometimes too, is like when he made the Apple's Dirty Little Secret, when he made the bike lanes, when he did a lot of stuff that gave him his initial awareness, he was reacting from a place of raw emotion. But even the videos where he feels sad and reacts from raw emotion have been the best videos for him. Like a powerful, visceral emotion of some kind, positive or negative, compels people.
Right.
And the last video Casey put out, people cried. The video about leaving New York, like that, people cried.
Yeah. I mean, I totally get what you're saying. And I know that it's worked in the past for me, but like, I tell you what, when I get recently, it feels like when I get passionate, upset about something and I make a video about it, it tanks.
It depends on whether people resonate with that feeling. Remember, we talked about like dissenting voices, sometimes that not working out, or this or that, or people have made up their mind. Like, it just really depends on whether it's in line with what other people are feeling and haven't voiced yet, or voiced a little bit. And like, I mean, we talked about even with Tech Rant, there was an underlying feeling and current there with the reaction to the LG phones that people were able to pick up on, because that was a rallying point for them to have a conversation that they weren't going to have on their own.
Yeah. Yeah.
That has been what I feel has been successful for you in the past. I just think that's not don't think of it binary. Like I've said, always rate like the effectiveness of something of a 1 to 5 scale and kind of feel it out and realize that, you know, there are different aspects of this. And was I a 5 here and a 4 here? Was I a 5 here or a 1 here? And think about that, and then always try to do better the next time. And I just think that it's about sticking the landing, my friend. It's all about sticking the landing.
Yeah. I'm looking right now. The last video that I had that went over 100, I think I have one video that went to 200,000 recently, but last video that went over, 100, 150,000 was Smartphone Era is Over. And that was January 22nd. And since then, like,
do you know what has been interesting to me? If I look at all of your top performing videos, in my opinion, the underlying theme is the state of the tech address, in a way, after a fashion, like a larger overview of the tech space, whether that's through the lens of the Can You Trust series, or whether it's the smartphone era is over, or when you talk about the certain flagships or companies. I feel that like something that, let me take a look at something. Let me go specific here. Let me charging my attack. Some people know that reference. Some people are nerds. Painful painfully honest. I don't even have to come close to finishing to get that. Actually, I'm wondering. Oh, all right. So here's something funny. Do you know what YouTube associates your channel with?
No.
So if you do a space in the auto suggest when you type in your channel's name, the first thing is the Painfully Honest Tech Podcast, then Can You Trust, then Gaming Headset, then Note 9, then Astro A4, then S10, then AirPods, then Astro A50, then Apple, then Flossy. And those are the immediate predictions from YouTube and what they associate your channel with.
Yeah.
Related queries to Painfully Honest Tech. Number 1, Tylosive Tech. Number 2, Front Page Tech. Number 3, Everything Apple Pro. Number 4, Unbox Therapy. And that's from Google Trends.
Right.
Like top search keywords associated with Painfully Honest Tech: Samsung Galaxy S10, iPhone XS Max, Galaxy 10 Plus, S10 Plus, Samsung Galaxy S10 Plus, Galaxy S10, Can You Trust, Samsung Galaxy Note. See, these are things you've become associated with, and what you're Can You Trust tech YouTubers? This is what you've become known for.
Right. So I just looked it up in an incognito window.
Mm-hmm.
And I got Can You Trust, Gaming Headset, Note 9, A50, A40, Painfully Honest Tech Live, HyperX Cloud 2, iPod Classic, OnePlus 7 Pro, HyperX.
Yeah, most of the same things.
So,
by the way,
fuck.
By the way, Note 10 videos would continue to perform because I'm looking at something. Note 10 videos have an insanely high views per hour view velocity right now. The hype is still going.
Only going to get more in the coming week.
Yeah. So interspersing that, like every other video right now, like every other video being related to Samsung or the Note 10, or even the Note 9, believe it or not, at this point, would probably do well because the view velocity around it is that serious. That's interesting, and we're getting that data from vidIQ. Like I'm seeing videos get basically, even videos that have been out for a week are still getting 1,000 views per hour.
Does it tell you who those creators are?
Yeah, Tech Talk TV is a lot of them. Saki Tech.
Yeah, those are the people that I've been trying to draft off of.
Super Saf.
Yeah.
Z Tech Care. A lot of it's Tech Talk TV. Lou Later, which is obviously Lou's other show. But the funny thing about your Samsung becoming Apple is, according to vidIQ, 433 views per hour. That video may not have a lot of views on it right this second, but it's still gaining. It hasn't petered out yet, apparently.
Yeah, well, I would hope not after 24 hours. But
that's really good. That's really good view velocity and continued view velocity as far as I'm concerned.
So where are you seeing this on vidIQ?
I'm seeing it on vidIQ on the right-hand column when I search your channel.
Oh, I don't have my plugin loaded right now. Yeah. I mean, it disturbs me that almost all of the stuff that YouTube thinks of when I do is stuff that I don't do anymore.
It's what you have authority in.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with that information.
That's the hard part. You see, that's why I tell people, even if I told you what YouTube may want from you or what may perform or what is working or what the algorithm is or even if I told you that, it's not always the same thing as an answer to your current situation. It's not always an answer that's going to be satisfying with what you want to create or where you are now or what your brand is now. And even I deal with that. Like there's a conflict between what I know will work and what I actually want to do. And I think that's for almost every content creator. And that's the balance that people strike. Now, some people just go whole hog into do what's working, do what's working, do what's working. And I say, yes, that will grow you. That will grow you. But it's also something that could create burnout. So, and I know like so many people dealing with that. So many people dealing with that. Whether they have 10,000 or 10 million, burnout is real.
Right.
Like, it's hard because here's life. Here's your ambition and your ideals, and then here is the sacrifices that you might have to make to get what you want. And like none of those things seem to be congruent when you want them to be congruent. Like, and that's the real problem. The good news is at least maybe you're in a position where you have the luxury of some level of choice.
I don't know, but it doesn't feel like I do.
It doesn't feel like you do, but it's much more than what you used to have.
Yeah.
So Roberto, when you were talking about what YouTube thinks Jason is affiliated with, you said to do that to type in the channel name and then hit a space, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what happened when you type in your channel name and hit a space, and then everything is just things that are not spelled like your channel and other stuff that has nothing to do with my channel?
Let me see. Like in your case, YouTube doesn't know what to associate you with yet in the auto suggest, but do you want to know what vidIQ says about you?
Sure.
Okay. So vidIQ associates you with Hangouts on Air very heavily. Wow. Apple iPhone XS, iPhone XS unboxing, captain of Team Apple. And this one I don't understand. Too many YouTubers, small YouTube creators, the immortal John Hancock, Friday Night Vyper, Make Money Online, Friday Night Vyp. Are there too many YouTubers making videos? Question mark. Like, really? And new iPhone XS.
Oh, Lord. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So, like, you have 341 videos. I'm not sure why YouTube doesn't know or have enough context on you. I'll have to look at your I have to look at your metadata more. Let's try this. The man about tech. Well, when I type in the man about tech, your channel immediately comes up, and so do your videos.
Ooh.
So, and interestingly, as a recommended channel, Marquez comes up.
So maybe I should change the channel name to the man about tech. I don't want to do that, but yeah.
Well, now that you mention that, I've thought that before, because like while Viper is a cool name, it doesn't say anything about tech,
and it's hard to spell for most people who don't like. Oh, Viper with 3 Y's. Like when you tell them that, they're like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, and I mean, I had the same issue with my channel, because my channel used to be called the JTL, which was probably equally as confusing. Actually, more confusing because it's not an actual word. And when I changed it to Painfully Honest Tech, my channel almost immediately started to grow. So.
Mm-hmm. Channel name can make a huge difference. I've told people about that a lot.
Food for thought, Viper. Because if you've already branded Man About Tech, then
you say it in every video, and you are known as the Man About Tech.
And you can still be Viper
It's even your Twitter now.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
So it's food for thought, dude.
So our buddy John says it's not YouTube doesn't have enough data about me, and there's no hard pattern in the channel.
Exactly. So, like, even with the amount of videos you've made, there's no, oh, you're known for this, right? Like, if I go with Front Page Tech, for example, like Front Page Tech, watch this. Front Page Tech, Pixel 4, Front Page Tech theme, Front Page Tech audio, Front Page Tech Apple, Front Page Tech Tylosive, Front Page Tech iPhone, Front Page Tech iPhone X10R, Front Page Tech Pixel 3, Front Page Tech Unbox Therapy, Front Page Tech S10. Like that, like, and if I type it in a different way. Oh, also, hey, John. Almost the same exact results. Jesus. Like, let me type in John Prosser. John Prosser. Wow, it's only giving me John Prosser and John Prosser Pixel 4.
There you go.
But John also doesn't brand himself as much as he brands Front Page Tech. But he's immediately associated with Front Page Tech, and all the videos come up. And then some like meme stuff.
Meme stuff.
Yeah. Oh, one of the first results for John Prosser is the 2-hour podcast we did together about making money on YouTube. Good stuff. I remember that fondly.
Watching that.
Yeah, I still think it's one of the best collabs and interviews I've ever done, and I think it's actually some of the greatest value we've ever dropped on the channel. But yeah, like what you're associated with in the predictive text is very telling of what YouTube thinks and then how you're being classified. And what people don't pay attention to when it comes to the YouTube algorithm is the concept of classification, which is why I started telling channels to niche down or become known for one thing initially and then move to something adjacent to that, because being known for one thing from a systems and robotic standpoint is so important for YouTube then being able to find an audience for that and associate you with the right type of viewers and try to reach people. And when you try to do everything or you're all over the place, it's much harder to figure out what it is that you offer to people and how best to serve them. And so YouTube then just is confused. And it's like, I'll just try whatever and see if people like it. And that's not really a winning strategy. So the quality content matters, but how it's processed, how it's published, how it's classified, it's more important than people realize. And there's ways you can kind of prep it. Like, I mean, imagine you write this amazing book and then you put it on the wrong shelf. Like, how's that going to work? You know? Because it's not going to fit what people's expectations are, and it's not going to reach the right audience, and it's going to miss the people who would love it the most, right? So I think about YouTube content in the form of a library or in the form of like old VHS tapes and trying to find and classify them and hunt them down on a shelf all the time. We're trying to find a piece of paper in a filing cabinet is my real analogy. I think about that all the time when it comes to YouTube videos. And it may not always get the most views, but I think that getting the right views and getting in front of the right viewers matters. And then more views could come later. And I think that there's a whole thing that YouTube did. It's this 150-page white paper specifically about how they interpret quality now. And what we think is quality and what the viewer thinks is quality and what YouTube thinks is quality are different things. And you have to find some balance between all of them. And I'm trying to make content that will explain to people that quality is not what they think it is. One, it's largely what the audience thinks it is, but also does YouTube have the ability to perceive that accurately? Because if YouTube doesn't accurately understand your content, it doesn't know what to do with it. And then no matter how good you make a video, it can get buried. And I think that that's not said enough you know. And again, it's like, or what do I do with that as a content creator? It's like, partly you have to make more content and you have to understand you have to keep swinging. That matters. And then the other thing is when something hits, double down, but also try to understand what was good about it, what worked, and do more of that and incorporate more of that into all of your videos going forward. And again, make your content easy to understand. If you can make your content easy to understand, I think it will do better. I think one of the smartest things that like John Prosser and Brian and Front Page Tech did was they made a brand for one thing. They made a show, a vehicle for another. Therefore, it was easy to recognize and to hear and to get what it's about. And they made a format that's scalable and replicable to the best of their ability and is consistent so that expectations can be maintained. One of the things we talked about early on was drop all your other content formats and focus on Front Page Tech. And when that happened, there was now focus and clarity of delivery and clarity of message, clarity of purpose, expectations set, expectations delivered. I think that everyone has to find their way, but I think that I can say that about another channel that's completely different, The Breakfast Club. You guys watch The Breakfast Club?
Nope. I know what it is. But
okay. Well, sometime, even just from a YouTuber standpoint, take a look and browse through The Breakfast Club, and you'll start to identify that they use easily repeatable patterns. But here's just an easy example for everybody. Philip DeFranco.
Right.
Philip DeFranco has about 8 title formats. Almost every, like I'd say between 8 and 12. Between 8 and 12. Every Philip DeFranco video, the title structure is a duplication of the same 8 to 12 title structures. I kid you not. You can look at his channel right now and you'll see, oh, you're right, Roberto. It's like you will not go a certain amount of videos without the title starting with wow. I guarantee it.
I did that. And I helped some.
It depends. Again, he did it for a long time and he was like pretty much daily. So like there's something to that too. Of like him, like I'm not saying do exactly this. I'm saying Phil DeFranco clearly tripled down on things that worked and templated everything based on what worked.
Right.
Like even down to thumbnails, they realized, hey, Philip is enough of a presence to where if we put his face in the thumbnail along with 2 influencers, it's going to work and it's going to perform better. They shifted to that about 3 years ago.
Yeah. But I totally know what you're saying. And I'm looking at my content and what has worked for me in the past. Mm-hmm. And like there's no way for me to do that.
But you can borrow aspects of it, dissect aspects of it, and then incorporate those incrementally to be able to build something new that also hits that you can, because the thing is, none of those vehicles I think were sustainable.
No, and the way that I'm making videos right now is not sustainable.
So again, that's something that is going to require some workshopping, and it might mean taking a slump. It might mean a slump.
I've been in a slump for 3 months.
Dude, people sit in slumps for longer than that. Like people sit in slumps for like a year, like, which is not great, but
I simply can't afford it either.
I mean, I have some answers to that and some other monetization methods, you know. I mean, actually, like Jason, in your case, you have you're a full-time content creator. That doesn't limit you only to YouTube. There are freelance writing opportunities that are lucrative.
Yeah, I made a decision that I've done other people's work for too long. I'm doing my work.
But that's like so think about it like this. You can do work for or with other people as a mercenary. There's a difference between being in someone's employed and being a mercenary. There's a difference between being in someone's employ and being a mercenary.
I did reach out to Renee Ritchie and then the executive editor dude at whatever the overarching company is that does I'm War and all that stuff, and pitched myself when they said they needed people. I got no response.
That's just one thing.
Oh, I know. I didn't take it personally. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. And again, I'm sure there's probably people in my inbox that haven't gotten a response yet. But I try.
Somebody actually emailed me trying to see if I could get you to respond to them a while back.
Oh, Jesus, really? Anyway, hit me up about that, because it could be any number of things. Because it's the amount people. I don't think people really know how much that how many methods of contact I get overwhelmed with on a daily basis, but not just me, everybody, but it's anyway.
Oh yeah.
My point was from in your situation, and I've done this before, don't romanticize how you make money when you need to.
Well, I'm not trying to romanticize it, but I want to give, basically what I'm saying is, I worked myself to the point where it, given all the information that I had going back over 12 to 18 months, I was ready to do this. And I don't want to already start taking away from it in order to make money. I'm already taking away from it because I'm still working part-time at my job.
I think it's a matter of perspective. I think it's a matter of perspective in the sense that you now realize how much this is shifting sand, and it's an opportunity to diversify revenue streams, because if you make money creating and you are appreciated for what you create, I still think it's valid, and to think of yourself as a full-time creator, even if you're creating things for other people sometimes. I grow other people's brand and channels often bigger than my own.
Yeah, that's like a keystone. That's a keystone aspect of what you do.
Sure, but I did have to come to terms with that myself. I had to come to terms with that myself. I had to think about that and what that meant for me, and what that would become. Because again, there was a point where, I talk a lot about personal brand, but I invest a lot of time into helping other people grow their brand versus more time that I could spend on mine, more time I could spend writing my books, or more time I could spend making my own content. I put a lot now, as you know, into my members, into my coaching, and even just into the community. Even when people don't pay me, I put a lot into just answering questions or spending time with people. And that was a choice that I made because I actually found that I find it fulfilling and I find meaning in it. But I also made it a point to diversify how I make money in so many ways that I'm okay with the fact that there's no one thing that I'm all in on. Actually, I think that's better. And so for you, I'm just saying, explore a period of transition, because you're in a period of transition. Understand that sometimes periods of transition last longer than we anticipate, and that the good news is you have options available to you, whereas many people don't have any options. And in looking at that, I would say don't deal with yourself harshly or unfairly to say, I should be able to do this or do that, because there are things that are beyond your control when it comes to a specific income system. When it comes to YouTube, it's not a job, it's not a salary. And when I say job, I say it's not employment, in the fact that there's agreed upon salaries and guarantees and contracts. And therefore, I think it's valid to, by whichever means you have to sustain financially, I think it's valid to explore any and all options available to you, instead of putting the pressure on yourself to say, this should be working, why is this not working? Because there's a large part of it that's not in your hands.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that. I do. I mean, so it's not so much that I'm putting like all this focus on YouTube and YouTube has to work so much as like I spent almost 30 years making my living doing other people's work. And I built something to a place where I thought I had a window to transition. And as soon as I jumped out that window, everything started shit the bed.
That happens so often, which is why I try to have people hold off from that transition for as long as possible to see what the ebbs and flows could be, what the slumps could look like, just so that like they're fully prepared, because I don't like people being in a place where they feel the rug's been pulled out from under them. And I feel that for a lot of content creators, they experience that when they go full time, because there's it's very hard to. I don't think, no matter how much I or anyone else says it, I don't think anything can prepare you for it fully. I don't think anyone's ever fully prepared, and I feel that let's take everything off the table. Let's take everything off the table and assume that you had a window of a year where you didn't have to think about money. Let's say you got an inheritance and you didn't have to worry about money for a year, but it's only enough money for a year. What would you do and what would you build so that when that year is up, you don't have any anxiety?
Well, there's no such thing. That's impossible.
Just humor me.
No, I mean, I can't. I don't have an answer to that question.
So, like, you don't have okay, I don't have to worry about money anymore. What do I do with my life? Like, you don't have a.
No.
You need to figure that out.
Well, that's what I've been doing. That's what basically I've been doing that my whole life while carrying a full-time job.
I'm saying, again, if we make the assumption that money is no. Viper, if you don't have to worry about money for the rest of your life, what do you do?
If I don't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, I'm gonna go out and live my best life. Probably.
Like, let's just say, and let's say what that looks like. Your fridge will always be full. Your rent and utilities are always paid, and you have zero debt, and that's like done. Like, you know, you're getting like, let's just like say, okay, you're gonna get a stipend for $5,000 a month, no matter what you do. You're going to get a stipend for $5,000 a month for the rest of your life, no matter what you do. And that's enough for you to take care of yourself. What do you do? What do you do now? How do you find meaning? What do you do? What's your purpose?
Oh, was that what you were asking? You didn't ask that question.
I just reframed the same question. I was like, all right, you don't got to worry about money. What do you do?
For me, I would keep creating, to be honest with you.
Yeah. But what would you like? But what would that look like? What would that look like?
Whatever it would be, it would still be in the tech space because, like I said, I'm a tech dude. That's what I do.
All right. So, Jason, let's revisit this for you. If you don't have to think about money so much, what are you doing with your life?
What I'm doing right now? I mean, basically, since I walked away from the job, I've been able to focus on the channel in more the way that I would want to, right? So I've been able to be more thoughtful. I've been able to to sort of think about things that I couldn't think about when I was working full time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the three things that I do: I make these YouTube videos, I write books, and I write songs.
How are the books coming?
I haven't been able to work on my book in like almost 2 years because I've been doing this.
How do you feel about that?
I'm just accepting it as what it has to be.
But beyond acceptance, like, how do you actually feel about that? Don't be stoic. How do you actually feel about that?
I don't want to work on it if I can't actually put enough focus on it for it to be in the forefront of my mind.
What would that look like?
Probably anywhere from, well, writing in the morning, basically. But my creative brain is focused on the YouTube thing right now, and trying to like, you know, solve the puzzles of what that is. So switching gears back and forth has always been, it's difficult to do. So I've got the book, it's finished. I've got another book I want to write. I've started it. I don't have like,
You don't think you can take YouTube days versus book days?
no, not right now. I'm struggling so hard with YouTube right now that that I just have to work on it almost every day of the week, almost all day.
What's creating the bottleneck of time for YouTube?
It's not any one thing. Like at this point, like the videos, I can do the videos in a couple of hours, right? But then there's stuff that I'm trying to build out other income stuff. I'm trying to work with Studio 71 and get stuff going with them. I still don't have a website. I still don't have, like, I could work 24 hours a day, like 5 days a week.
Where could you ask for help? Where could you ask for help?
Well,
Because I don't think you should be building a website on your own. I think that you should ask for help with that.
I have no idea. I mean, see, that this is
Make a Squarespace website. Somebody can help you with that. Someone in the community can probably help you with that.
yeah. Somebody could, but I'd have to take the time to find them.
You
And
can ask around, and like that problem might be able to be solved for you if you ask around, or if you ask for recommendations, or if you ask for, it literally could be solved with a tweet.
yeah,
People are solving their apartment hunting problems with a tweet, Jason.
I know. Yeah, Genosis, Zach has been working with me a little bit. He's been doing some editing of stuff for me. The one thing that in terms of like a YouTube or a website, like right now I can't pay anybody, and I don't want to ask anybody to do work for free.
There's always work for trade, and there's always things that you're able to help people with that they might be able to say, hey, I need some help with something in kind, or down the road, or like, again, or maybe you'll owe me one, or something. Like, again, this is more of an internal problem, like that you're making larger than it might need to be, that can be resolved. And it's a matter of like stretching yourself from your comfort level, but that's a thing. Like, so it's possible that problem can be resolved, and it's one less thing off your to-do list. I mean, I've had to, again, in my case, yes, there are things that I do pay for with but I've had to ask people for help. Like I've recently accepted the limitations of being a solopreneur after 7 years of doing everything on my own. After 7 years, that's actually been longer, I think. Like after 7 years or whatever of doing stuff on my own, minus the occasional freelance thing or the occasional favor, I finally buckled down and started hiring people, and I couldn't be happier. Now, you may not be in a position to do that, but figuring out some kind of equitable relationship, creatives trade all the time. Don't let fear or pride or feeling less than or anything like that create more of you taking on things by yourself when your friends are happy to help you, when your community is happy to help you. This is why content creators struggle and suffer sometimes, is because they don't reach out.
No, I mean, I totally understand what you're saying. It's really fucked up. because the only way I've ever gotten anything done, and I've done a lot of shit in my life, the only way I've ever gotten it done and gotten it done the way I want it to be on the time frame, in the time frame that I needed to be done, is by doing it myself.
I've been the same way. I'm a lot younger than you, but I've been the same way my whole life. And it took me a long time. It took me a long time to get past that and to work past that, because it's like, I hear you. I've had trust issues with that. I've had people be nothing but disappointments time after time after time until they weren't. And just even one or two times of it not being that way, like, helped me begin to get the clarity to understand of, like, you know, like, don't ask, don't get, and that, hey, not everyone's gonna disappoint you, let you down, or fuck shit up. Like, you know, you have to get past that, and you have to accept that there are people who are here for you and have, you know, your best interest at heart, and will go to bat for you.
Yeah. Right now it's just become so hard for me to like they're saying in the chat, to like just even breathe, to the point where I can think about, like, you know, what is the next thing. Like,
I think it's because you're overwhelmed, and I think that you're taking on too much. You're taking on too much, and it's a lot, and you've always taken on too much, you know. And I think that you tried to solve the problem by transitioning to full-time YouTube, and then it didn't necessarily, like, it's not that it's gone badly, and I think it's actually gone, you know, better than you give yourself credit for, but it just doesn't feel like that sometimes in the wallet, because of how much of that's dependent on views, and views are dependent on, you know, you and I both know that once iPhone season, or once phone season in general gets here, like, that you're going to get past the hump. Like, that's historically been true for you for like 2 years now.
yeah.
Like, we know you can knock it out of the park there, but I'm more concerned about you running yourself down with stress and anxiety and fear before that happens, and not freeing yourself up and getting stuff off of your plate and being in your best shape to knock that out of the park. And I think that you have to calm down, let go, and I think you also need to just knock some things out off your list. And sometimes some of that, because I genuinely believe that, like, a lot of it's the financial part for you. And I think that anything you can do, even if it means setting some pride aside, I think anything you can do to take the financial burden off will give you back some of your creative momentum, some of your mojo. Because I just think that stress is sapping all your mojo, my friend.
I'm here.
John Prosser's here.
I don't have a camera set up. I had Viper send me the link.
Okay.
John.
Jason,
Yes.
I need you live on the air right now to take 10 breaths. I just need you to breathe. That's the biggest issue. You don't breathe.
It's yeah, that's true.
You can't breathe because you're putting shit all over your chest. You're putting it there. No one is putting it there. You're just like, oh, I can breathe really well today. Fuck this. I need to put something heavy there.
Yeah.
I need to not be able to breathe. Listen, you keep talking about, like, you want like, believe it or not, when you talk, especially in this stuff, and when you talk to Roberto, your actual goals are being heard by everyone that's not you. Roberto hears it, Viper hears it, everyone in the chat hears it, and I think that you know your focus should be on growth right now, but you're just spreading yourself out way too thin. So
Yeah.
like the Squarespace, who gives a fuck? That should come later. Like, there's nothing the Squarespace site will do for you that fixes your problem right now.
Right.
And we both fucking know how good you are at creating content. And if all of your focus was just in that, and you put your head down and just did that and didn't listen to the noise, I think you'd be pretty surprised if you committed to that for just like a full month, just nothing but fucking videos. No, don't worry about anything else. I think you'd be surprised.
So what do I not have to, what should I not worry about?
If it doesn't have to do with pressing record button, editing, and uploading, fuck it.
Fair enough. But in some ways, I feel like that's what I'm doing.
No, You're here asking so many questions that have nothing to do with that.
I think you're still thinking about, because I know why, but there's like the podcast is in the back of your head. Your website is in the back of your head. I know the Squarespace thing, I think, is partly predicated on trying to get a deal with Squarespace, right?
Well, I had a deal with Squarespace for 4 videos, and they totally tanked. Awful.
So is the Squarespace website related to
No, it's just the easiest way to get a functional website.
But for what?
Right. For what? To what purpose? For right. That's immediate.
If you say to put your videos on, I will set this whole thing on fire.
Well, that's part of it.
For what else though? You literally your focus should be on YouTube, and instead you were like, but what if I uploaded in 2 different places? What if I put the same thing in more places?
Right now your main income is YouTube, so everything that you should focus traffic on should be YouTube, not growing Squarespace, not growing Instagram, not even growing the audio podcast, unless you think that would genuinely lead directly to YouTube videos, which I don't think it would. Like right now, like everything for you, if your money is tied up in YouTube, should theoretically be in YouTube. However,
Roberto, nailed it.
However,
here's the however part.
However, if there is a cash flow issue, like immediate, and you don't have to disclose anything, like if there's an immediate cash flow issue, there might be faster cash on your skill set that doesn't take a lot of time, that can give you enough money to where you can breathe. Because I understand if money is why people can't breathe. I really do.
But if you put a Squarespace link, you put a website link, unless that website is converting people, it's doing shit. It's just sending people elsewhere and bothering them. You're just giving them a link to a problem.
Yeah, that's why.
Whereas you could link, instead of linking to your Squarespace website, you could link to a t-shirt shop where the purpose of that link is conversions.
Correct. Yeah. But my thing is, John, and I think you'll understand where I'm going with this, is that, so Jason, for super quick cash for you that doesn't really distract too much from what you're doing, there are gigs for voiceover work where there are people who want people like you to do voiceover work, or for audio stuff, or even for narrating books or lines or whatever, and it pays fast cash and you just record, right? And there's
do I go to Fiverr and set myself up there?
There's voiceover, there's voiceover.com and Fiverr Pro, which is actually easier to qualify for than people think, especially if you speak English. And they pay higher money, good money for oh, wow, that took me 10 minutes. And oh, here's $100, here's $150 for 10 minutes. So if you need cash fast, there are ways to make that cash fast that really take away from making YouTube content that much.
But you'd be so shocked though. That's taking his mind away from the thing. He can make money from the thing he's trying to do. He can accomplish the goals, grow, and make money with it.
I agree with you 1,000%, but just as not being in his bank accounts, I just want to offer here's make money in 24 hours versus waiting 30 days for YouTube. Just in case, because sometimes that matters.
So basically, I'm in a pretty decent position between now and October, because I'm still working 15 to 20 hours a week at my old job. And I'm, the ad revenue has gone down, but I still got some sponsorship stuff and other things that are coming in.
Then triple down on YouTube.
Right.
Exactly. Jason, if you put your head down and you just focus on creating content, the thing you're really fucking good at, and you do that, and it doesn't work, if you take my advice and it doesn't work, I will fucking pay your bills. That's how confident I am.
So
pretty confident.
So okay, so now I hear you guys, and I totally understand what you're saying. Compared to what I'm doing right now in terms of the YouTube videos, what does that look like? Because the past 2 or 3 weeks, I've done 4 to 5 videos a week.
Okay. Well, you saw how you were establishing the Note 10 pattern.
Yep.
And you randomly dropped an iPhone video, and then the next video is Samsung, Apple. The Note 10 thing was the pattern.
Yeah.
So the issue right now, and it's not just you, it's us, the tech community in general, it's just dry right now. So we can't ride the wave. So you have to sort of brute force your own wave, brute force your own pattern right now. And this happens every year. We have to do it every single year. Towards the end of summer, fall, winter, those are really fucking easy months. You just ride those waves the whole time. But it's these summer months where the responsibility is on you and you get scared because the content is usually made for you. And now you realize you have to brute force your own pattern, but that is possible.
Yeah.
And it's the only thing you can do right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's
and right now you don't have a major source to siphon from. You don't have a well to pull from right now. And the thing is, I think you're very comfortable with that. And now that it's not that, it's creating an additional level of imposter syndrome of
you're second guessing yourself with every upload.
Well,
the most confident I have ever seen you is when that iPhone video blew up and you fucking knew the right steps to take.
Right.
Back to back to back. That was the most confident I've ever seen you. And now, because YouTube's not giving you the answer, you don't think that you can come up with your own answer.
Yeah, that's totally true. And I think I do really good work reacting to shit.
Yes.
Yes. So like when there's nothing to react to, that's when I start to panic.
That's why I was telling you to look for something to kind of get pissed about, because your editorials and your strong opinions are kind of what built the brand and kind of where you grew and blew up and where you got strength from, even when people disagreed with you.
Yeah. I guess, and maybe this is just me, but I guess I just feel like those videos have not done well in the past 6 months.
Because they're random.
Yeah. I can't have that many opinions.
Well, I mean,
no, but I mean, like, the opinions you have to establish a pattern and know when to shove those opinions in.
Right.
That's fair. That's a good point. That's it. Like you like, it's a long burn in terms of setting up something for a payoff.
Yes, Roberto. It's like, imagine just waving a sniper around and pulling the trigger.
Right. Yeah. I mean, in some ways, I guess, well, I've already been thinking about this in terms of the iPhone. Like, I know that I'm going to have to cover the iPhone in a more thoughtful way this year, because last year was off the cuff, and it burned me in some cases. The Note 10, making Note 10 videos now is setting me up for, as we talked about, John, like getting that groove into the algorithm. So when the Note 10 comes out, I can
like establishing that authority in the Note 10 stuff right now before YouTube knows it's a big deal is what you need to be focusing on.
Right.
Because you're going to be at that event. It's going to drop. Everyone's going to be making Note 10 videos, but you've fucking been doing it.
And people are looking forward to hearing what you say and whether it's consistent with what you like speculated on once you get it in your hand.
You mean people are waiting for me to backtrack and say something something else?
Hey, at least they're waiting for you, period.
Yeah.
Take advantage of it. I mean, it happens.
It does.
What's up, John?
What's up, Viper?
You've been on here for like 5 minutes. You didn't even say hello to your boy. What's up,
Viper?
Man?
I was all worked up. I was like, I need to tell Jason to breathe. He's not breathing. I feel like I've been watching this whole thing. He's been holding his breath the whole time.
Intervention. John needed to come stage the intervention. So
it's true.
Roberto had him from the front, and I had to come in from the back, and we had to sandwich him.
That really is unpleasant.
Sometimes it's what you need, though, baby.
Yeah, I guess so. That's one way to loosen up. Yeah, I definitely have been super stressed. That much is for sure. And I know it affects the content, and I know it affects like how I deal with everything every day. I've been running around like, oh, I need to think about computers and all kinds of other shit, because it's just, I'm not very good at staying still.
Yeah.
It's almost like when I had the full-time job and I was doing that and I was doing YouTube, like there wasn't any time for me to be like thoughtful about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so now that I've got more time, I'm just completely
idle hands.
There's nothing but thoughts.
I'm just burying myself in I basically, it's from the money side. It like YouTube couldn't have, whatever they did to the algorithm or whatever adpocalypse is going on or anything like that. Like I was basically I was like, okay, if I can count on X number of dollars per month from that, and then I get X number of dollars from other places, I'm good.
In other words, if YouTube could just miss me with this shit, I'll be all right.
Dude, no joke. For literally 3 weeks, every video we put out is demonetized.
I haven't had that.
And we've had a meeting directly with YouTube, and they were just like, we just need you to ride it out. Like the system is very trigger happy right now. We got a lot of eyes on us, so it's just kind of what we had to do. And there's nothing to do but just ride it out and get everything manually approved. But literally every video we've done, every single one has been demonetized.
Yeah.
I've taken this opportunity right now to just step back. So right now it's hard to believe, but we are making more money right now than in our best months. So I take that opportunity to step back, take a breather, go into hiding if I gotta, because I know that, the fall months, these late summer months, fall months are going to be crazy. So I'm taking a step back, breathing. The advice I'm giving you. Well, when I tell Jason to breathe, I don't mean step back and stop uploading.
You mean the opposite of that.
Yeah, right now we just have a safety net with money, so I'm just like, okay, we're going to be going all year. I got to breathe right now, or else I will burn out.
Right.
And I need to be excited again. I lose that. Like I talk and preach all the time about meeting the viewer halfway, disguising the content they want to watch with the stuff I want to make, and I get bored. I'm fucking bored with tech right now.
I'm telling you, it's the hardest thing. Especially
when you're aware,
I used to be the daily upload guy. I put out 3 videos in the last 30 days. And here's the thing. It's not that I have run out of things to talk about. I'm like, I edit my own stuff and I'm bored with editing. Like, there's no challenge in it anymore. And the thing is, and I don't want to make like cinematic B-roll content. I want to make TED Talks. I know that I'm a public speaker at heart. I know that like I have this, and the thing is also I want to make meaningful content. I want to do, and I'm doing it, I want to do industry commentary on social media and online business and also give meaningful advice. Like, I don't want to be a guru. I want to actually wake people the hell up and get them to take responsibility for the content they make and take responsibility for the money that they make. And I know that there are shifts I have to make, and I've been making myself more comfortable with my content shifts, with my patterns, and I've had to step back from the excitement I get from making daily videos and just speaking my mind to being much more thoughtful and in-depth and detailed so that I can nail fixing the problems in the community that I know need to be addressed. And that's why, like, Jason, I don't write scripts, and I wrote a bloody script for that video that I sent you that I'm going to be putting out next week.
Yeah, it's good too.
It's a really good script. But think about the fact that I don't script videos. I give my opinions and experience, and I go in. And I was doing that every day for years. And what it means for me that I've had to step back to like a video a week or less to get to the next level.
Right.
Because to John's point, for me, it's that I wouldn't say so much I'm bored so much as like there are waves that I could ride that would help me as a YouTuber that bring me absolutely no satisfaction as a speaker, as a creator, as a thought leader, and don't do enough for me, in my opinion, to move my brand to the next level. And I'm willing to take a hit on views, on subs, on all growth metrics to go to ascend to a higher plane and come back stronger so that if I ever get to 1 million subs, no one's going to question that I deserve to be there. Like, I'm not going to question that I deserve to be there because I'm going to know I did it on meaningful content.
Right.
When right now, that's not the priority for people doing YouTube right now, is not to make meaningful content.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to make meaningful in the sense that like it would make people think a little bit. honestly, like, how much meaningful content can you make about a smartphone?
But that's the thing. You'll know, like, and I've been focused on this lately too, that like sometimes I just accept that, today's just one of those easy shows. Just like, so there's like 3 different versions of Front Page Tech that we know we're making. Like before I even record, we know the title, we know the thumbnail, all that other stuff. We know the narrative we're going for.
Right.
And we know if it's an easy, just like make people laugh, enjoyable show, or if it's one where I'm going to have like hardcore opinion and credibility and I want you to take me seriously. And those episodes don't feel the same as the fun, goofy ones. And then there's the like mad ranty ones. There's different styles, but like you don't know until you click. Other than that, they all look the same. They all look like what you expect to click on every day when we upload a show.
The smartest thing you've ever done.
Like there's no FPT now anymore. Nothing. There's no fucking breaking point. It's all Front Page Tech, and you don't know what version of Front Page Tech you're gonna get, but you're still getting Front Page Tech.
Yeah. Again, the most brilliant thing you've ever done is subvert that and give yourself the leeway to have a singular branded piece of content that you're known for.
Yeah.
And yet, like, you can subvert expectations and deliver on them at the exact same time because
we had this talk, Roberto. Like, I was competing with my own fucking show. Like, everything on the channel was still competing with Front Page Tech, our flagship show. And when I step back and get out of my own head and be like, well, I want to make this and I want to say this stuff and I want people to take me seriously, I had to take a step back. And I was on the phone with Roberto. We were on the phone for like 8 hours that night. And I was like, when you think about it, like, you still have to respect what the viewer wants from you either way.
Right.
And there is a way, there's like an art in giving the viewer what they expect, disguising it that way, but putting yourself into that content too, putting what you want to say into that content, because you know what's going to get the eyes, you know what's going to get the viewers, so put what you want to say in that piece of content. Same thing I tell brands. Like, I just didn't take my advice that I give to brands. When brands want a dedicated video, I say, fuck no one's going to watch that video. Literally, if you look at the YouTube channel, you see our daily show, you know people are guaranteed to come back and watch it every day. Why wouldn't you pay to be in that? Why do you want to? I'm not making a dedicated video and going outside of my content strategy because no one would care. I wouldn't do that for myself, so I'm definitely not doing it for you and your money.
Yeah, I've said no to a bunch of stuff. Basically, like, if it's a review video for money, I don't do it. If it's like a 30-second spot, 60 seconds, then working on that, which has limited my playing field to a certain extent. But to be honest, like, I would love to have a setup where, you know, like you guys do with the format that you have for your show, where I could just basically do the things that I do well in the context of that. I mean, right now,
yeah,
like, I'm making videos that look like they're smartphone tech reviews or whatever.
Yeah,
but they're not. You know, they're more editorial opinion pieces,
which is the way it should be.
Yeah,
I think that format works for you, and I think it plays to your strengths. You are a pure artist and a pure writer, and you have like decades of experience in it. Playing to your strengths really, really matters. When I used to look at and like feel. I used to feel like, to be honest, I used to look at some other content creators and I used to feel like, is my content lazy because I don't over edit everything? And I started realizing that my audience never asked me to over edit anything. My audience never asked me for a bunch of fucking B-roll. My audience didn't care about any of that. And then when I realized that people love me on stage when I'm speaking, how can I incorporate that energy into my actual regular content? And I've shifted, and you know, regardless of how views play out, even though some of those have been better actually recently, people have told me that the 2019 content is the best content I've made.
Yeah,
I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, you've definitely, like, you've been really focused on the kind of content that you are trying to make, and what you want that to look like and sound like. So I would agree with that.
But also even in the delivery and even the messaging, like the messaging, even when I make a YouTube growth video or an Instagram growth video, it's still a mindset and motivation and business video, whether people realize it or not. To John's point of packaging or disguising a video as one thing versus another, like people don't realize how much, like in the undertone of almost every video I've made for the last 10, 15 uploads have technically been mental health videos. If you think about it, if you really pay attention, I've been talking a lot more to the mindset, the creator mindset, hint, wink, wink, plug, plug. Like I've been talking about the creator mindset and what it takes to be successful, but what it also takes to be happy, what it takes to, it's why the podcast, it's why people are, oh God, Roberto, please drop another podcast. Oh God, Roberto, because I'm really going for depth. And I think it's the pivot in my brand, even if it's a slow burn. I think that you have, once you find, it's why I kept asking like you and Viper, like, what would you do? What would you do? Because the thing is, if I think about it, I'm like, I'm in the best position I've ever been in my life. If I'm going to take any risk with anything or do anything that I would want to do, like fully, like take a risk on anything, I might as well, because I have the authority, I have the respect. People will give me the chance to do it. And financially, there's not a downside for me that much, because I've insulated myself with multiple revenue streams to where it's like I can say my piece and I can say what I'm really thinking. And in my case, I want content creators to be the new class of like upper middle class to wealthy people. I want content creators to have the opportunity, and creators in general, I want creative people in general to be respected in the way that a doctor and lawyer is respected. I'm tired of the starving artist bullshit. And I want people who make things and who can't be replaced by machines to finally be recognized. And I know the only way to do that is with thought leadership. And the only way to do that is to teach people how to make money. Like, I know that those things matter. Teach people how to respect themselves, teach people how to respect money, and things will change for our class of people, the content creators, the makers, the builders. Right. The only way that, like, until doctors changed how they thought about themselves, you know, being a doctor like 200 years ago was a poverty profession. 200 years ago. Yeah. And they flipped the script. It's our turn. It's our time.
I agree with you 100%.
So I'm going all in on that narrative.
Yeah. I mean, okay. So I'm thinking about approaching my content, because what happens is I've got like tons of video ideas. I've got like, notes pages full of video ideas, all of videos that I can't make right now.
Why can't you make them right now?
Well, because I started to make them and I was just kind of all over the place, and then nobody was watching. And
because they're Jason's ideas, not what the viewer wants.
Well, I mean, yeah. But
what can you tweak in those ideas that would meet people halfway? Because, by the way, to John's point, you know what? Here's a realistic part of what meeting people halfway is. The title and the thumbnail.
Yes, that's it.
That's the realistic execution of.
Just shout note 10 at the beginning of every video and then talk about what you want to talk about.
Like,
I did that. I did that like, yesterday.
Back in the day, back like 3 months ago, I made a real video and I told people how to actually literally dramatically increase their YouTube AdSense earnings, even CPM, the secret shit that everyone thinks they want, like, and nobody watched it. I then made the title, I made a new video, said most of the same things, and titled it, How Much Money I Make on YouTube with 400K subscribers and views.
So I saw that, and I saw you did your million view video. I haven't looked to see how that's.
The million view video is doing all right. I should have released it 2 hours earlier. 2 hours later than I released it, but I should have released it. Honestly, I should have released it a day earlier. There was a pattern and a trend, and there was another video similar that I should have released a day earlier. I was getting on a plane. So I take responsibility for the fact that I missed the better optimal window of timing on that video.
Right. Yeah. Because I did see a couple of other videos like that floating around, and I saw you did one, and I was like,
yet I filmed it before most of them, by the way.
Yeah. I
filmed it weeks ago.
I can make that video. I can make that video.
I filmed it, but for you, that doesn't help you.
No, it doesn't.
But I'm making the point that I, several months ago, made a video that I thought would help people and was something people wanted to know, and it is, but I packaged it wrong. The value proposition was right. The delivery in terms of the actual content was right, but the packaging and what people care about was the disconnect. And so when I decided, you know what? This title works for like all these 17-year-old kids who don't know shit. And like people like click on this. I can actually help people understand this if they would only click on the video. So I'm going to make a video that they will click on. I'm going to make a thumbnail that they will click on. And I'm going to tell them the same things I've been saying for the last 3 goddamn years. And they're going to be amazed. And wouldn't you know it? That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, and that speaks to a problem that I've been having is what seemed to work for me in the past with title and thumbnail. Well, the thumbnails were, the thumbnails, as long as they were somewhat attractive, it seemed like it didn't make a huge difference. But that
goalpost keeps moving.
Yeah, that was when you were reactionary. When the YouTube was pushing you and doing the work for you.
Yeah.
And now you have to brute force that.
Yes. So the crux of my problem is like, I know what I want to say. I know what I want to title it. However,
you cannot romanticize what you want to title it.
Well, no, I mean, it gets down to like, is it a question or is it a statement?
As vague as possible. I noticed, I was going to say this the other day because I was looking at your channel, or when you uploaded something, it was in my subscription feed. And one of the videos, I literally said, well, you just gave me the answer. There was like a question in your title, and you like just gave away the answer in the thumbnail.
Right.
Where, I don't know where it is, though. Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay. The video was "Don't wait for the Note 10."
Yeah.
But the thumbnail said Note 9 or Note 10. You shouldn't even mention the Note 9 until they click on it.
Yeah.
Leave the door wide open, because when they see that thumbnail, they're like, "Oh, it's going to be Note 9 versus Note 10," sort of stuff. That's your expectation going into it.
And see, that filters out a segment of the audience that's like, "Oh, I can skip that." Like,
yeah. So that brings me to the.
I got so pissed because right now in this down season, we're just testing different ways to title and thumbnail and all that stuff. We've been back and forth with all sorts of things. But there was a video that we did a couple months ago that got 75,000 views, and the title is literally WTF, they stole it. That's it. Right. What the fuck does that even mean? And 75,000 of you watched it.
Curiosity,
because that's what I mean.
Yeah.
And I was like, so that's where I get mad at the fucking general public and what they click on, but I also have to accept that and meet them halfway.
Right. Yeah, and I'm not good at that.
So I think one of the best pieces of advice for you, with your mind being scattered all over the place, is one of the most classic business things ever. Since you're full-time now, it is a business, so you got to think of it as a business. And one of my favorite pieces of advice is, it's the business's responsibility to be where the people are, not the other way around.
Right.
So knowing that's why when you were like mentioning a Squarespace site and all this other stuff, I was like, huh?
Right.
What?
Yeah. No, I get that. I get that completely. Like, but like, I'm looking at the titles, as you pointed out. Like, so "Don't Wait for the Note 10" would be a great title if I hadn't put the Note 9 in the thumbnail.
Yeah, but you gave the answer.
Yeah. But then, like, Samsung screws us with Galaxy Note pricing, or whatever the hell that title is. $1,200 for the Note 10 Plus ? In the thumbnail. Like I just can't get any. I can't get any sort of any kind of congruity or flow to happen between title and thumbnail.
One of the like prime examples, and okay, so I don't mind him as a person, as a creator. Tech Talk TV is like one of the prime examples of cookie cutter, low effort stuff.
Yes.
Like it's 3-minute, 4-minute video. He's not even in the video. It's just voiceover, pictures and video from other people, where he can make a whole 4-minute video out of a paragraph in an article in Zimbabwe. Something fucky and weird.
Right.
But the pattern still sticks. He can say whatever he wants in the title because his titles always start out with Samsung. That's the first word in the title, or a phone, or Huawei. First thing in the title. It's Huawei or Samsung and then his title. So he's validating the pattern,
pattern, and classification. They immediately know. YouTube knows. Serve this to people who watch anything about this brand, this phone, this product.
That part is for YouTube and the algorithm, and the weird, like vague title is for the viewer, for a human reaction to be curious about the video.
Right. He's right. Like, and that's
so
like that's a thing in structure.
Lead with a question or lead with a very hard opinion.
Right. Well, I just changed the title to yesterday's video from "Is Samsung becoming Apple?" to "Samsung is becoming Apple."
Yes, that should have been how it. Yes.
Declarative statements versus questions. If the question has to be very compelling to trigger curiosity. If you can't accomplish that, which I would always make the assumption that maybe I have a scale of 1 to 5 that's going to be a 3. I think the stronger thing that's a 5 is to make a very strong declarative statement that people can readily disagree with.
Yeah, if you're a Samsung,
because people can't help themselves.
If you like Samsung stuff, you typically view Samsung content, and a video is recommended to you, and it says, "Is Samsung becoming Apple?" You would go, "No, no, I don't think so." But if there's a video in front of them going against them that says Samsung is becoming Apple, they're either going to be like, "Holy shit, yeah, I think they are," or "What? Who is this? And why is he saying this? That's fucked up. That's wrong. You're wrong." And they're going to watch it.
Right.
To confirm that you're wrong and that they're right, and then to tell you so.
Yeah.
You win either way.
And that's the problem that I've been having, is like not even knowing if I should ask a question or make a statement. Like,
assume that you should make a statement. Unless it's a question,
most of the time a statement.
Unless it's a question that you have some way to validate that is on a lot of people's mind. If you have no way to validate whether this question is on everyone's mind, make a declarative statement.
Right.
Instead of saying, for example, if I wanted to do, I won't do, can introverts be successful influencers? I would rather say how influencers can be successful influencers, or introverts can crush it in influencer marketing. 5 reasons why. I would make some kind of declarative statement, and then in my case, maybe I make a promise of some kind that's specific, so that you watch the video all the way through. Because if I say I'm going to give you 5 reasons, you don't dip out at 3 if they're good enough.
Right.
You stay for all 5, and I get the watch time.
Right.
Like, it's why I came up with the hack for 10 insert social media platform hacks in 5 minutes. I came with that format, and I make it a little over 5 minutes, but the actual content is 5 minutes with like maybe a bookend of a minute here or there. But I'm making a declaration that I can give you 10 things, and I'm respecting your time by saying 5 minutes. I came up and I rigged that format, and it works.
Okay, right. So Jason, like so you changed the title on this one too. The iPhone 11 don't bother.
Yep.
I think the original title was the iPhone 11's for dummies or something.
Yep.
What if you were even more vague? The iPhone 11 is clearly in the title or in the thumbnail. It should be in your description and tags and stuff, but the title is just saying, "Why are we doing this?" It's so vague that if you're recommended that video, you know what the video is about because the iPhone 11 is in it. YouTube knows because it's in the metadata too, and you're saying it a bunch in the video. But it's so vague that it leaves the question open for most people.
Yeah, let's try that. I just changed the title.
Let's try that.
Because there was a time when I felt like I could completely anticipate like what I should be doing and how I should title it and all that kind of stuff. And over the past like 5 or 6 months, I've just been like, man, I don't know.
Man, question: do you know the title before you record?
I have a title before I record. Yes,
like a working title.
Yeah, and I usually have like a, if not something like actually solid that I've already chosen for the thumbnail, I have like at least a thumbnail like picture in my head.
Yeah,
basically.
And if so you're don't wait for the Note 10 video. What if it was just a thumbnail of the Note 10 and the title just said Note 10 hyphen don't wait for it?
Yeah. Yep.
Like, I think you already did this, but it's like you already did this. I'm sure you already did this style, but it's like I like the declarative statement of like the Note 10 is already a disappointment. Like I just like how strong that is, just because it's like,
right,
damn son, like,
yeah, and that one got over 100K.
Like, it's gotta be strong like that. Like, remember when I've talked to you about that title, you were waffling on making that a question too. Like,
yeah,
like you gotta go hard, man. You gotta lean in. And like, I mean, and believe me, I know it's rough. Like, it's like, I'll tease you with the video that I'm editing tomorrow to also test Saturday releases again, because I don't think what day of the week I put stuff out matters unless there's something going on. But it's like a 16-minute video, and it's titled "Why Being Authentic is Harder Than It Looks." And I'm also going to put something in parentheses about imposter syndrome, because here's the thing. While that's somewhat giving away what I'm talking about, I've tapped into the fact that is like, whenever I ask questions about what people are struggling with in Twitter and in polls, every single time, that's like one of the top 2. And by that, I'm going to hook into identity, right? So I already decided that. I decided that when I made the video. Before I even shot the video, I was adamant about that. And I even did all my research on what the keyword clusters for that video were going to be. And I'm going to zero in on the imposter syndrome thing, because literally it was confirmed. I shot that video before VidCon, and interestingly enough, it's all anyone at VidCon talked about. It was imposter syndrome. Even the biggest content creators, it's funny. Jarvis Johnson, one of the channels that quickly rose to 1 million subscribers, was just tweeting about imposter syndrome today.
Yeah.
So I have another confirmation. It's like, okay, this channel's about to hit 1 million subscribers, and this guy's talking about imposter syndrome. There's not a single content creator that can't identify with this video.
No, it's true. It's true. I mean, and that's like, that's part of what I'm freaking out about, even though I'm old enough to know, and I've been through this stuff enough to know that doesn't, like, that's not a real thing. It's me like psyching myself out. But what's really been fucking me up is just the idea that, like, I could end up just being the guy that everybody discounts. Like,
that's 2 things you're really good at: making content and psyching yourself out.
Yeah.
2 of your favorite things.
3 things: making great content, psyching yourself out, pissing people off.
Yeah.
2 of those really work.
2 of those things make you money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you worried about being the person that people discount? Just make it yourself not that way. You control that narrative.
Well, yeah.
Then there's a quality versus quantity thing and everything like that. Roberto Blake and John Prosser like your content and give a shit. And so I'm going to arrogantly say, it's like, what else do you need?
That's it. You just need 2 views. Me and Roberto. That's it.
The 2 that matter.
Okay, as long as you guys are going to do the heavy lifting of getting me the rest of the views.
No, that's it. Just 2. You only get 2 views a video.
Okay. Yeah, that's
and it's just me and
It
Roberto.
is just us.
just like that chick who put out 2 videos and now she's over 1.2.
Yeah, but it's like the opposite. You put out a bunch of videos and only 2 views per video.
But that's an amazing plan.
But listen, at least you know we're there for the long haul. We stick around. We watch every video.
Ride or die.
That would help me with the audience retention.
Well, that's what I'm saying, dude. Listen, you can psych yourself out all you want, but even if shit hits the fan and you lose everybody, you still got Roberto and John Prosser 2 views, so you'll never have 0 views.
That's right.
That's a big deal.
Yep.
Think about all the money in your bank account with 2 views.
Yeah, I know. I'll be making something like 0.0002 cents a month.
Not if you sell us really expensive T-shirts.
I'm working on the T-shirts. Actually,
but they have to be like $5,000 each. Roberto and I each buy one every month.
And like it's sewn of fabric made of my discarded pubic hair.
See, all right. Well, I think I'm out of that one.
I want a refund.
That was not disclosed.
I will have shampooed it to a soft and silky sheen. Yeah, I mean, so I'm thinking of ideas, right? And I know Note 10. I got to do the Note 10. And here's some. I want to make the video that says I am so fucking bored of this shit.
I already did it. It's too late. It's coming out tomorrow morning. I'm so savage. I already did your idea, and it's coming out tomorrow morning. So don't think about it painfully on this pain in the ass. Forget about it.
Well, I actually made the same video like in January.
And I fell asleep knowing it was so boring. Tomorrow's going to be exciting. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
See, what Travis is doing right now is funny because like his savage like meme account, his parody account is got more traction than his regular content.
No, I think we've been lied to this whole time. I think Travis is the personality. I think that's the one he fucking fools us with. And
John Prosser is a genius.
No,
he's a fucking genius. I love him.
I think his savage like parody account, like I think it's that like it's funny because I think like you did this too, John. It's like becoming a living meme.
Yeah.
Like becoming a living meme.
Okay, so I think I said this in chat somewhere, but the way we pulled off the Toilet Squad thing is so fucking sneaky. I just said out loud that people were watching on the toilet. Of course you're watching on the toilet. Everyone watches YouTube on the toilet, but I made them feel weird and like they were only watching our show on the toilet. I made a guess. And then I made them feel like they were pushing it on me. I totally made the Toilet Squad thing up. But I was like, no, don't make this a thing. Don't make this a thing. And I made them feel like they were making this. Like they're the community. They're pushing this onto me and I have to react to it. So then I was like, next thing you guys are going to want T-shirts or something. I fucking knew I was going to make a T-shirt. And then they were all like, oh my God, yes, T-shirts. We should have Toilet Squad T-shirts. And I acted reluctant about it, but did it, played it off like, oh, this is your fault. And $25,000 of T-shirts were sold.
John Prosser is so savage. He's already marketing for 2020.
Oh, that's the best marketing. Oh, that's the best entrepreneurial hustle, like merch, like strategy execution I've heard. Oh man, like
it's tricky. It's tricky, but like
I got mine.
Selling a shirt, instead of just selling a shirt with our logo on it.
No,
it was a joke on the show, so everyone felt like they were part of it.
I think everyone just missed my I got mine joke.
You got your Toilet Squad shirt?
No.
He got his nut. Pay attention, John Prosser.
Oh.
Good Lord. I thought you were smaller than this with your Toilet Squad and all your other bullshit.
Like
He's
I was
talking
like
about busting a nut.
That was like that's for me. That's like that like when
I don't know what's wrong with you. Is it too late over there, John Prosser?
That kind of like when I hear that kind of marketing, that kind of like brilliant freaking entrepreneurial hustle, it's like that's my G spot. That's all me.
It's getting a little weird.
It was it was so sneaky, and I kind of feel bad about it. But also, everyone got T-shirts.
It's the sexiest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Roberto Blake just finished on live stream.
Who did what?
Roberto Blake just finished on live stream, and you saw it here on Vyp Live on Friday.
Like the dude, no, it's brilliant. I love, but here's the thing. It's like, it's not that sneaky or subversive. It's that you tapped into the power of community and the understand. Well, there's that. But building a cult, but you know what? You know, I keep saying this, marketing is religion, right? I tell everybody to read Primal Branding for a reason. It's in my required reading in my coaching program. It's like Primal Branding is one of the required reading books along with Crush It, right? And one of the reasons that Primal Branding is because if you start to understand that marketing is religion, everything makes sense. Everything makes sense. Like you even learn to appreciate your haters because you need heretics. You need heretics. Like,
I have
right?
found I think this is relatively new for me. So like, I like creating content that pushes against the people that watch every day, people that are subscribers that I know I can't push them away because I like being loved or hated and nothing in between. And
yeah, that's good. That's part of marketing.
Very recently, I've started making videos that push against everybody all at once. Like today's video was calling everybody an idiot, and that's just somehow accepted.
It's actually better. It's actually better because like here's a psychological thing that no one talks about. I call it riding the line of likability, is where you keep pushing the envelope of where you stress the point of like, because it's easy when people always agree with you, always like you and everything like that. It's easy to be loyal then. But if you actually push and push and push people to a line and they remain loyal, you can actually stretch that to the point to where it becomes very difficult for them to ever see themselves rejecting you or turning on you because of what they've stuck with you with and what you know what? I was starting to really dislike, and then you know what? You brought me back. It's like,
a lot of people, like when I ask like how long people have been watching or someone mentions watching Front Page Tech, it always starts out usually the same. Like, I really hated you, but I couldn't stop watching you, and now I really like you.
Yeah, because the thing is, you made them feel something, and the thing is, there was enough of what you said that resonated and was true, or they're like, you know what? At least he's not being like PC, or at least he's not being vanilla or middle of the road like everyone else, or at least he's being honest.
They get mad at me because I said something bad about the thing they like, but then they realize I say bad things about everybody's thing that they like.
And they know at least you're not
opportunity shit giver.
And at least you're not being vanilla. At least you're not being neutral. At least you're not being neutral. Like, at least you're not pandering. And that's what people are like. At least you're not playing it safe. And people respect that. People are like, I disagree with you or I don't like you, but I respect you. And in the end, truth be told, that matters a lot more because you can build on respect.
Vyper's so savage, he left his own live stream. He went to the grocery store, went to a strip club, took a shower, came back, and then just now got back on his own live stream on a Friday night. You're so savage, Vyper. I don't know how you do it.
I know, right? I leave for a few minutes and then I come back and the live stream got savage.
Vyper, you still got glitter on you. I see you.
Man, there's nothing I don't like better than stripper perfume too. That's just something really special about that.
Oh, that's what?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's that, but sometimes I get confused. Like I'll go to the mall and I'll smell perfume on somebody walking by me that I only smelled before in a strip club, and then I have like all kinds of weird, like I get vertigo.
Jason from Painfully Honest Tech goes to malls where strippers shop. That is the headline tonight.
I think everyone
so savage. He shops with strippers.
I think everybody goes to malls where strippers shop. I think that's like kind of a normal thing.
Unless there's this like particular malls where strippers go instead of regular malls.
They're called strip malls. I don't know if you've heard of them before, but they're all over the place. I'm surprised you people are so brand new on this live stream tonight. Something's wrong with you people.
Oh boy, that was good.
That was good.
You were setting that thing up like from the whole beginning, right?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, geez.
You so savage.
Man,
I'm so savage. I've been asleep during half this live stream. I just woke up.
Those with the lighting and the glasses, like Travis ends up just looking like an actual like meme, like he's an actual cartoon. Like I'm just saying.
Yep.
By design, man. By design.
All right, I'm gonna hop out of here and eat something. I didn't eat dinner yet, but if anybody,
wow,
if anybody has
you haven't
questions, Jason,
Yeah.
I'll hop out.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
It's like 2:30 a.m. your time. What do you mean you didn't eat? How did that work?
I just been moving, doing shit.
So
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
When I'm busy, the very first thing that goes is food. I forget. That's the first thing I forget.
I'm just as bad, and I love food so much.
All righty.
okay. So that just to put a bow and wrap it up. Like, I know, Note 10 videos. I got it. However, it still doesn't help me with the mojo problem.
Oh, you need to get your groove back?
Yeah.
that should be the first thing.
Yeah.
That gets fixed is your head.
Yeah.
You should try Viagra. Like
wrong. That's the wrong head. That's the wrong head, Travis. Wrong head.
Well, you said head, and he needed mojo, so I just figured he needed to fire one off.
The other one.
Yeah. Yeah. The other head. I need to be firing that one off. But yeah. I mean, I need to get the groove back, and I'm struggling, man.
What usually jazzes you up creatively? Well, you know what? I think I know what does. Playing your guitar usually makes you feel better.
Until I made that video that nobody watched.
Because why would they?
You titled it wrong in the thumbnail.
It's a music video.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun. But listen. What if? All right, listen. Are you here with me?
I'm right here, yeah.
What if it was disguised as a fucking video, a normal video, and you make a joke in the video and then all of a sudden break into song?
Yeah.
That catches them off guard, and they had no idea that was coming.
And now they're
you got
trapped.
to do what you wanted to do.
Yeah.
And then you sell them t-shirts.
I will sell them t-shirts.
Yeah, but when I say like playing your guitar, I mean just for you, like not, or if you want to do it on your other channel as a live stream, just to do it and like for people to listen in, if that makes you feel a little like better to know there's an audience, because I know you're a performer, then cool. But I think literally just playing your guitar for you, it's like, I mean, you know what makes me feel better, and I don't like post the photos and everything like that. Literally, even just like either going outside and snapping photos or like taking macro shots here in the office of my bobbleheads, and then like nobody ever sees them, but I feel happy because like some of the happiest moments of like it's this micro moment of happiness. And I was telling my friends Andy and Jay Leibs this while I was in New York the other day. I was like, for me, the happiest like I ever am is that like that fraction of a second when I click the shutter button. Like every time. That's my
It's funny for me, the happiest time is right before I finish.
Shouldn't it be right after?
No, because then I gotta get him out of the house. That's always awkward.
All right.
So I think creatively you got to do something for you that has no expectations from somebody else, and that's how I believe for all creative people, part of getting your mojo back. And the thing is, we kind of like undermine it with content we put into the world. But when you make something just for you with no expectations and no judgment, that's the purity of creation, and you need to do enough of that to restore yourself so that you can do the thing for other people, because you have to satisfy yourself, right, in my opinion, first. Because if you can't purely, for the things that you need to make content and to make money, if you can't purely do 100% of what you want because you have to meet the audience halfway, which is fair, then you have to have something outside of that you can do just for you, so that you can get the energy and the momentum and the mojo.
If not everyone wants to watch you bust a nut, then you got to go off and do it on your own for a second. And then
speaking of which, I gotta go.
Okay.
The timing on that,
right.
Jesus.
Jason, all I would say is to get out of your own head, sit down, with yourself for a second and just be like, where should my effort go and where does it need to go away? Right now, I think you need to be focused on YouTube and growth and making content. That's where I think your effort should be. And you leverage that. Don't try to do a bunch of extra work for money. You're already doing the work, so make money off of that work. Incorporate more brand deals, whatever you got to do. But you need to leverage that. But the number one thing should be just making stuff. Yeah. Because if you do this and you focus on growth, then later on down the line, all your good ideas and all the extra stuff you want to do will matter more for more people because you put in the work now.
Right.
And remember, you just have to, you said you can hang on till phone season, and
till October?
Yeah. And like phone season September, my friend, like you're if that's the case, if you believe that
the Note 10 event is the first week of August. So
you're panicking for no reason. I'll tell you that much. If you're good till October, lay off your own dick.
Okay.
Breathe.
I will.
I mean it, Jason.
Breathe.
I know.
Yeah, otherwise you're gonna nag you.
I remember, there was this breathe.
Yeah, I need to be able to let myself off the hook better.
Just put your head down and don't fucking look up. This is my. I think I told you when we were talking that like I always have this card in my back pocket that if I panic, I know I can pull it. This happened on a phone call with Roberto Blake. I was telling Roberto about how I wanted to focus on credibility, how I was always competing with Front Page Tech, how I knew Front Page Tech worked because it's the only, other than like if I just make standalone videos here and there, like I'm doing what everyone else is doing. Front Page Tech is the one thing that I make that nobody else can make. The package is too unique. So if I double down on that and only do that, I will be grateful for it in the future. I talked with Roberto for like 8 hours, made the decision that night. I had a talk with Brian. We both agreed for a month straight. No live streaming. That's when we cut live streaming. No live streaming, no podcast, nothing. 7 days a week. Front Page Tech, we got 30,000 subscribers that month through pure brute force.
And like they got immediate traction and your views immediately spiked 10 videos in.
Everything has been different since that. There's two there's a few. And shockingly, a lot of them involve Roberto. So there was one in a hotel in Seattle where we had 13,000 subscribers and I was going to quit. And I had to talk with Roberto about it. That was a good pivot point for me mentally. And then 2017, the iPhone video happened. The Apple Sucks Now video happened. And I was real close to quitting. That gave us just enough. So it happened overnight, but we were making Front Page Tech for 5 years.
Right.
But overnight, Front Page Tech episodes went from 300 views a video to 10,000 views a video.
Right.
But that was after 5 years of working and trying new
struggling in obscurity and suffering.
And then we were up to like 20,000 views a video. After I had that talk with Roberto and we doubled down on just Front Page Tech. Yeah, did Front Page Tech.
But with the iPhone video, you were asked, what do I do now? I was like, triple down. Just go hard. Don't backpedal.
That was relent. But that was on the topic. That was doubling down on iPhone stuff.
Yes. Double down on what works. Double down on what works at that time.
Then it's double down on the thing you make that's unique. So I made Front Page Tech 7 days a week, 30,000 new subscribers, and then we went from like 20,000 views to 30,000, 40,000, and everything for us has happened in spurts, which is why right now, when things are slower, I'm okay. Money's okay. I'm taking time for me. I'm taking time to breathe because I know if I do panic or get in a tough position, I know the card to pull. I can pull it anytime I want. And that's the safety net that I think you need. I think you need to do this now so that you have the experience and future Jason knows that this time next year, if things get hairy and you don't feel good about things and you're questioning yourself, this is the card that from experience you can pull.
So, what is it?
Creating the pattern right now, especially when the patterns aren't created for you.
Right.
Like you can create. I think if you make 10 videos about anything, back to back, you could probably brute force any pattern of any kind. But This, I think, is the smartest one because right around the corner is Note 10 traffic.
Right.
And it's something that, again, you did well with the Note 9. You did well with the S10. You have the credibility there. You're algorithmically associated with it. The audience has responded favorably.
Yeah.
So, and then you know that this will also spike in Google Trends and in news, and it will be covered everywhere.
Right.
That all paths, all roads lead to the Note 10. It's predictable.
Make content for... I think you're too focused on the people in your comment section and you care too much about them. That's great. They're your foundation. But if your focus is on growth, then you need to accept that you're making videos for people who don't know who you are yet.
Yeah. Yeah. And so how many notes?
So refresh, dude. I do this all the time. Like, you're making videos for people who don't know who you are yet. So put a little bit of the stuff that you've already said in the new stuff, because for the people who don't know who you are, it's still new to them.
Right.
I've realized that every single month I have to make a strong video that is emotionally compelling, that gives people insight to who I am as a person, so that people who don't know me now have context on me, and that I can't take for granted that people have heard of me. I have to approach every single video now with the expectation that no one knows who the fuck I am and no one cares. I approach every single video with that now in mind and don't fall into comfort. And I push that on myself. And I know that every single month I need to reveal something personal in my layered story to make people able to relate to me, so that they can understand where I'm coming from. And so that when I do need to go hard and I need to be harsh or I need to be critical, that people who have at least seen even one video from me like that can respect it, or that maybe they'll get there. Or if they say, who the fuck is this guy? And then they dig into me, they realize, you know what? I understand now and I respect it.
Right. I mean,
I'm saying that's my version of it. I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm saying John's right. You have to assume that people have no idea who the fuck you are and make content accordingly.
So is it time for me to do like tech sucks? By saying, bringing the Note 10 in and saying, this was one of the reasons why tech sucks. I'm bored.
Yes. It's fucking boring. And
I don't think we should
run away from that. If it's boring, it's fucking boring. And that's sort of the flavor of Front Page Tech. For a long time, is that I'm jaded by the fucking tech industry. I reported on these same companies doing the same shit year after year. That's why I'm good at predicting stuff. Not because I can tell the future, but I've seen these companies make the same moves with different products year after year after year. It's all the fucking same. And I'm bored. And I think the fact that I'm jaded comes across in the show, and that's refreshing. It's different. And it's not that I hate everything all the time. It's that I've fucking seen it.
Yeah. I love that, to be honest, because I'm like,
we all feel it.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck about the processor, the specs, all that shit? Reason. The truth is that it's boring.
Yeah. Well, it used to be like new phones would come out and they would have features that phones didn't have before.
Yeah.
And that was kind of exciting.
Remember,
this is a prime example. Samsung doesn't give a shit about the Note 10 because they know the average consumer, all that's going to matter is they're going to see it looks new and they're going to buy it. It doesn't have anything new other than, holy shit, it looks new. That's the thing that's going to sell. That's what I said about the iPhone XR, that no one believed it. No one believed me. It looks new. It looks like the new one, and it's cheaper. They're going to buy it.
Right.
Because the average consumer doesn't give a fuck about the screen quality, the processor. They don't know any of that stuff. They just want to look like they got the new thing.
I told people that, and I told people that this was gonna understand that a phone is an accessory now.
Yeah. Only a fraction of people understand what a processor does, but everyone can understand what looks new.
Yeah.
And they understand what a camera, a phone camera does. Oh, it takes good pictures. It's it does this. That's it. That's all they need to know. And the reality is, I made the point that there's going forward, and this is why I think that the iPhone 11 personally will not be successful or as successful beyond Apple enthusiasts.
Be like it was this year.
It won't be. And again, everyone's tried to rationalize this, but the decline of like the smartphone sales, but especially Apple smartphone sales, is like there's no upgrade pathway. There's no way to justify this anymore because everything is good enough. Everything's good enough. Everything looks awesome. Now this thing doesn't look awesome, and I don't care how powerful it is or what feature set it has. The average consumer doesn't need anything that they could possibly throw in here at this point.
Everyone was saying that. Like, everyone was replying to my tweet when I said this is a fucking ugly phone. They were like, but functionally it's great. It's gonna take great photos. If average consumers, if that's all they cared about, they would buy a fucking Canon DSLR. That's not what they give a shit about. They want the best package, and they're not gonna know.
Buy a DSLR at this point.
They're not going to fucking know. That's not what they care about. You care about that because you're on Twitter and you are disproportionately outnumbered by the market, everybody else. That's what I'm here for. That's who I make my content for, to explain to people on YouTube and in the comment section how the market actually works.
The only people who care about that kind of camera quality or whatever are going to be tech enthusiasts and content creators, which is not the majority of people. Like, and that's what, like, you know, speaking of the market, something I explain to people a lot of times is that it's like, you can't judge everything like in the macro. You have to judge everything in the micro of its own context. And what I mean by that is, like, you have to look at like YouTube in the micro of what the value proposition is to a specific person. You can't make assumptions about your specific thing on the broader context of all of YouTube sometimes. There are things where that may be true, but most of it is down to you and the content you make and who your fucking audience is, and that's it. The broader context of YouTube is irrelevant for the majority of things.
It's true. I mean, because case in point, like I didn't know who the hell this Janelle person was, you know, and she's got 1 million something subscribers
in a month. Yeah.
Doesn't have anything to do with me. That's the same thing that Jay Will said. Doesn't have anything to do with me. Like, I'm not losing audience to her. So
I just get to use it to make an algorithm video. So like that's exciting for me. And then the other thing is, I love when I can like see something unusual that people care about, so I can use it to teach them about the algorithm.
Yeah. So Note 10.
Yep.
Note
Note 10 content that people are going to watch and put Jason in it.
Yeah.
You got to lock him in, make him fall in love with Painfully Honest Tech.
Yeah.
There you go.
Or, well, you got to make them fall in love or hate.
Or that.
I'm better at the hate.
Yep, there you go.
Also, Jason, let everyone comment in your fucking comment section. Who cares?
You could just stop reading them. You could just stop reading them.
I haven't had
comments are comments, and people that are mean, the people that love you will stick up for you, and that's engagement. Let it go.
Yeah, I haven't deleted any comments for a long time now. I had there was a rush of like a lot of them, and then I said I'm gonna delete, and I deleted for like a couple of days, and
or you could just stop reading them. Like when it comes to comments, it's just decide what's better for your mental health. I mean, a lot of people are like, "Oh, how dare you not read comments that people took the time?" And like, look, I mean, I read every comment. Believe it or not, I read every comment.
Well, I think your audience respects you and is a different breed than
I know. But I had to cultivate that so hard.
Fans.
I had to ruthlessly cultivate the way I wanted people to deal with the comment section. And every so often I still get jackasses and I deal with that. But like I had to be very ruthless about that and intentional from day one because I knew what I was setting in motion at a certain point. But it's so different for everybody that I tell people that if they need to not read the comments, I don't judge that the way that a lot of people do because everyone's just got to do whatever will allow them to have the headspace they need. And I don't judge it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta let them rock. And like John said, the Wizard Squad will come to your back end if people get out of line. It's a beautiful thing to watch what happens in the comments.
Wizard Squad, you know what you got to do and everything like that. Torches, pitchforks, swords and spears, heads and pikes.
Flaming Note 10s.
Heads, pikes, you know the deal.
But on that note, people, we are going to stop. It's been 7 hours. I think we've been here long enough.
Record. We're back
I was
to
almost
old
in
school.
another 8. I feel like every Friday Night Vyp I'm in are the ones that go 8 hours.
No, not the last time you were here. We did not go near.
Well, that was that doesn't count. My track record still says
You were a drive-by in that one, John.
Basically. But anyway, thanks to the many creators that joined me tonight. I lost track. I'll recap you all on the tweet tomorrow. I don't even know right now. But thank you all that joined tonight. I guess I could thank John and Jason and Roberto since they are here in front of me right now. And for those of y'all that hung out for the whole 7 hours in the live chat, thank you very much. Definitely appreciate you all.
Buy this man a coffee. Your emperor commands it. Your emperor commands it. Buy this man a coffee.
Appreciate the donation, no doubt. But on that note, we about to get out of here, y'all.
If I bought you a swimming pool full of coffee, would you do something with that?
Probably drink it.
I wonder if I can get a brand to give Viper a bunch of coffee. I wonder, like, what brand can actually next time you see
Friday Night Vyp.
Oh, I got you. Hey, Viper, when you see Peter McKinnon at Vid Summit this year, get him to hook you up with some coffee.
Yeah, probably a good chance I won't be at Vid Summit, but when I run into him, I'll talk about that.
We're sending another creator this year, another creator or two.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
And if that doesn't work out for you, Viper, we're gonna try and see if we can pass the hat around. I'm also thinking of sending a creator to Vid Summit.
I really loved that last year, Roberto. I think we sent 2. I think Jeff and Viper. I really like the idea of sending creators that
I'm wanting to do more stuff like that, John. We'll talk and everything. I'm wanting to create like actual structure to something like that and like do creator grants and like kind of put.
I got an idea. You and I'll go to Vid Summit this year.
Okay. Yes.
And we'll do like this. We'll do a creator thing where one creator wins this, and we bring him to Vid Summit. We take care of him. We take him out to dinner. They get us. They get Vid Summit. Whole thing.
Okay. Done.
And then you and I sneak off and eat Thai food.
Well, Thai food was my thing. We can eat what you want, John.
I want Chinese food. I already picked it.
Okay. You can have Chinese food. We can have Chinese food.
If John's going to show up to Vid Summit, I got to figure out some way to
well, there we go. What if it's a conspiracy and we send Jason
and Viper?
Random giveaway that happens to select Viper and Jason.
Right.
Hey, I mean, sometimes things just work funny.
Yeah. What can you do, really?
Sometimes these things happen.
I mean, could you imagine that John Prosser and Mr. Beast in the same Vid Summit? That would just be too wild. Whew.
Yeah.
Mind blown. But mind blown. But
I'm gonna be Mr. Feast at Vid Summit eating Chinese with Roberto.
Oh yeah, yes.
Have you seen Roberto eat? But you hung out with Roberto. You know how Roberto eats. The man's a madhouse.
So you know what? We can find some YouTuber who does mukbangs and we can do a collab.
That's every event that Roberto and I meet up at. We literally sneak out of the event and go eat.
Yeah, that's
I believe
truth,
it.
though.
I believe it.
That's truth. Like that's how we roll, man. That's truth.
Every event he's at, he's always tweeting about how he's eating, man. So I believe it.
Like that's my Instagram story, like the entire time. Like that I'm at it's just like here's me eating, here's what like and again, like my Twitter is surprisingly very much like every day I tweet about something that I'm eating or want to eat. Like, I mean, I had a craving for like spicy wings last night and everybody had to know about it. And then there was all those times that I've gone in on how much waffles are better than pancakes.
I mean, you really have to understand that they are quite different.
They are.
They are.
We had like I don't know. I don't think any of y'all were around for the time that the 2 times that we went out to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. Like, oh god, Andrew was there.
That sounds fucking disgusting.
Prosser, just trust me on this. I wasn't convinced, and then it was magical. It changed my life.
I was trying to leave, and y'all still talking about waffles and pancakes and shit. I didn't go to sleep.
Roscoe's Chicken. Wait, I think you were there, Travis, once when we went to Roscoe's.
No, man, I haven't been. I'll be to Vid Summit this year, but
okay, yeah, Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles is
Yeah, I'll hit that
Amazing.
up for sure.
I'm trying to get us out of
Life-changing
here. Now they talking about food, man.
experience. But by the way, if you guys haven't tried this, waffles and ice cream.
It's very
Get
good.
the oh wait, no, hang on. I thought about it.
Yeah.
Let me tell
I
you,
can do that.
my father-in-law
Yeah.
used to make ice cream sandwiches with 2 waffles, and then whatever kind of ice cream you could put some chocolate syrup.
Oh, good God. I got goosebumps thinking about that.
It was amazing. It's amazing.
So good.
You just
Well, they have those Krispy Kremes with the donuts and the ice cream in the middle. It's a sandwich with donuts.
yeah. The waffles, though, I mean, especially you can do it with the frozen waffles.
So what I do
You gotta
is
do it right when they're crunchy. You can't let it sit and get mushy.
So
No,
I use the toasted waffles. I get them crunchy and everything like that. And the thing is, I have caramel syrup
Oh,
with the ice cream. Yeah. So it's the waffles, it's the ice cream, and it's caramel. Oh,
yeah. See, I'm a chocolate peanut butter guy. So
Oh, yeah.
Gross.
yuck.
Cookies and cream, baby. Cookies
That's
and
your
cream,
old man
right?
taste buds.
that's gotta be. That's gotta be.
Oh man.
Wait a
All
minute.
right. All right. On that note, we out of here, people. So until the next time, you all, this your boy Viper, the man about tech. You know where to find me. So come back for more.
Oh, great. Now I'm good. That's how my dreams are.